Chapter 1093 Collecting Fees. Lu Ming frowned. He had a feeling that Shi Fang's words were directed at him. However, he had never met Shi Fang before. Why was he targeting him? Could it be that this Ming Lu had offended Shi Fang before? Lu Ming thought to himself. After Shi Fang finished speaking, he turned around and left. Then, someone arranged their accommodation. Lu Ming was the deputy flag bearer and he had a small courtyard. There was another person who lived in Lu Ming's courtyard and helped him. This person was also a newly joined Imperial Dragon Guard. He looked to be in his 50s and was quite shrewd. His name was Sun Lin. Lord Vice Commander, you have to be careful. Sun Lin reminded them as they arrived at the courtyard. Oh, what do you mean by that? Lu Ming asked. Deputy Commander, you should be able to feel that General Shi's words are actually meant for you. Sun Lin said. Oh, do you know why? Lu Ming asked. He was also very curious. Vice Banner Lord has just arrived, so you probably don't know the rules of the Imperial Dragon Guard. In the Imperial Dragon Guard, everything is decided by strength. Those who are strong, as long as they make a contribution, can be promoted. Deputy Sir, your cultivation is at the 7th level Spirit Embryo Realm, while General Shi Fang's cultivation is only at the 6th level Spirit Embryo Realm. Your cultivation is higher than his. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. You mean, Shi Fang is worried that I will threaten his position? Vice Commander is wise. The reason why Shi Fang was able to get the position of the Chief Commander was because he had an elder brother who was the personal bodyguard of His Highness, the 8th Prince. That's why he was able to get the position of the Chief Commander and command 500 Imperial Dragon Guards. Moreover, the highest person in this banner was only at the 6th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm, so Shi Fang was able to hold the position of the Chief Commander very steadily. However, Vice Commander's cultivation is higher than his. As long as Vice Commander makes some contributions, it would be very normal for him to surpass Shi Fang and even replace him. Of course, Shi Fang won't be nice to you. He might even do something to you in secret. Sun Lin explained. Lu Ming smiled. So that was the case. However, he didn't take it to heart. Shi Fang was just a mere Shi Fang. He could suppress him with one finger. There was no need to take it to heart. After chatting for a while, Lu Ming walked into the room and sat down cross-legged to begin comprehending the essence realm of heaven and earth. Previously, in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, Lu Ming had devoured many intent runes of powerful cultivators. Not only had he achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he had also made progress in the intent of heaven and earth. His thunder mentality and wind mentality had broken through to the 4th level lower tier respectively. With the addition of his fire mentality, 3 of his mentalities had already reached the 4th level lower tier. Now, he was fully focused on comprehending the earth mentality and the water mentality. There was nothing much for the first 2 days. The Imperial Dragon Guards were usually very free when they had nothing to do. After all, they were all martial artists. They didn't need to patrol like ordinary people. When they had nothing to do, they just needed to cultivate in peace. They would only be dispatched when there was an emergency. On the evening of the 3rd day, Lu Ming heard some movements outside. He ended his cultivation, opened the door, and walked out. In the courtyard, there were 2 people. One was Sun Lin, and the other was a skinny middle-aged man. At this moment, Sun Lin took out a storage ring and handed it to the skinny middle-aged man. The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man took the storage ring. When he saw Lu Ming, he chuckled and walked over to him. You're Ming Lu? Not bad. Lu Ming said. I was just about to look for you. Since you have joined the Imperial Dragon Guard, General Shi Fang will take care of you in the future, allowing you to reap the greatest benefits and lead a good life. However, General Shi Fang can't work for free. You have to show some appreciation, understand? The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man stretched out his hand and pinched his fingers. He then chuckled. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up. He understood now. It turned out that this skinny monkey was sent by Shi Fang to collect benefits. Needless to say, every new member would be patronized. He was really greedy. Tell me, how much do you want? Lu Ming said. You're the deputy. You have a higher position, so of course, you have to pay more. The others are worth 50,000 raw stones, so you can just give them 200,000. Skinny Monkey chuckled. 50,000? 200,000? The smile at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth grew wider. That was really ruthless. An average person would need 50,000 origin stones. To an ordinary spirit embryo realm martial artist, this was definitely a huge burden. And to him, he asked for 200,000. This was 200,000 raw gemstones. It was not a small amount, and it was difficult for a normal spirit embryo realm to take it out. It was a lion's mouth. Unfortunately, I don't have that many raw gemstones. Please leave. Lu Ming said indifferently. No? Don't try to fool me. You're a 7th level spirit embryo realm martial artist. Do you really think that you don't have 200,000 yuan in your entire fortune? The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man sneered. Oh, even if I have 200,000 yuan, if I give it all to you, what will I use to cultivate? Lu Ming said. I don't care about this. It's your own business. If you can't take it out, you'd better get out of the Imperial Dragon Guard as soon as possible. Otherwise, without the protection of the chief commander, you won't even know how you died in the future. The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man's face was gloomy as he threatened. Hee. Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed and said, I need Shifang's protection. What a joke. All right, get lost now, or I'll throw you out. How dare you laugh at the chief commander? You're so bold. You're looking for death. The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man shouted. Get lost. You're courting death. Lu Ming bellowed and took a step forward. His terrifying aura exploded and pressed down on the skinny monkey-like middle-aged man. The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. He took a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ming, just you wait, you're dead. The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man ran out with a face full of resentment. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Vice Commander, if you offend him like this, I'm afraid Shifang will come later. Sigh. Sun Lin sighed, a little worried. He's just a clown, what's there to be afraid of? Lu Ming said casually. Shifang is fine. However, his elder brother is the 8th prince's personal bodyguard, a 1st-level spiritual god realm expert. Sun Lin said, a hint of fear in his eyes. If a spiritual god realm master wanted to kill them, it would be no different from killing an ant. Oh, Lu Ming replied indifferently. He looked calm and sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard casually as if nothing had happened. Sun Lin was full of worry. After a while, boom! The door to the courtyard was blasted open. Shifang walked in with a few trusted aides, his face dark. Minglu, you injured the other Imperial Dragon Guards for no reason. I suspect you have ulterior motives. Why aren't you obediently kneeling down to accept your punishment? Shifang shouted loudly, directly pinning a crime on Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced at Shifang indifferently and said, What an idiot. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get lost. How dare you? You dare to offend your superior, and your crime will be doubled. Your cultivation will be crippled, and you will be expelled from the Imperial Dragon Guards. Shifang shouted. Hee, Shifang, why don't you try? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Get out of here. You still dare to resist? Shifang said in a deep voice. He did not believe that Lu Ming would dare to resist. Shifang's elder brother was a 1st-level spiritual god realm expert and the 8th prince's personal guard. If Lu Ming dared to lay a hand on him, he would be courting death. Moreover, he had learned a rather powerful martial arts technique from his brother. He was also quite talented. Even if Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 level higher than his, he was not afraid to fight him. Lu Ming did not answer Shifang. Instead, he stood up and walked toward Shifang. 3 breaths have passed. It seems like I have to do it myself and throw you out. How dare you? You really dare to attack me? Everyone, let's attack together and suppress this person. Shi Fang shouted angrily. His aura burst out and he charged at Lu Ming. Besides Shi Fang, the other three also made their moves. Their auras erupted, and they were actually all at the 6th level spirit embryo realm. These few people were the strongest in this banner, and they usually followed Shi Fang's lead. The four of them joined forces and their momentum was not weak. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, they were no different from children playing house. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming kicked. The moment this kick was kicked, it turned into 4 leg shadows. Bang! 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 All the attacks of Shi Fang and the other 3 turned into bubbles under Lu Ming's feet. The soles of Lu Ming's feet were imprinted on their faces. With 4 screams, Shi Fang and the other 3 were sent flying out of the yard like 4 cannonballs. Their screams echoed in the night sky, and then they flew further and further away. There was still the skinny monkey-like middle-aged man who hadn't left. At this moment, his eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. His entire body was trembling non-stop, and his face was pale. He was scared. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so bold that he even dared to hit Shi Fang. Most importantly, he did not expect that Lu Ming not only dared to fight, but his combat strength was also so strong. He sent Shi Fang and the other 3 flying with 1 kick. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 level higher than Shi Fang's group of 4, Shi Fang's group had 4 people, yet they were unable to put up any resistance. It could be seen that Lu Ming's combat strength was stronger than an ordinary 7th level spirit embryo realm. At this moment, he looked at Lu Ming in fear. Get lost. Lu Ming berated. Yes, I'll get lost now. The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man turned around and was about to leave. I told you to get lost, not to leave. Lu Ming said coldly. This? The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man's face was pale. It seems like I have to do it myself. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Don't. The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He could only lie on the ground in humiliation and roll out of the courtyard. Then he got up and ran away. Vice Commander, I'm afraid he won't let you off the hook for offending Shi Fang. Sun Lin was full of worry. He was not worried about Lu Ming. He was afraid that he would be implicated by Lu Ming. What are you afraid of? Lu Ming said casually and went back to his room to cultivate. With a wave of his hand, many bottles, jade boxes, and iron boxes appeared in the room. There were more than 100 of them, all of which he had obtained from the Saint Mansion in the secret realm. Lu Ming did not check it previously. Now was the perfect time to check it. This is a spirit refining pill. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he saw the jade bottles. Those jade bottles were actually spirit refining pills. The spirit refining pill was made from the main ingredients of the spirit refining fruit. If it was frequently consumed by a perfected spirit embryo, it could greatly increase the chances of breaking through to the spirit god realm. If a spirit god powerhouse consumed it, it could condense the spirit god and strengthen their spiritual consciousness. There were dozens of jade bottles here, all of which were filled with spirit refining pills. There were 9 pills in each jade bottle, and there were at least a few hundred spirit refining pills in there. Following that, Lu Ming looked at other things. Many of the others were elixirs, very precious elixirs, and most of them were not inferior to the spirit refining elixir. There were also various precious materials that Lu Ming could not name. He kept them away. Finally, with a thought, a small fiery red pagoda appeared. An emperor's spiritual weapon. As soon as the fiery red tower appeared, it trembled slightly as if it was about to leave. However, Lu Ming's essential core spread out and enveloped the small tower. If I refine an emperor weapon, it will definitely increase my strength. However, it won't be that easy. With my current cultivation, even if I refine it, I won't be able to unleash much of its power. I'll wait until I have some free time to refine it. At the thought of this, Lu Ming kept the small pagoda. Then, he took out the spirit refinement elixir and refined it to condense his spirit soul. Time slowly passed. Tonight, there was no movement. The next day, during the day, there was also no movement. On the second night, Lu Ming made his move. He asked Dandan to inscribe an array that could conceal his aura for him, and his body cut through the void like a ghost, heading towards the 8th Prince Xiezhen's mansion. Lu Ming planned to enter Xiezhen's residence to see if he could find out anything about Xian Yanqing. The 8th Prince's residence was naturally guarded by the Imperial Dragon Guards. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation and the aura-concealing formation that he had set up, the Imperial Dragon Guards could not detect him at all. The 8th Prince's mansion was huge, with many palaces and pavilions. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual sense to check his surroundings. After a while, his eyes lit up. He moved and appeared above a palace. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense, and the situation below the palace was imprinted in his mind. It was clearer than what he could see with his eyes. This was the wonder of spiritual sense. Below, in a room, two figures were discussing something. One of them was Shi Fang, and the other was in his 50s. He was burly and looked quite dignified. "Big brother, you have to avenge me. That new deputy is so arrogant that he even dared to hit me. He's obviously not giving you face," Shi Fang cried. This burly man in his 50s was the 8th Prince's personal bodyguard, a first-level spiritual god realm expert. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation was at the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. The spiritual god he cultivated was very powerful, and his spiritual consciousness was powerful. How could the other party discover him? I know about this. This Ming Lu is really bold. However, I'm a spiritual god realm expert and the 8th Prince's personal guard. If I attack him directly, I'm afraid I will be criticized by the others. How about this? I have a way to get rid of him. Having said that, Shi Fang's elder brother began to use voice transmission. Lu Ming could not hear the rest. Hee, I'd like to see how you're going to get rid of me." Lu Ming sneered. Then he left the place in search of the 8th Prince's residence. Not long after, Lu Ming finally found the 8th Prince in the depths of the mansion. The 8th Prince was indeed Xiezhen. After not seeing him for a few years, Xiezhen had matured a little, and his cultivation had also become much stronger. At this moment, Xiezhen was high up in the air, sitting on top of a large hall. Below him, a few people were kneeling there, reporting to him. Bang! Xiezhen suddenly slammed the table and shouted coldly, "What? They failed again, what a bunch of trash." 8th Prince. Although the 16th Princess is in the Abyss Demon Realm, her talent is too high, and her cultivation progress is too terrifying. All the people we sent were killed by her. One of them answered. News of Xian Yanqing. The 16th Princess? Little Qing? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and his eyes suddenly revealed a cold killing intent. From what he had just said, Xian Yanqing was in the demon realm. Moreover, Xiezhen had sent people to kill him. At that moment, Lu Ming's killing intent was extremely strong. However, he felt as if a huge rock had been lifted off his chest. At least, Xian Yanqing was fine and alive. Humph, I really don't know what my father is thinking. She's an alien, a bitch born of a lowly servant. My father didn't kill her directly or suppress her in the demonic flames of the Abyss Demon Realm, but just imprisoned her in the Abyss Demon Realm and let her fight with the demonic creatures. She's really lucky. Xiezhen's face was dark and his voice was cold. 8th Prince, what should we do next? One of them asked. This bitch hates me to the bone. If I let her live, I'll always feel uneasy. Xiezhen said with a cold face. 8th Prince, in my opinion, you don't need to worry too much. His Majesty the Sage Emperor didn't kill her, most likely because of the father-daughter relationship. However, the 16th Princess is a rare species after all, and is a great taboo for our Sage Emperor clan. Even if His Majesty didn't kill her, he wouldn't let her out of the Abyss Demon Realm. She will most likely spend her life in the Abyss Demon Realm. Below, a person said. That may be the case, but this bitch's talent is really too high. As long as she's not dead, I can't rest at ease. Xiezhen said with a dark expression. 8th Prince, should we continue to send more people? Let's wait for a while. The 1 million-year national sacrifice will be held in less than 2 months. During this period, my father has not been in secluded cultivation and is paying attention to the big and small matters. It's not a good time to make a move. After the 1 million-year national sacrifice, we'll send experts into the demon realm and kill him in one fell swoop. Xie Zhen's eyes were sinister. Creak. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. He almost could not control the killing intent in his body. Who is it? However, it only leaked out a little bit and was sensed by an expert. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure moved and he left the place. In an instant he appeared 100 miles away and returned to the dormitory. He really wanted to slap Xie Zhen to death, but he knew that it wasn't the time yet. He had to find the entrance to the demon realm and save Xian Yanqing. If he killed Xie Zhen now, he would definitely alert the enemy. Now, he could only let Xie Zhen live for a while longer. However, Lu Ming swore that he would kill Xie Zhen sooner or later. From then on, Lu Ming would find time to wander around every day and try to find out more about the Abyss Demon territory. Unfortunately, he found nothing. It seemed that very few people knew about the Abyss Demon territory. Lu Ming guessed that the Tartarian demonic realm was most likely a plane or a secret realm. The entrance was most likely somewhere in the palace. On the other hand, other than going out to inquire, Lu Ming would be refining the spirit refinement pill and comprehending the intent realm. The divine refinement pill could not directly increase Lu Ming's cultivation level. However, it could make the spiritual god more condensed and the spiritual sense would become stronger. The stronger the spiritual god was, the more beneficial it would be for his future cultivation. 3 days later, Lu Ming was cultivating when Shi Fang came again. Lu Ming walked out of the room and looked at Shi Fang indifferently. What's wrong? You want to get beaten up again? Shi Fang's face turned ugly. He snorted and said, I'm here to inform you that there's a mission. The 8th prince is going to the Beast Mountain to hunt. We need to go together. Let's go. All right. Lu Ming smiled and strode outside. Shi Fang looked at Lu Ming's back and a cold smile appeared at the corners of his lips. The Imperial Dragon Guards gathered and followed Xie Zhen, heading towards Beast Cry Mountain. Beast Cry Mountain was a boundless mountain range. Countless ferocious beasts lived in it. It was a hunting ground for the royal family, and it was specially used for the Xie family's descendants to train their cultivation. The disciples of the Xie family would often come to the Beast Cry Mountain to hunt. In fact, they would enter the Beast Cry Mountain to fight with ferocious beasts. There was a huge military camp outside the Beast Cry Mountain. There were residences and guards. Shi Fang, you lead the Imperial Dragon Guards and follow me into the mountains, but you don't have to protect me. You guys split up and hunt, and we'll compete to see who can kill more and stronger fierce beasts. How about it? Looking at the Beast Cry Mountain, Xie Zhen was in high spirits. 8th Prince, how can we be compared to you? Shi Fang smiled. It's fine. There are also experts in the Imperial Dragon Guards. Try your best to compete with the Half-Prince, and I will reward those who perform well. Xie Zhen laughed. All right, I'll bring them along. Shi Fang bowed. Then let's go. With a wave of his hand, Xie Zhen led the way and flew towards Beast Cry Mountain. Shi Fang and the others also flew towards Beast Cry Mountain. Could it be that you want to get rid of me in Beast Cry Mountain? Lu Ming thought in his heart. He guessed that Shi Fang's big brother might attack him at the Beast Cry Mountain. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. If the other party was looking for death, he did not mind giving them a ride. After flying into Beast Cry Mountain, the group dispersed. Lu Ming flew towards the depths of the Beast Cry Mountain, feeling a little bored. The ferocious beasts in the outer area of Beast Cry Mountain were of a very low level. When some king-level and spirit sea-level ferocious beasts saw Lu Ming, they would run away without a trace with just a glare from him. After half an hour, no one made a move. Still not moving. Lu Ming muttered. He sat cross-legged on an obvious boulder and waited. After 2 hours, no one made a move on him. It seems like I was wrong. They won't fight here. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was a little surprised. Forget it, I guess Xie Zhen's hunting is about to end. I'll just kill a few to deal with it. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he soared into the sky. Ga! Ga! After a while, screeches were heard and a group of Silavira eagles flew past. As soon as they saw Lu Ming, more than 10 of them screeched and pounced on him. It's you guys! Lu Ming flicked his fingers and long spears were formed, shooting at the Silavira condor. 5 of the Silavira eagles were pierced by the spear radiance. The remaining eagles screeched in fear and fled. Lu Ming did not pursue them. He used his vital essence to carry the 5 eagles and flew back to the military camp. These 5 eagles were equivalent to the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, which was more or less enough. In the military camp, Xie Zhen and the others had already returned. On the ground of the military camp, there were ferocious beasts of various shapes and sizes. The 8th prince is really amazing. In just a few hours, you actually killed 3 8th level spirit embryo realm and 3 7th level spirit embryo realm beasts. The 8th prince is indeed a heaven-bestowed genius. This lowly one is impressed. Shi Fang stood in front of Xie Zhen and flattered him. This is nothing. You guys can cultivate well. Xie Zhen said humbly, but the pride on his face could not be hidden. His cultivation was at the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm, and it was a pretty good achievement to be able to hunt 3 8th and 7th level spirit embryo realm beasts in less than 3 hours in the vast beast cry mountain. All of a sudden, Shi Fang's gaze turned to the horizon and he saw Lu Ming flying back, dragging 5 Silavira eagles behind him. The reason to take action. He threw the 5 eagles to the ground, causing the ground to shake slightly. This is a Silavira condor. All 5 of them are Silavira condors, so powerful. Moreover, 5 Silavira condors of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. Ming Ziki is actually so powerful that he could actually hunt 5 Silavira condors of the 8th level spirit embryo realm in less than 3 hours. It's really amazing. Lu Ming's return caused a wave of exclamations. The Imperial Dragon Guards at the scene were in a heated discussion. Although Lu Ming had only killed 5 demonic beasts, they were all at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. In terms of value, they had already surpassed Xie Zhen. This made Xie Zhen's face turn gloomy. Besides Xie Zhen, Shi Fang's older brother sneered. General Shi Fang, who is this? Xie Zhen asked. 8th Prince, this is the new deputy flag. He's called Ming Lu and has a cultivation of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. Shi Fang answered. Oh, so it's the new vice flag bearer. Xie Zhen's gaze shifted to Lu Ming. When he saw that Lu Ming had only casually cupped his fists at him without a trace of respect, he felt even more displeased. Xie Zhen strode towards Lu Ming and said, Sub-Banner Ming's combat power is amazing. I admire you. Half-princes like people with strong combat power. Sub-Banner Ming, I'm itching to fight. How about you fight with me? A battle? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. That's right. Fight with me. Use all your strength and don't hold back. Don't worry, you can't hurt me. Bang. As Xie Zhen spoke, he slowly walked up. His body emitted an intense golden light, and his aura grew. He had awakened a 5th level divine level bloodline, so his combat power was very strong. Ordinary 7th level spirit embryo realm martial artists were no match for him at all, so he was full of confidence. At the side, the others scattered far away. Shi Fang and his brother looked at each other and sneered. Make your move. Boom. Xie Zhen threw a punch at Lu Ming. A golden fist ray howled through the sky and headed straight for Lu Ming. A long spear was condensed in Lu Ming's hands. He came from the Black Spear sect and he used a long spear. Buzz! With a shake of the spear, the tip of the spear trembled, stirring up the wind and clouds as it pierced towards Xie Zhen's fist radiance. Bang! Xie Zhen's fist radiance was pierced by the spear and collapsed. What? Xie Zhen's eyes narrowed, and a hint of killing intent flashed in them. Boom! Boom! Following that, the golden light on Xie Zhen's body grew even more intense as he continuously punched out. Endless golden light boiled and enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spear trembled, creating spear flowers that bloomed in the air. Bang! Bang! A dense collision sounded, and the fist radiance and spear flower disappeared without a trace. Back in Nine Dragons, Xie Zhen's cultivation had been at the peak of the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Now that more than 3 years had passed, and Xie Zhen was in the ancient Saint dynasty, he definitely had a lot of resources. His cultivation had risen to the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm, and his combat strength was indeed not bad. Ordinary 8th level spirit embryo realm cultivators were no match for him and would be killed by him. However, he was facing Lu Ming, who was trying his best to suppress his power. After dozens of moves, he still could not take down Lu Ming. Killing intent flashed in Xie Zhen's eyes. A 100-meter tall burly man in golden armor appeared above his head. He held a long spear and had 5 golden chakras shining, making him look like a god. Xie Zhen turned into a ray of light and entered the body of the golden-armored man. Kill! The burly man in golden armor bellowed. The golden spear in his hand emitted a dazzling light as he stabbed toward Lu Ming. The huge spear whistled through the air with terrifying might. What a strong killing intent! He wants to kill me! A cold glint flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. If not for the fact that he was worried about alerting the enemy, he would have killed Xie Zhen right away. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward and his body soared into the sky. The spear's radiance that was condensed in his hand grew rapidly. It became 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. He swept the spear at the burly man in golden armor. Boom! The 2 spears collided, and the entire camp shook. The burly man in golden armor trembled and was forced to retreat by Lu Ming's spear. Buzz! Lu Ming rushed over directly. The huge long spear smashed down fiercely from top to bottom with the force that could split a mountain. Boom! The long spear hit the burly man in golden armor heavily, causing his body to shake violently, and he almost fell to the ground. Then, Lu Ming changed the momentum of his spear to a horizontal sweep, which landed heavily on the burly man in golden armor. The burly man in golden armor let out a blood-curdling screech as his body crumbled and transformed back into Xie Zhen's appearance. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. How dare you injure the 8th prince? You're courting death. Bang! Shi Fang's elder brother, Shi Zheng, took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming. The aura of the 1st level of the spiritual god realm burst out from his body. A terrifying pressure filled the air above the military camp. Many people's faces changed drastically. The pressure of the spiritual god realm was too strong. Many people trembled and broke out in cold sweat. However, Lu Ming was as calm as a Buddha's face. He did not feel anything at all. He glanced at Shi Zheng casually and said, "The 8th prince just told me to use my full strength. I'm just following the 8th prince's order." You still dare to quibble? The 8th prince is a precious and noble man, and you actually dared to injure him. You have no respect for your superiors, and you deserve to die 1,000 times. I'll cripple you now and lock you in the heavenly prison to reflect on your actions. Shi Zheng's eyes were cold, and a sneer hung on the corner of his mouth. At the side, Shi Fang was even more smug. He glared at Lu Ming fiercely. Behind Shi Zheng, Xie Zhen's expression was dark and ugly, but he did not stop Shi Zheng. As Shi Zheng had said, Lu Ming actually dared to injure him. He deserved to die. This is ridiculous. The 8th prince personally ordered me to use my full strength. I was just following the order and accidentally injured the 8th prince, but you still want to attack me. Who will listen to him in the future? Lu Ming laughed heartily, not feeling the slightest bit of fear. He finally understood that this was all Shi Zheng's scheme. Shi Zheng understood Xie Zhen very well and knew that Xie Zhen was narrow-minded. If Lu Ming were to compete with Xie Zhen and win or even injure Xie Zhen, he would definitely die. Even if Lu Ming did not kill more ferocious beasts than Xie Zhen, Shi Zheng would still find a way to let the 8th prince spar with Lu Ming. Today, everything was going more smoothly than Shi Zheng had expected. The number of ferocious beasts that Lu Ming had killed had actually surpassed Xie Zhen's. This made Xie Zhen unhappy with Lu Ming and he wanted to fight Lu Ming directly. There was no better outcome than this. Before the battle began, Xie Zhen had already harbored the intention to kill Lu Ming. If Lu Ming's combat strength was not up to par and he was not a match for Xie Zhen, he would most likely be killed on the spot. If Lu Ming's cultivation level and combat strength were higher than Xie Zhen's, then Xie Zhen's killing intent would definitely be stronger and Lu Ming would be dead. Therefore, regardless of whether Lu Ming won or lost, he was dead. Audacious! Impudent! Who do you think you are? You're insulting the 8th prince. Your entire family should be executed. Shi Fang shouted from the side. As for Xie Zhen, the killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. A lowly ant dared to speak to him like that. He should be killed 10,000 times. Boom! Shi Zheng's killing intent burst out. He stepped forward and the pressure of the spiritual god pressed toward Lu Ming. Chapter 1097 Transfer to the Law Enforcement Army. It seems that I can't use this identity. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He planned to take action directly and kill Shi Jing, Shi Fang and Xie Zhen together. At this moment Hi 8th brother, what's up? Why is it so lively? A loud laugh was heard, and then a rumble came from the sky, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping over. There were about a few hundred cavalrymen, each of them riding a fiery red warhorse. These warhorses were covered in fiery red scales, and there were 2 dragon horns on their heads. Flames were dancing all over their bodies, making them look very mighty. This was a dragon horse, and it was said that it had the bloodline of a true dragon. A powerful dragon horse was no weaker than a flood dragon. There were hundreds of people, all of them riding dragon horses. The leader was a young man with a slender figure. He was wearing fiery red armor and fiery boots. His hair was loose and his eyes were like lightning. His aura was powerful. 10th Prince. Many people cried out in alarm. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon horse stomped on the air and appeared above the military camp. Your subordinate greets the 10th Prince. Shi Zheng, Shi Fang, and the others quickly knelt down in the 10th Prince's heart, their eyes filled with respect. 10th brother, why have you come? Xie Zhen's expression was a little ugly. As he looked at the young man before him, there was a hint of jealousy and respect in the depths of his eyes. The 10th Prince, Xie Yan, was a peerless heaven's favorite. Among all the children of the current Saint Emperor, he was one of the top existences. He was a second-class heaven's favorite whose name shook the central continent. His cultivation was powerful, and he had even stepped into the spiritual god realm. His status in the ancient Saint dynasty was not something that Xie Zhen could compare to. In the imperial family, Xie Yan's existence was second only to Xian Yanjuan. 8th brother, you can come here to hunt but I can't? What are you guys doing? It seems like he wants to attack one of your subordinates. What's going on? You tell me. The 10th Prince, Xie Yan, pointed at one of the imperial dragon guards and ordered. His tone was arrogant and unquestionable. The imperial dragon guard didn't dare to show the slightest neglect, nor did he dare to hide anything. He recounted the entire matter. So that's how it is. 8th brother, you're becoming more and more useless. You can't even beat a 7th level spirit embryo vice flag. If you can't beat it, then so be it. We agreed to fight, but if you lose, you want to kill someone else. If this matter were to spread, wouldn't my sage emperor clan become a joke? Xie Yan indifferently said. 10th brother, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean to kill him. Just now, guard Shijing saw that I was injured and was worried. That's why he stood in front of me to protect me. It's all a misunderstanding. Xie Zhen's expression changed before he revealed an ugly smile. Oh really? So it was just a misunderstanding. This deputy banner has good combat strength. He's only 1 level higher than 8th brother, but he can easily crush 8th brother. He's a talent. Xie Yan said with a smile. Xie Zhen's fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He was furious. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and smiled. Not bad, this deputy banner of the Bright Road has good combat power. Therefore, I plan to transfer him to the law enforcement army. The million-year national sacrifice is about to begin. When the time comes, the holy city will be in chaos. The law enforcement army is in need of manpower. Hearing this, Shi Fang and Shi Zheng's eyes lit up and they sneered. The others looked at Lu Ming with pity. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What did these looks mean? Hi, he's your man, eighth brother. You can do whatever you want with him. I'm leaving. Xie Yan smiled and led the 400 cavalrymen towards Beast Cry Mountain. After Xie Yan left, Xie Zhen's expression darkened. He coldly glanced at Lu Ming and said, Vice Banner Ming, go back and wait. The order will come soon. You will go to the law enforcement army and be a commander. With your combat strength, it's enough. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the people around him became even stranger. They looked at Lu Ming with even more pity. Also, you will be transferred to the law enforcement army with him. Then, Xie Zhen pointed at Sun Lin. Plop. Sun Lin's expression changed drastically, and he immediately knelt down with a plop. He kowtowed and cried out in pain, No, eighth prince, I'm begging you, please don't transfer me to the law enforcement army. I'm only living with him, I don't know him. You want to disobey this prince's orders. Xie Zhen's eyes turned cold. Sun Lin's face was pale as he stood there, stunned. Let's go. Xie Zhen rose into the air and returned to the mansion. The others quickly followed. Ai, Minglu, I'm really going to be killed by you. Sun Lin let out a long sigh, his face full of dejection. What's going on? Why don't you want to join the law enforcement army? From the name, the law enforcement army should have a lot of power. Lu Ming asked curiously. Many sects had law enforcement halls, which had great power and could enforce the law on behalf of the sect. Everyone respected them. Why did Sun Lin seem to be very afraid of joining the law enforcement army? Moreover, when the others heard that Xie Zhen wanted to transfer Lu Ming to the law enforcement army, they all looked at him with pity. He was somewhat baffled. Ai. You don't know this, but the law enforcement army does have a lot of power, but it's useless now. Sun Lin sighed and continued to explain. The law enforcement army is the law enforcement agency of the ancient Saint dynasty. They are responsible for the law enforcement of the entire Saint city and maintaining the law and order. No matter who it is, no matter which power they are from, if they commit a crime in the Saint city, the law enforcement army will be dispatched to enforce the law. Lu Ming nodded. Wasn't this a lot of power? 30,000 years ago, when the ancient Saint dynasty ruled the world, the law enforcement army was indeed fearsome and powerful. Whoever dared to commit a crime would be suppressed or even killed on the spot. At that time, everyone wanted to join the law enforcement army. As long as you joined the army, everyone would be afraid of you. But now, the ancient Saint dynasty is weak, and the various emperors are all powerful. The law enforcement army is in an awkward position. For example, if the disciples of the major forces commit a crime, will the law enforcement army take action or not? If we don't do anything, the law enforcement army will represent the face of the ancient Saint dynasty, and the royal family might blame us for it. However, if we do, the experts from the major powers will put pressure on the royal family, and under the pressure, the royal family will hand over the law enforcement army to appease the other party. In that case, who would be willing to go? Sun Lin explained. Lu Ming was suddenly enlightened. He finally understood. The main reason was that the ancient Saint dynasty was weak now, and they did not dare to offend those powerful forces. If that was the case, the authority of the law enforcement army would basically be useless. If they did not make a move, it would be equivalent to throwing the face of the ancient Saint dynasty. If they did, the people from the major powers would be powerful enough to put pressure on the law enforcement army. If the law enforcement army made a move, they would become the scapegoats. No matter what he did, it would be wrong. He would be jumping into the fire pit no matter what he did. It was no wonder that the others were in such a state when they heard that Lu Ming would be transferred to the law enforcement army. Sigh, once I'm transferred into the law enforcement army, it's over. Furthermore, the million-year national sacrifice is coming. When that time comes, the holy city will be in chaos, and all the major factions of the divine wilderness continent will gather. It will definitely be chaotic. It's a dead end. Sun Lin sighed and rose into the air with a dejected expression. Chapter 1098, A Group of Poor Ghosts. 3 days later, the transfer order was officially issued. Lu Ming was transferred to the law enforcement army as the commander, leading a team of 100 people with Sun Lin following. Lu Ming took the transfer order and set off with Sun Lin. Lu Ming did not feel anything. To him, the law enforcement army was better and he had more freedom. He could walk around the holy city as he pleased. He would definitely be able to obtain more information. Sun Lin, on the other hand, was listless and looked like he had a bleak future. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the place where the law enforcement army was stationed, the law enforcement hall. There were many law enforcement halls in the holy city. A team of 100 people was led by a commander. They were stationed in one law enforcement hall and were responsible for law enforcement missions in a certain area of the holy city. Lu Ming was the leader of this law enforcement team. He was mainly in charge of the northeast area of the holy city. The moment Lu Ming entered, he saw a few figures sitting listlessly in the law enforcement hall. He did not see anyone else. When they saw Lu Ming and the rest, they only took a casual glance at Lu Ming and continued to sit listlessly. There are only a few of you. Where are the others? Lu Ming frowned. One of them glanced at Lu Ming and said, "Who are you? Don't you know that it's a serious crime to break into the law enforcement hall without permission? I am the new commander. Let me ask you, where are the others?" Lu Ming took out a token and shouted coldly, "A new commander!" Their eyes suddenly lit up, shining with greed. The blazing fire seemed to have invigorated them all, and they stood up one after another. "A new commander has arrived. Brothers, come out. We have money to spend again," someone shouted. His voice spread far and wide. As soon as his voice fell, the sound of breaking air rang out. Figures rushed out from various rooms and from all corners of the law enforcement hall. There were a total of 80 to 90 people. As soon as these people appeared, they stared at Lu Ming and Sun Lin with fiery eyes, as if they were burly men who had been thirsty for decades and had just seen a peerless and enchanting beauty. "Ha, another unlucky fellow has been transferred here, and it's a commander. You've come at the right time. Take out all your raw gemstones and treasures and share them with your brothers." A brawny man who looked like an ape stepped out. His muscles bulged and he glared at Lu Ming with a fierce gaze. "Hee, you're only a 7th level spirit embryo realm martial artist, yet you were transferred here to be a commander. I really don't know who you've offended, but no matter who you've offended, since you're here, hand over all your origin stones and treasures." A white-haired old man in his 60s sneered. "Ha, after we get the raw stone, let's go and have a good meal and enjoy our slaviers. How about it?" "That's for sure. Damn it, I haven't enjoyed it in a long time." The rest of the people were also in an uproar. They were all talking and looking at Lu Ming as if he was a piece of fat meat. Sun Lin's face was pale and Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Was this the law enforcement army? This was the law enforcement hall. Lu Ming almost thought that he had come to a bandit's lair. These people actually wanted to rob him. After observing carefully, he realized that this was undoubtedly the law enforcement hall. "You guys want to rob me?" Lu Ming's face revealed an inexplicable smile. "You can understand it that way. Hurry up or my fist will start to itch." The gorilla-like man glared at Lu Ming unkindly. The smile on Lu Ming's face grew wider. He swept his gaze across the room and said, "If that's the case, then fine. Now I'll rob you. Hand over all your storage rings." What did you just say?" As soon as Lu Ming said that, the entire place fell silent. Everyone looked at Lu Ming with their mouths agape. After a while, everyone burst into laughter. "Ha, I didn't hear wrongly, right? This 7th level spirit embryo realm guy actually wants to rob us? Who does he think he is? Did he really think of himself as a commander? Aren't you just as unlucky as us? You've offended someone you shouldn't have. What a joke. Bang! The black gorilla man took a step forward and his aura burst out. He waved his hand and grabbed Lu Ming. This person's cultivation was at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. Among this group of people, he was at the top. Let's see what you can do. The black gorilla man revealed a savage expression. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He stretched out a hand and grabbed the black gorilla man's wrist at lightning speed. His vital essence burst forth and he grabbed the black gorilla man and threw him. Boom! The black gorilla man was like a sandbag, heavily smashing onto the ground, causing the entire law enforcement hall to shake violently. If it wasn't for the powerful array inscribed in the law enforcement hall, it would have exploded. The black gorilla man fell to the ground and screamed. His cultivation and essential core were extremely fragile in Lu Ming's hands. They had been completely scattered by Lu Ming. At this moment, his whole body seemed to be falling apart. He had no strength at all as he lay on the ground and wailed. There was a sudden silence and everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. The black gorilla man had a cultivation of the great circle of the spirit embryo realm, but he was actually defeated without any resistance in one move. How was this possible? Brothers, let's attack together. This person's combat strength is profound, and he must have a lot of money on him. Let's attack. The white-haired old man shouted and the 80 to 90 law enforcement soldiers followed suit. They swarmed toward Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed over like a stream of light, his palms striking out. Pa! In the law enforcement hall, the sound of rapid slapping as well as wails and screams were mixed together. In less than a minute, 80 to 90 law enforcement soldiers were lying all over the law enforcement hall, wailing on the ground. One side of their faces was puffed up, and they looked extremely miserable. Sun Lin was dumbfounded by this scene, his mouth wide open. Was Lu Ming's cultivation at the 7th level of spirit embryo realm? Wasn't his combat strength a little too strong? In this group of law enforcement soldiers, there were 5 to 6 people with great perfection in their spirit embryo realm. The others were at least experts of the 4th level spirit embryo realm. However, they were completely defeated by Lu Ming in less than a minute. They were as weak as babies. This was too terrifying. He felt that his brain was a little confused. You dare to fight with your father, you're looking for death. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Lu Ming now had the image of a burly man with a full beard. At this moment, his glare was rather intimidating. He clenched his fist in the air and his essential core burst forth. The storage rings on the fingers of these law enforcement soldiers were all sucked over by Lu Ming. If they wanted to rob him, they had to be prepared to be robbed by him. First, Lu Ming picked up the storage ring of the black gorilla man and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He was dumbfounded. Aren't you a little too poor? Lu Ming glared at the gorilla man, completely speechless. In the storage ring of the black gorilla man, there was almost nothing except for a few spiritual crystals. There were no raw stones. He didn't have any good spirit weapons. Not to mention precious pills and materials, there was nothing. In any case, this was a storage ring with a great circle of spirit embryo realm. How could it be so poor? Next, Lu Ming looked at the other people's storage rings. Many of them were even poorer than the gorilla man. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. They were too poor. The lowest cultivation among these people was the 4th level spirit embryo realm. Why did it feel like they were even poorer than some martial king realm martial artists? The miserable law enforcement army. Lu Ming scanned through dozens of storage rings and found that they were almost the same. The contents were simply too tragic to gamble. They did not look like the storage rings of martial artists at the 4th level of the spirit embryo realm and above. At the sight of Lu Ming's dumbfounded look, the gorilla man and the rest looked embarrassed. With a wave of his hand, all the storage rings flew back into the hands of the black gorilla man and the others. Get up, stop pretending to be dead. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the room and said coldly. Lu Ming had not hit them hard just now. He had only temporarily scattered their essential core. It was not a big deal. No matter what, Lu Ming was now the commander of these people. He could not just kill them the moment he came. Only then did the Black Gorilla Man and the others get up from the ground. Commander's battle prowess is profound. This subordinate is truly in admiration. As soon as he got up, the Black Gorilla Man revealed a simple and honest smile, which was completely different from the wild and violent expression he had earlier. That's right. The commander's cultivation is unparalleled. He was able to take care of us in a few moves. This is the first time this subordinate has seen something like this in all my years of life. The white-haired old man also flattered. The commander is invincible. The commander is mighty. The other law enforcement officers were also flattering him. Lu Ming's eyelids were twitching. He was rather speechless. Who are these people? Just now, she wanted to rob him, but now she changed her face so quickly. Why are you so poor? There isn't even a single raw gemstone in the storage ring? Lu Ming asked curiously. AI. Our law enforcement army is so hard. Commander, it's like this. The crowd chimed in and explained to Lu Ming. After listening to the story, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. The law enforcement army's days were worse than what Sun Lin had said. The law enforcement army had to enforce the law in the sacred city and protect the dignity of the ancient Saint dynasty. But now that the ancient Saint dynasty was on the decline, even though it was still a dominant power, or even the strongest dominant power, it was still just a dominant power. It no longer had the strength to rule the world. Hence, when it did things, it had to be careful and maintain a good relationship with the other powers. Therefore, when the people of the big forces committed a crime, the law enforcement army did not dare to really arrest and punish them, but they had to protect the face of the imperial family. What could they do? Therefore, most of the time, the law enforcement army could only pay out of their own pocket to give gifts to the disciples of the major forces and those who had committed crimes, asking them to do a good deed and apologize in public. In this way, the law enforcement army would naturally protect the face of the royal family, and the people who had committed the crime would admit their mistakes. The matter would be wrestle-levered just like that. However, they paid for it out of their own pockets. As time passed, it would be strange if the law enforcement army was not poor. It was no wonder that they wanted to rob Lu Ming the moment they saw him as a newcomer. Lu Ming was really quite speechless. The law enforcement army was too cowardly. The person who had committed the crime was fine, but they had to give the other party benefits. This was simply unheard of. The law enforcement army is used to enforce the law in the world on behalf of the ancient Saint dynasty. Unfortunately, the ancient Saint dynasty no longer has the power to do so. In fact, the law enforcement army could have been disbanded a long time ago, but the royal family has kept it for the sake of their dignity. However, no one is willing to come here. Usually, only those who have offended some big shots will be sent here. The white-haired old man sighed. Lu Ming finally knew why Xie Zhen had transferred him to the law enforcement army, and as a commander at that. It was getting closer and closer to the million-year national sacrifice. People from all the major forces had gathered. It was a period of trouble. If things went wrong, Lu Ming would offend someone and he would not even know how he died. Moreover, as a commander, the responsibility he had to bear was naturally greater. Xie Zhen, if you want to play, then have fun. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He waved his hand and a storage ring flew towards the Black Gorilla Man. Here are 10,000 Oriroks. Use them to buy some fine wine and delicacies. Since we're new here, I'll treat everyone to a good meal. As for the excess, you can each buy a spirit weapon. These people were so poor that they had even sold their own spirit weapons. 10,000 raw gemstones. The Black Gorilla Man received it. He was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed, saying, "Your subordinate thanks the commander." The others were overjoyed as well. They thanked Lu Ming and then went to buy fine wine, delicacies, and spirit weapons in joy. The fine wine and delicacies that martial artists ate were different from ordinary people. They were all from powerful fierce beasts and demonic beasts. The wine was also spirit wine. They were all very expensive. Half a day later, the burly black gorilla man and the rest brought back a large amount of fine wine and delicacies. The 80 to 90 people were divided into several tables and ate to their heart's content. It had been a long time since they had such a good meal, and they were quite grateful to Lu Ming. Everyone ate and drank as they chatted. Through the chat, Lu Ming learned that these people had offended important figures and were sent here. They had families and friends in the holy city, but they couldn't escape. They could only suffer in the law enforcement army. Everyone ate and drank for a few hours. Not good. Someone destroyed a shop on North Street and killed the shopkeeper. He's still there. Suddenly, a law enforcement soldier rushed in to report the news. What? Who did this? This is troublesome. Something has happened again. The expressions of the black gorilla man and the others changed. What they were most afraid of was something happening, because if something happened, they could deal with some unknown people and directly take them down. However, if it was some big figure, they would be in trouble. It's the young master of the Huang family, Huang Ku. The messenger said. What? The Huang family is a family with many spiritual gods. What should we do? The expressions of the black gorilla man and the others changed. They could not afford to offend any force that had a spiritual god. Otherwise, the other party's spiritual god powerhouse could directly find their superiors and put pressure on them. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming picked up a glass of wine and finished it. He strode out. You will go together. The gorilla man picked more than 10 people and followed Lu Ming out of the law enforcement hall. Their law enforcement hall was in the northeast of the holy city. It was very close to North Street and would be there in a short while. On the way, Lu Ming also knew what was going on. The Huang family's young master, Huang Ku, had his eyes on a treasure in a shop, but there were no raw gemstones. He said that he would owe the shop and take the treasure first. Those who knew Huang Ku well knew that he had never returned anything he owed. The shopkeeper naturally didn't agree, so Huang Ku killed the shopkeeper, destroyed the shop, and even wanted to kill the shopkeeper's entire family. The moment he arrived, he heard an arrogant voice. Fuck, I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. I said I'll owe you first, so I'll owe you first. It's not like I won't pay you back, so why are you still not agreeing? You're looking for death, who can you blame? An arrogant voice sounded. Get lost. If you don't get lost, I'll kill you too. A deep voice rang out. It must have been Huang Ku's servant. Move aside, the law enforcement army is handling this matter, move aside. The black gorilla man roared and the crowd made way for Lu Ming to walk over. A white-haired old man was lying on the ground, no longer breathing. Beside the old man's corpse stood a young man in luxurious clothes. His eyes were cold and his face was cold and arrogant. Chapter 1100 Punitive Expedition. This young man was Huang Ku. Behind Huang Ku, there was a burly man. At this moment, Huang Ku also saw Lu Ming and the rest. However, he did not show any fear. Instead, he sneered. What's going on? Lu Ming walked over and asked with a frown. So it's the law enforcement army. This person offended me and was beheaded by me. You can collect his body. Huang Ku put her hands behind her back and glanced at Lu Ming casually. You killed him? This person was running a shop in the holy city and was under the protection of the law enforcement army. Why did you kill him? Come with us to the law enforcement hall and give us a good explanation. Lu Ming said coldly. What did you just say? You want to take me to the law enforcement hall? Huang Ku almost burst out laughing as if she had heard a very funny joke. She looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. On the side, the others were in a similar situation. The law enforcement hall dared to arrest Huang Ku? The Huang family was a big force in the sacred city. Now the law enforcement army was useless. Did they really dare to take Huang Ku down? Nonsense. Tai Xing, take him down. Lu Ming shouted. Tai Xing was the name of the black gorilla man. This The black gorilla man revealed a difficult expression. "Commander, it's not good to offend this Huang Ku." Tai Xing whispered in Lu Ming's ear. If you guys don't do it, I'll do it myself." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and he stepped forward. "You dare?" Huang Ku shouted. "Why wouldn't I?" Lu Ming sneered. "A mere law enforcement soldier. He's looking for death. Kill him." With a wave of Huang Ku's hand, the burly man behind him stepped forward. A violent aura burst forth, the aura of the 8th-level spirit embryo realm. "Go to hell!" The burly man bellowed with cold killing intent. He unsheathed his saber and slashed at Lu Ming's neck. "You want to kill me?" Lu Ming took a step forward and slapped. The space rumbled and the terrifying power broke through all of the burly man's defenses. A palm hit the burly man's chest, directly blasting a big hole in it. He let out a miserable scream and died with an incredulous expression. Even until his death, he still could not believe that the law enforcement army's trash had actually become so overbearing. "You dare to?" Huang Ku was so frightened that her face turned pale. She shivered and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. "If you want to kill me, you have to be killed by me. You asked him to kill me, so I'll cripple you first." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. "No, don't." Huang Ku was extremely frightened. Whoosh! Lu Ming flicked his fingers and a spear ray shot out, crippling Huang Ku's cultivation. "Ah, you've destroyed my cultivation. I want you to die a horrible death." Huang Ku let out a shrill scream. On the side, the others were extremely shocked. This law enforcement army was completely different from the past. They were actually so ruthless and decisive. However, there were also many people secretly clapping their hands. Huang Ku had finally gotten his retribution for all the evil he had done by relying on his family's power. However, this law enforcement army was going to be in trouble soon, and the Huang family would not let this go. This. Behind Lu Ming, Tai Xing and the rest widened their eyes. They were at a loss. Although doing this made them feel very good and comfortable, now they were comfortable, but what would the consequences be? After crippling Huang Ku, the Huang family would probably go crazy. Lu Ming pulled Huang Ku's and the burly man's storage rings over and handed them to the two women. The old man and the young man were obviously the shopkeeper's family members. The two of them cried bitterly and looked helpless. "Take these 2 storage rings and leave the holy city. Go live elsewhere," Lu Ming said as he handed the storage ring to the two of them. "Thank you, my lord." The two of them thanked him repeatedly and quickly left the city. "Tai Xing, bring this piece of trash back to the law enforcement hall," Lu Ming instructed, then turned around and headed to the law enforcement hall. Tai Xing and the others looked at each other. In the end, they gritted their teeth, picked up Huang Ku, and rushed back to the law enforcement hall. On the way, Huang Ku cried and cried, attracting the attention of many people. There's going to be a good show. The Huang clan will definitely fly into a rage and kill their way to the law enforcement hall. They probably won't attack the law enforcement army directly, but they'll put pressure on the higher-ups of the law enforcement army before attacking the law enforcement hall. Let's go and take a look. Let's go and take a look. Along the way, a large group of people followed behind Lu Ming and the rest as they headed to the law enforcement hall. Not long after, Lu Ming and the rest returned to the law enforcement hall. When the remaining law enforcement soldiers in the law enforcement hall saw this scene and heard what had happened, all of them were so scared that their faces turned pale. They were finished this time. How were they going to deal with the other party's experts when they came to kill them? "Forget it, I can't hide, I'll go all out. But I'm still fucking happy." "That's true, huh?" The other members of the law enforcement hall were discussing in hushed voices. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest, waiting quietly. Meanwhile, the sky around the law enforcement hall was filled with people. Some were waiting quietly, while others were gloating. Time slowly passed. 2 hours later. "The Huang family is here," someone shouted. "Buzz." At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at the sky. A total of 3 people stepped through the air. The 2 old men's clothes were very similar to Huang Ku's, so they should be experts of the Huang family. There was also a middle-aged man who was actually wearing the uniform of the law enforcement hall. "It's the Lord Commander." Tai Xing's expression changed as he whispered into Lu Ming's ear. His so-called Lord Commander was the commander of the law enforcement army, commanding all the existing law enforcement troops in the Holy City. The law enforcement army's commander's face was as black as a pot. He looked at Lu Ming and chided, "Minglu, why don't you release young Master Huang Ku?" The law enforcement army's commander was in a bad mood. He was extremely upset, especially when he looked at Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming not know the current situation of the law enforcement army? Not only did he not apologize to the other party, but he also killed the Huang family's guards and crippled Huang Ku's cultivation. It would be strange if the Huang family didn't fly into a rage. The other party's spirit god powerhouse had come to him directly to put pressure on him. Release him? Commander, this man killed a shopkeeper on the street. The shopkeeper had to be protected by the ancient Saint dynasty if he was doing business in the Saint City. Otherwise, who would dare to do business in the Saint City in the future? I'm doing this impartially, why should I let him go? Lu Ming sneered in response. The other people from the law enforcement hall behind him were secretly worried for Lu Ming. The commander of the law enforcement army was a spiritual god powerhouse. Lu Ming actually dared to speak to a spiritual god powerhouse in this manner. As expected, Lu Ming's words made the commander of the law enforcement hall's face turn even gloomier. However, he could not find any words to refute. It was because Lu Ming was doing the right thing. Lu Ming was carrying out the duties of the law enforcement hall. As the commander of the law enforcement army, how could he refute that? Commander Chen, it seems like your subordinate doesn't listen to you at all. In that case, let me do it myself. I'll cripple this person's cultivation and bring him back to the Huang family to deal with him. An old man from the Huang family said indifferently. A killing intent flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1101 Apologize. First level of spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. This elder from the Huang family had a cultivation of the first level of the spiritual god realm. Beside him was another elder from the Huang family, whose cultivation was even worse, only at the perfected spirit embryo realm. However, this person's aura was powerful and far beyond that of an ordinary Great Circle spirit embryo. Lu Ming speculated that this person must have awakened a divine-level bloodline but had not broken through to the spiritual god realm. He was at the level of an old monster and his combat strength was much stronger than an ordinary Great Circle spirit embryo. Bang! Lu Ming stepped on Huang Ku's face directly, making Huang Ku scream like a pig being slaughtered. How dare you! You even threatened to cripple me, the commander of the law enforcement army, in the law enforcement hall. You're simply disgraceful and should be killed. Lu Ming shouted and glared at him. With his full beard, he looked very righteous. He exerted force on his feet, causing Huang Ku's face to rub against the ground. Ah, forefather, save me. Huang Ku screamed in pain. Audacious evil beast, you're looking for death. The perfected spirit embryo elder from the Huang family shouted and took a step forward. His aura was violent and formed a huge palm that pressed down on Lu Ming. Not good, it's an old monster with a perfect spirit embryo. The expressions of Tai Xing and the others changed drastically. Tai Xing was also at the Great Circle of the spirit embryo realm, but compared to this Great Circle of the spirit embryo realm who had awakened a divine-level bloodline, there was a huge difference in battle prowess. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. He clenched his palm into a claw and clawed upward. With a poof, the elder's condensed palm instantly crumbled. Lu Ming's claw formed from essential core did not stop and clawed at the elder at an unbelievable speed. He caught the elder in his hand in an instant. Break! The elder's expression changed drastically. His divine-level bloodline appeared and he used the fusion of his bloodlines to release a violent attack. He wanted to break through Lu Ming's true essence claw. Unfortunately, it did not move at all. "Get down here. Let's go," Lu Ming shouted. He pulled the elder down from the air and smashed him on the ground. Boom! The ground shook and the elder screamed in pain. His protective true vitality was shattered by Lu Ming's attack. His bones were cracking and many of them were broken. He lay there screaming like a dead dog. The surrounding onlookers, including the other people of the law enforcement hall, were all dumbfounded and looked at this scene in disbelief. Especially those onlookers, they were swallowing their saliva like crazy. This law enforcement hall's commander was too awesome. First of all, his battle prowess had exceeded everyone's expectations. An old monster with a perfect spirit embryo realm was dragged down from the air with a single move and smashed into the ground, half dead. This kind of battle prowess could be said to be astonishing. Secondly, this commander was too bold. Not only did he cripple Huang Ku, but he also beat up an elder of the Huang family. He would definitely face the anger of a spirit god expert next. "Evil creature, you're looking for death." Sure enough, the spirit god expert from the Huang family was furious. He roared and a terrifying aura burst out. A pressure as deep as the ocean filled the entire area. Many people's expressions changed drastically and they retreated. The pressure formed by a spirit god expert was too strong and absolutely terrifying. "Die!" The spiritual god of the Huang family shouted and pointed out a finger. Wherever the finger passed, a yellow light burst out, twisting the space like a wave and finally tearing it apart. Whoosh! A terrifying finger force was pointed at Lu Ming's glabella. This overpowered commander is finished. Such a thought flashed through everyone's mind. Boom! Just as this sentence flashed across everyone's minds, Lu Ming threw a punch at the sky. A fist ray soared into the sky and collided with the finger force. With a huge boom, the finger force and the fist ray disappeared at the same time. What? He blocked the spiritual god's attack. Cries of disbelief came from all around. Lu Ming's combat strength had once again exceeded everyone's expectations. He had actually blocked the spiritual god's attack. The eyes of the law enforcement hall's commander flickered. He was extremely surprised. As far as he knew, Ming Lu was sent to the law enforcement army by the 8th Prince because he had offended the 8th Prince. He had received news that this man's combat strength was only slightly stronger than the 8th Prince's. He had recklessly injured the 8th Prince when they were sparring, so no matter how strong he was, there was a limit to his combat strength. He did not expect that he could actually block the attack of the spirit god. It seems like this person has been hiding his strength. The commander-in-chief of the law enforcement army thought to himself. A murderous glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. His gaze was like two dazzling spears of light that pierced towards the Huang family elder. He said coldly, "It seems like you want to be like him." The him that Lu Ming was referring to was the old man with a perfected spirit embryo. At this moment, the spiritual god of the Huang family could not help but feel nervous. At this moment, he could actually feel a terrifying pressure from Lu Ming. It was as if he was facing a terrifying beast that could tear him into pieces if it went crazy. This feeling made him panic. "What do you want?" The spiritual god of the Huang family said with an ugly expression. "Apologize in public and admit your mistakes." Lu Ming said. "Don't even think about it. Don't go too far. If you let him go now, I won't pursue the matter." The spiritual god of the Huang family's face turned ugly, but he had already given in by saying so. Lu Ming sneered. "This man killed the shopkeeper for no reason. I'm the commander of the law enforcement army and I enforce the law on behalf of the sacred emperor. How dare you come to the law enforcement hall? Do you have no respect for the ancient Saint dynasty, the royal family, and the Xie family? Do you want to overturn the heavens? And you, as the commander of the law enforcement hall, not only did you not enforce the law impartially, but you also helped the other party to bully the law enforcement hall. It seems that you don't put the imperial family in your eyes at all." Lu Ming's every word struck the heart. The Huang family's spirit god and the commander of the law enforcement hall had a drastic change in their expressions. Lu Ming was pulling the wool over their eyes and giving them a big hat. However, this was too heavy a burden for them to bear. There were so many people here today. If Lu Ming's words were to reach the ears of the imperial family or even the sage emperor, they would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Although the law enforcement hall existed in name only and no one really took it to heart, in essence, the law enforcement hall was still the law enforcement hall. Before the law enforcement army was disbanded, its significance was the same as it was 30,000 years ago, and it had the power to enforce the law in the world. In fact, the other people of the law enforcement hall could also put such a label on others, because once this matter was blown up, the imperial family would definitely intervene. However, the prerequisite was that one had to be strong. Take Lu Ming for example. If he was not powerful enough, he would be killed by the Huang family's expert with one slap. He would not even have the chance to pin the blame on him. However, it was different now. Since Lu Ming had already spoken and pinned the blame on them, if they continued to attack, they would have proven Lu Ming's words of not taking the royal family and the Xie family seriously. In the future, the royal family and the Xie family would definitely take action. Otherwise, where would he put his face? Damn it. The spirit god of the Huang family and the commander-in-chief of the law enforcement army gritted their teeth, but they were helpless. All right, this matter is my Huang family's fault. I apologize. In the future, I will definitely warn the disciples of the Huang family to follow the rules of the law enforcement army. The Huang family's spiritual god had no choice but to apologize. Then, he looked at Huang Ku and asked him to apologize. Huang Ku was extremely unwilling, but in the end, she could only apologize. World-shaking news. Get lost. Lu Ming picked up Huang Ku and threw her to the Huang family's spiritual god as if he was throwing garbage. The Huang family's spirit god's expression was extremely cold. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the old man with a perfect spirit embryo, leaving without looking back. Today, the Huang family had completely lost face. The commander of the law enforcement army snorted and left. The surrounding people looked at each other in disbelief. They had originally thought that this commander would be dead for sure since the Huang family had launched a large-scale attack. However, they didn't expect that even though the experts of the Huang family had come, they had returned with dejected faces. As for this commander, he hadn't even suffered a single injury. This was beyond everyone's expectations. This commander of the law enforcement army is really awesome. He's really awesome. He's the most awesome law enforcement army commander I've ever seen. The crowd was in a heated discussion. The people from the law enforcement army were also at a loss for words. They didn't expect the final result to be like this. But it felt great. The eyes of the 80 or 90 law enforcement soldiers lit up. They felt extremely comfortable. As for Lu Ming, he was full of admiration. The mighty commander. Tai Xing roared. All right, cut the crap and get to work. Lu Ming waved his hands and went back to his room. The crowd dispersed, but the news of an impressive commander in the law enforcement army spread like a whirlwind. It gave everyone another topic to talk about besides cultivating. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in the law enforcement army for half a month. In the past half a month, other than cultivating, Lu Ming had been strolling around the holy city. Of course, he wasn't really wandering around. He was just loitering outside the palace to see if he could find an opportunity to slip in. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. There were too many terrifying existences in the imperial palace. He had once sensed carefully and discovered that there were many terrifying existences in the imperial palace that could easily kill him. There were even some auras that were extremely terrifying, just like the aura of the Supreme Being. They were definitely at the Supreme Being level. Lu Ming could sense more than 10 auras like this. This was what Lu Ming sensed. There must be something that he did not sense. Even though the ancient Saint dynasty was weak, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The ancient Saint dynasty was still the most powerful overlord force in the central continent. This was normal. If they weren't strong, they would have been destroyed by the other overlord forces. Many overlord forces were eyeing them covetously. In the past half a month, more and more people had come to the sacred city. The million-year national sacrifice of the ancient Saint dynasty was getting closer and closer. However, due to the incident with the Huang family, some small forces would not be too presumptuous. In the area under Lu Ming's jurisdiction, there were no major events. On this day, a shocking piece of news spread in the sacred city. The sage emperor intended to choose a husband for one of the princesses in this 1 million-year national sacrifice, and he wanted to choose one of the heroes of the younger generation. The news was like an earthquake, shaking the sacred city and shocking countless people. The current sage emperor had a total of 16 children. There were 13 princes and only 3 princesses. However, the 13 princes were completely suppressed by the 3 princesses. This was because 2 of the 3 princesses were famous throughout the world. They were simply too outstanding. Xian Yanjuan, one of the 5 young tycoons of Central Continent, was also one of the 5 great beauties of Central Continent. There was also a princess named Xian Yanli. She was also one of the 5 beauties of the Central Continent. Although her martial arts talent was slightly inferior to Xian Yanjuan's, she was also a second-grade heaven's favorite. She was as famous as goddess Tan Xiang. These 2 princesses were simply too outstanding, making countless people envious. It was said that there was also a princess who was the youngest of all the princes and princesses. She was also peerless in her beauty and temperament. She was not inferior to the other 2 princesses at all. Even her martial arts talent was shocking, but not many people had seen her before. That was because the princess was an anomaly in the royal Xie family. The word variant was a taboo word in the royal Xie family. The royal Xie family had declined because of a variant. Which princess was he looking for? Everyone was extremely curious. However, no matter which princess it was, many young geniuses from the major forces were tempted. After that, all the major forces sent people to investigate and verify the authenticity of the news. Lu Ming was shocked when he heard this piece of news. Who was the one choosing a husband for the princess? Lu Ming was filled with worry. He was afraid that it was Xian Yanqing. 3 days later, even more shocking news spread. The current sage emperor had personally spoken, ordering people to spread the news. It was true that he was choosing a husband for a princess. This princess was Xian Yanlin. On top of that, there would be a competition between the young geniuses on the day of the million-year national sacrifice. The winner would become Xian Yanlin's husband and enter the ancient Saint Emperor's palace to cultivate. The second and third place winners would be able to propose a condition to the sage emperor, which the sage emperor would try his best to fulfill. At the same time, they would be able to enter the ancient hall for comprehension. As for those ranked 4th to 10th, they would be able to enter the ancient Saint Emperor's hall to cultivate. Once the news was out, the sacred city was shaken and countless people were shocked. At the same time, the news spread like a whirlwind to the central continent and even the 4 other territories. Countless young heaven's favorites were shocked and revealed a fiery glow. There were some geniuses who were not interested in first place and being able to marry a princess. They were interested in one of the conditions the Saint Emperor had set for them, which was to enter the Saint Emperor's ancient palace to cultivate. The sage emperor was an emperor, so there was no need to mention the value of his condition. The Saint Emperor's ancient palace was a holy land for cultivation. It was said that the ancient Saint dynasty's Saint Emperors' comprehensions were contained within. If one could comprehend them and gain something, it would be extremely useful for breaking through to the emperor level. The Xie clan of the ancient Saint dynasty had a legacy that had lasted for millions of years. They had produced many emperors throughout the generations, and this was why they had remained so powerful. Some people said that this had something to do with the ancient Saint Emperor Palace. This made the heaven's favorites who were interested in the emperor's path extremely excited. After confirming the news, they all rushed to the sacred city. Lu Ming heaved a huge sigh of relief when he heard that. That princess was not Xian Yanqing. But at the same time, Lu Ming was extremely tempted. He wasn't interested in Xian Yanlin, nor was he interested in entering the Saint Emperor's ancient hall. He was interested in one of the Saint Emperor's conditions. If he could get second or third place, he would be able to make a request to the Sage Emperor to let Xian Yanqing go. At the thought of this, Lu Ming had already decided to participate in the competition. This news caused chaos in the ancient Saint dynasty and became the top topic of discussion. This news was discussed every day. Many people were also secretly guessing why the Sage Emperor would do this. However, it wasn't hard for those with foresight to guess that the royal family and the Xie family wanted to use this method to strengthen the royal family's strength. The Heaven's Pride expert who could get first place and marry Princess Xian Yanlin must be from a powerful force. This way, the imperial family's strength would be increased through marriage. At the same time, by opening up the Saint Emperor Ancient Palace, they could also befriend those geniuses and the overlords. This was something that they had no choice but to do. From this, one could see how weak the Xie clan of the ancient Saint dynasty was. The chaotic heaven's divine warrior. In the hustle and bustle, time passed day by day. The sacred city was even more lively, and there were more and more people. However, Lu Ming's days did not change. Other than cultivating, he would bring his people to stroll around the holy city. This mansion is so strange. It's covered in dust, but it's sealed by a large array of inscriptions. In the northeast of the holy city, Lu Ming led his group for a stroll and came to a huge mansion. This mansion was very old and majestic. It occupied a large area, but it was obviously uninhabited and sealed by a large formation. This was rare in the holy city. Lord, lower your voice. This mansion is a taboo. On the side, Sun Lin's face was solemn as he whispered, as if it was a taboo. Forbidden? I'm curious, tell me about it. Lu Ming asked curiously. This? Sun Lin hesitated and stammered. Speak. Lu Ming's face darkened. All right, Commander, I'll tell you through voice transmission. This is because this mansion is the mansion of the chaotic heaven's divine warrior, Xiel Wan. Sun Lin sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Xiel Wan, the divine warrior of the chaotic heavens? The chaotic heavens divine warrior who caused the chaos in the ancient Saint dynasty 30,000 years ago? Lu Ming was shocked. That's right, it's the chaotic heavens divine warrior's mansion. Sun Lin said. Oh, Sun Lin, you seem to know a lot about the chaotic heavens divine emperor. Then do you know why he betrayed the imperial family and the Xie clan? Lu Ming asked. Yes. Lord Commander, I've also read about it in an ancient book by chance. It said that Xiel Wan, the chaotic heavens divine warrior, is an anomaly in the Xie family. The royal Xie family has a noble bloodline, and the bloodline that they awaken is pure and holy. However, there is a very small chance that someone will awaken a bloodline that is completely different from others. It's the complete opposite, an extremely dark bloodline. Such a person is called an anomaly by the royal Xie family, and will be looked down upon and ridiculed. When the chaotic sky sovereign was young, he grew up in all kinds of mockery and bullying, so he was filled with hatred towards the royal Xie family. However, the chaotic sky sovereign's talent was terrifyingly strong. The more bloodlines he awakened, the more terrifying his talent became. He was simply unparalleled in the world, so he was later valued by the royal Xie family and entrusted with an important task. After that, the chaotic heavens divine warrior even broke through to the divine realm. His combat strength was extremely terrifying, and he was able to suppress the other divine warriors. At that time, the chaotic heavens divine warrior finally erupted. He led his subordinates and started a rebellion. They fought the royal family and the Xie family until the heavens and earth fell. Although the chaotic heavens divine warrior was suppressed in the end, the ancient Saint dynasty suffered great losses in that battle. Countless spirit gods and supreme beings died, and even many divine warriors died. From then on, their strength was greatly weakened, and the other forces took the opportunity to split up, to form the current situation. Sun Lin told Lu Ming about the records he had read. Lu Ming was deep in thought. The experience of the chaotic heaven's divine warrior was so similar to that of Xian Yanqing. The bloodline that he awakened was called an anomaly by the royal Xie family. It was just a bloodline, yet he treated it like this. It was simply ridiculous. Xie Luan, the sovereign of the chaotic heavens, had unparalleled talent. If no one had laughed at him or humiliated him when he was young, why would he have rebelled after he had become powerful? If not for the betrayal, the Xie family of the ancient Saint dynasty would not have ended up where they were today. I've heard that the current 16th princess has also awakened a mutated bloodline. Sigh, what a pity. The other members of the royal family have always looked down on mutated bloodlines. After the incident with the chaotic Sky Emperor, the fate of those with mutated bloodlines has become even worse. Before the appearance of the chaotic heavens divine warrior, if any of the royal family's variant bloodlines revealed their supreme talent, the royal family would still nurture them, just like the chaotic heavens divine warrior. However, after the chaotic heavens divine warrior appeared, any of the variant bloodlines would be directly suppressed. The stronger the talent, the more they would have to suppress it. It's simply a taboo, because they're afraid that another figure like the chaotic heavens divine warrior would appear. Sun Lin continued. Gotcha. Lu Ming could not help but clench his fists. No matter what, he had to save Xian Yanqing. No matter how difficult it was, he had to go through it. Thereafter, Lu Ming left the place and did not ask further. Time passed, and soon, there was still half a month to go before the million-year national sacrifice. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's cultivation had also progressed and he had reached the middle stage of the second level of the spiritual god realm. It's too slow. It's too slow to rely on absorbing spiritual energy to improve cultivation. Lu Ming sighed. However, he had no choice. He did not have many raw gemstones on him. The amount of raw gemstones he needed to increase his cultivation in the spiritual god realm was simply terrifying. However, the will of heaven and earth and the will of water had broken through and reached the fourth level lower tier. Now, only the will of earth had not broken through to the fourth level lower tier. On this day, Lu Ming had just ended his cultivation and was about to go out for a walk when someone came to inform him that something had happened. Someone had killed someone on the street and the battle was still ongoing. Who is it? Lu Ming asked. I heard that he's a disciple of the heavenly martial sword faction. Tai Xing replied with an ugly expression. The heavenly martial sword faction was an overlord force, and an extremely powerful one at that. What should he do now? They knew that as the various overlords gathered in the sacred city, something would happen. What do we do? Of course, we'll handle it fairly. Lu Ming said. Fair and just? Commander, the other party is the heavenly martial sword school. Tai Xing called out worriedly. What's wrong with the heavenly martial sword sect? Don't forget, this is the holy city, not the heavenly martial sword faction. You guys follow me. Lu Ming shouted coldly and strode out. The others had no choice but to follow. They stepped on the air and flew, and soon arrived at the scene of the incident, outside a restaurant. At this moment, the restaurant was already surrounded by people. Lu Ming appeared in the sky and looked down. On the street, there were two people lying on the ground, blood flowing all over the ground. Their throats had been slit by a sword, and they had long since stopped breathing. On the other side of the two corpses, the battle was still going on. 3 white-robed disciples of the heavenly martial sword faction were attacking 3 people. An old man and 2 young men and women. However, these 3 people were no match for the 3 disciples of the heavenly martial sword faction. The 3 Sky Martial Sword faction disciples were all 5th-level Spirit Embryo Realm experts. They were very young and belonged to the younger generation. To have such a cultivation at this age, he was obviously one of the top geniuses of the heavenly martial sword sect. As for the old man and the 2 young ones, the old man's cultivation was at the 7th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm, But the young man and woman's cultivation was only at the first or second level of the spirit embryo realm. The difference was too great. Although the old man's cultivation was profound, the three disciples of the heavenly martial sword faction were all top-notch Heaven's Pride experts. It was common for them to fight above their level. They completely suppressed the old man and didn't have the power to fight back. Hee, you're really looking for death. How dare you talk about the heavenly martial sword sect behind our backs? One of the disciples of the heavenly martial sword faction sneered. Your heavenly martial sword sect is too overbearing. You don't even allow others to chat? Wu Chengkong and the others were killed by Lu Shaoqing in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion of the Tianxia Academy. It's a fact that the whole world knows. Are you going to kill everyone in the world? The young woman said stubbornly. Directly suppressed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. From the simple conversation between the two of them, it was not difficult to guess what had happened. It must be the young woman and the others talking about what had happened in the Tianxia Academy and the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. In the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, the two strongest Heaven's favorites of the previous generation of the heavenly martial sword sect were killed by Lu Ming. The two strongest Heaven's favorites of this generation were also killed by Lu Ming. They were lucky to survive because of the life talisman. This matter had already spread far and wide, and Lu Shaoqing's name had shaken the entire central continent. The young woman must have been talking about this matter, and if the disciples of the heavenly martial sword sect heard it, they would naturally take action. Shut up. How dare you bring this up again? Who knows what kind of despicable methods Lu Shaoqing used to harm the senior brothers of the heavenly martial sword sect? How dare you all spout nonsense here? You're courting death. Kill. A few disciples of the heavenly martial sword faction shouted, and their attacks became even more violent. Stop. The law enforcement army is here. Lu Ming stepped on the air and shouted. The three disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction turned to look at Lu Ming, their eyes full of contempt. The heavenly martial sword sect is handling matters. Unrelated people, get lost. A disciple of the heavenly martial sword faction shouted coldly. He was extremely domineering. They didn't even care about the law enforcement army. It's that awesome commander of the law enforcement army. Does he dare to touch the disciples of the heavenly sword faction? That's impossible. No matter how powerful he is, he might be able to deal with a small force like the Huang family. However, this is the heavenly martial sword faction, a top overlord force. Unless he has a death wish, he would never dare to touch a disciple of the heavenly martial sword faction. That's right. Didn't you see that the disciples of the heavenly sword faction didn't even care about him? At that moment, many people in the crowd recognized Lu Ming. However, no one thought that he would dare to touch the disciples of the heaven martial sword faction. A small law enforcement army dared to touch a disciple of the heavenly sword faction? Wasn't that looking for death? Kill. The three heaven martial sword faction disciples ignored Lu Ming and attacked more and more fiercely. Their sword chi was like a rainbow, and the 7th level spirit embryo realm elder was at a complete disadvantage. He couldn't resist at all, and his chest was slashed by a sword light. A deep sword mark appeared, almost splitting him in half, and blood flowed out. Young lady, young master, leave quickly. The old man roared and exploded with all his might, trying to get the young man and woman to leave. Leave? Today, none of you will be able to leave. If you dare to spread rumors about my heavenly sword sect, you will all be killed. A disciple of the heavenly martial sword faction shouted coldly. His figure flashed, and like a sword light, he bypassed the old man and attacked the young woman. No! The old man roared, but he couldn't even save himself, so how could he help? The young woman's face was as white as snow. She was only at the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm, while the other party was at the 5th level of the spirit embryo realm. In addition, he was a heaven's favorite with powerful combat strength. She couldn't block him at all. Die! The disciple of the heavenly martial sword faction had a ferocious look in his eyes. His sword light was like lightning as it slashed towards the young woman. However, the sword light stopped halfway. Because the wrist of the person holding the sword was caught, the sword of the heavenly martial sword school disciple could no longer cut down. The person who grabbed his wrist was naturally Lu Ming. At the critical moment, Lu Ming appeared in front of the young woman and blocked the sword of the disciple of the Sky Martial Sword School. When he saw that it was Lu Ming, the disciple's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He shouted, "How dare you, a mere law enforcement soldier, interfere with my attack? I'll kill you as well." With a burst of vital essence, the sword chi from the disciple of the heavenly martial sword faction whistled. He pointed his fingers at Lu Ming's throat like a sword. Bang! Lu Ming kicked the disciple's stomach. The disciple screamed and his body flew dozens of meters away. He fell heavily on the ground. "You dare to fight back?" The disciple of the Sky Martial Sword faction shouted in disbelief. Lu Ming actually dared to hit him? He was a disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. "Idiot!" Lu Ming said faintly. This person wanted to kill him just now. Wasn't it normal for him to retaliate? Could it be that this disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction was so superior that no one would dare to fight back when he killed them? Was his head kicked by a donkey? At this moment, the other two disciples of the Heaven Martial Sword faction stopped their attacks and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. A mere law enforcement army, an ant-like thing, actually dared to beat up a disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction? They had yet to recover from their shock. The surrounding onlookers were also dumbfounded. After a long time, someone finally reacted. "Whoa, this awesome commander is really awesome. He even dared to beat up the disciples of the Heavenly Sword faction. That's right. This is beyond my expectations. He's too bold." "He's bold, but he's brainless. How should he deal with the aftermath?" Lu Ming's action caused a wave of discussion as it really shocked everyone. Previously, no one had thought that Lu Ming would dare to make a move. However, the truth was beyond their expectations. "Brat, you're looking for death." At this moment, the other two disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction finally reacted. One of them shouted and became one with his sword, turning into a sharp sword light and charging toward Lu Ming, trying to kill him with one strike. Bang! However, he was met with Lu Ming's kick. This kick was the same as the previous one. It landed on his stomach. Fast, accurate, and ruthless, the disciple let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying far away. He fell beside the previous disciple and also fell flat on his face. The two of them were in the same position. The crowd gasped. Lu Ming was really audacious. If he had accidentally hit the disciple of the Heaven Martial Sword faction just now, it was completely intentional. He was not afraid of the disciple at all. In the crowd, the law enforcement soldiers who came with Lu Ming broke out in cold sweat. They had caused a huge mess. They sighed in their hearts. The remaining disciple of the Sky Martial Sword faction was shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. With just a simple move, he had killed a fellow disciple who had a similar combat strength to him. He did not dare to make a move at all. "Kid, how dare you hit the Heaven's favorite of the Heavenly Sword faction? You're dead. Not only you, but the force behind you and your family are all dead. They'll all be annihilated. Just you wait. You're just a mere law enforcement army, you lowly thing. Just you wait." The remaining disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction shouted ferociously, then turned around and wanted to leave. "Did I let you go?" Lu Ming said calmly. The disciple of the Sky Martial Sword faction froze. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "What do you mean by that?" He was about to leave and Lu Ming still wanted to pursue the matter. "Nonsense, you want to just walk away after killing someone in my territory? Who do you think I am? What's the law enforcement army?" Lu Ming shouted and stepped forward. "Don't come over. I'm telling you, you're dead." The remaining disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction shouted. However, when they saw Lu Ming approaching them, they were so frightened that they trembled all over and could not even speak properly. "Who?" Lu Ming kicked him directly. Crown of the Phoenix. If Lu Shaoqing can do it, so can I. This kick was as fast as lightning. Before the other party could react, Lu Ming had already kicked him in the stomach. He flew out screaming and lined up with the other two people before him. He lay there looking like a dog eating shit. "Ah, you bastard! You're dead. The elder of the Heavenly Sword faction and Wu Qingkong and Wu Zong are here. They're not far away. The news will spread soon. You're dead." One of the disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction shouted and threatened Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming strode over and left a footprint on his face, causing his face to rub against the ground. Wu Qingkong and Wu Zong? They were killed by Lu Shaoqing in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. If not for the Destiny Talisman, they would have died long ago. I'll wait here for these two pieces of trash to come. If Lu Shaoqing can kill them, I can kill them too. Lu Ming lowered his head and looked down at the three disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction. His cold voice spread throughout the entire area. Everyone was stunned. This commander was too awesome. He was actually waiting for Wu Qingkong and Wu Zong to kill the elites like Lu Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing was a peerless heaven's favorite, an existence comparable to the five magnates. How could you, the law enforcement army, compare to him? However, he had to admire Lu Ming's courage. Lu Ming stepped on the face of the disciple of the Sky Martial Sword faction and waited. The other two disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction lay there, not daring to say a word for fear of being trampled on. However, they hated Lu Ming to the core and wished they could tear him into pieces. Tai Xing and the others broke out in cold sweat. Tai Xing quietly walked to Lu Ming's side and said, "Commander, wasn't this too much? What if the experts from the Sky Martial Sword faction come? What are you afraid of? We're from the Law Enforcement Hall, and we enforce the law on behalf of the Sage Emperor. What's there to be afraid of?" Lu Ming said casually. Tai Xing and the rest were speechless. They could only brace themselves ears and wait with Lu Ming. What happened here also spread like a whirlwind. What? There was such a thing? There's such an awesome commander, let's go and take a look. When many people heard the news, they didn't believe it at first. Then, they were extremely curious and wanted to go and see. Many disciples and geniuses of the Overlord forces were shocked when they heard the news. In the past few years, the power of the royal family had been deteriorating, and the law enforcement army was like an empty name. The geniuses and disciples of the Overlord forces could do whatever they wanted in the Holy City. The law enforcement army did not dare to control them and tried to curry favor with them. Now, someone actually dared to beat up the Heaven's Martial Sword School's prodigy. This piqued the curiosity of many people, and they all rushed over to watch. In the 8th Prince's residence, Xie Zhen was drinking tea in the courtyard when Shi Jing rushed in. "Guard Shi, what's the rush?" Xie Zhen asked. "8th Prince, it's about that Ming Lu." Shi Jing said. "Oh, that blind guy, is he dead? Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to live on. You dare to injure this prince, you really don't have eyes, you dog." Xie Zhen took a sip of tea and slowly said, "He's not dead. That guy is really audacious. Huang Ku from the Huang family killed someone some time ago, and he actually crippled Huang Ku's cultivation." Shi Jing answered. "He destroyed Huang Ku's cultivation? The Huang family didn't come to kill that Ming Lu?" Xie Zhen asked curiously. Of course they went. A spirit god expert, an old monster with a perfect spirit embryo, and even the commander of the law enforcement army. Shi Jing said. "Oh, in that case, is Ming Lu still alive?" Xie Zhen was a little curious. In his opinion, in such a situation, Ming Lu should have been killed by the Huang family's spiritual god. No, that Ming Lu's combat strength is astonishing. He was actually able to block the spiritual god's attack and even used the carelessness of a saint emperor. Shi Jing briefly explained what happened last time. Damn it, this Ming Lu actually has such a cultivation, and he even used the name of my imperial family. He's lucky to have escaped this disaster. After Xie Zhen heard this, His expression turned ugly and he was very unhappy. You just rushed here and said it was because of Minglu. What happened to him? He's dead for sure this time. He actually beat up a disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. Shizheng told him about how Lu Ming had injured the disciples of the Heavenly Sword faction and how he was now waiting for the experts of the faction. This Minglu is really bold. Let's see how he dies this time. Let's go, we can't miss such a good show. Let's go and take a look. Xiezhen got up excitedly and rushed over with Shizheng. In the northeast of the sacred city, in front of the restaurant, Lu Ming was stepping on the face of a disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction, waiting quietly. In the sky, more and more people came, filling the sky. Wu Tsang is here. A loud cry rang out, shaking the entire place. In one direction, many people opened up a path. In the sky over there, two figures stepped through the air. One of them was the second-grade heaven's favorite of the Heavenly Sword faction, Wu Tsang. Shi Fang was following behind Wu Tsang. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Then he realized that Shi Fang must have informed Wu Tsang. In fact, it was true. The moment Shi Fang heard that Lu Ming had injured a disciple of the Heavenly Sword faction, he knew that his chance had come. He had always wanted to befriend a heaven's favorite like Wu Tsang, but he never had the chance. Now, the chance to please him had come. Without hesitation, he rushed to Wu Tsang's residence and passed on the news to him. As expected, Wu Tsang was furious and came to kill him. Wu Tsang walked very slowly, one step at a time. With every step he took, the sky buzzed and shook as if it couldn't withstand Wu Tsang's anger. Wu Tsang's eyes were filled with killing intent and his voice was cold. Bastards of the law enforcement hall, how dare you injure the disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction? Good, very good. You're alone? What about Wu Chenko? I heard that you and your senior brother were beaten up by Lu Shaoqing. I'm going to learn from Lu Shaoqing and beat you up. It's a pity that you're the only one. Lu Ming cast a casual glance at Wu Tsang and said indifferently. The crowd was stunned. This commander was too awesome, right? Was Wu Tsang not enough? He wanted to learn from Lu Shaoqing and beat up Wu Qingkong and Wu Tsang? Who did he think he was? Wu Tsang was a second-class world and was famous all over the world. His cultivation had already reached the spiritual god realm. Such a heaven's pride expert's combat strength was not something that ordinary spiritual god realm powerhouses could compare to. Back then, Lu Ming was able to block a move from the Huang family's spiritual god. Did he really think that he could compete with such a heaven's pride expert? He was too naive. Many people shook their heads, thinking that this overpowered commander would die today. Tai Xing and the rest had ugly expressions on their faces. They did not dare to say a word and could only stand behind Lu Ming with gritted teeth. He had no choice. In such a situation, he could only hold on. Then I'll see how you're going to beat him up. Wu Tsang laughed out of anger and stepped forward. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled, and the sword power was vast. The sword chi stirred the wind and clouds. A terrible light was emitted from Wu Tsang's body. Every light was like a sword chi. The sword chi was endless. Chapter 1106 Suppressing Wu Tsang. Those who had never seen a second-grade heaven's favorite in action were shocked. Was this what a second-grade heaven's favorite was? The power was too terrifying. Many people retreated in a frenzy, afraid of being touched by Wu Tsang's sword. A heaven's pride expert like him could kill experts of the same level with his sword's sharpness alone. This commander is dead for sure. Seeing Wu Tsang's power, many people sighed. Wu Tsang was so powerful. What could Lu Ming use to block him? Die! Wu Tsang shouted coldly. His palm was like a sword. Light burst forth and formed a dazzling sword ray that slashed toward Lu Ming. As the sword radiance slashed, even the space was torn apart, revealing a terrifying, pitch-black spatial rift. Not good, quickly dodge. Behind Lu Ming, Tai Xing and the rest were terrified. Faced with such a powerful sword, they felt that it was impossible to resist. If they resisted, they would only die. They shouted and wanted to retreat, but they found that their bodies were covered by a terrifying sword power and they couldn't move. It's over, it's over. I've finally been killed by this unreliable commander. A thought flashed through the minds of Tai Xing and the others. However, at this moment, they saw a long spear condensed in Lu Ming's hands. The long spear shook and hummed. Even the space trembled. At this moment, Tai Xing and the others realized that the sword power that enveloped them had disappeared. They had regained their freedom. Buzz! Then, they saw Lu Ming holding a long spear and sweeping it out. This spear was like a long spear sweeping across the surface of water. This was because wherever the long spear passed, layers of ripples would appear in the space. Moreover, these ripples would all gather on the long spear. Bang! The long spear and the sword radiance collided. Only a soft sound was heard before Wu Tsong's sword radiance was destroyed. He blocked it. Tai Xing and the others were stunned. The surrounding onlookers were also stunned. This awesome commander could actually block Wu Tsong's move. When did a commander of the law enforcement army become so powerful? A bunch of questions flashed through everyone's mind. Wu Tsong was also stunned. Apparently, he did not expect that a law enforcement soldier could block his attack. Although he did not use his full strength, he still felt embarrassed. Who was he? A second-grade heavens favorite whose name shook the central continent, an existence second only to the top 5 young men, couldn't take down a mere commander of the law enforcement army with one move. This made him burst out with even stronger and burning killing intent. Good, very good. You do have some ability. But today, your end is already decided. Wu Tsong shouted coldly. The sword chi around his body became even hotter. Vital essence gushed out continuously and finally turned into a sword chi that was several times more terrifying than before. It slashed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming still swept out his spear casually and destroyed Wu Tsong's sword aura, turning it into nothing. Show me your true ability, or it won't be enough. Lu Ming looked at Wu Tsong from the corner of his eyes. Damn it! Wu Tsong shouted and unsheathed his sword. The sword radiance was so bright that it seemed like it was going to split the heaven and earth. Kill! Wu Tsong wielded his combat sword with terrifying might. As he slashed out with his combat sword, the space around him shattered. Heavens, he's too strong. Wu Tsong is furious. He's too terrifying. Retreat! Retreat! Many people shouted and retreated madly again. Who? Lu Ming held the spear in one hand. The long spear in his hand slashed violently and turned into 1,000 meters long. It swept out in a brutal manner. With a bang, Wu Tsong's sword aura was shattered again. However, this time, Lu Ming did not stop. The terrifying giant spear continued to press down on Wu Tsong. Impossible! Impossible! Wu Tsong shouted in disbelief. He had already performed a divine-level martial arts technique, but he was still defeated by Lu Ming's spear. How was this possible? He could not believe it. What he could not stand the most was that he felt a strong sense of danger when Lu Ming swept his spear at him. How could a mere law enforcement army, which was as insignificant as an ant, have such a powerful expert? Burst, burst. He roared in his heart and activated his divine bloodline. He merged his bloodline and turned it into a sword with shocking sword chi. Suppress! Lu Ming stepped into the air. His long spear contained the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique. He changed the momentum of the spear and smashed it down at Wu Tsong. Clang! The long spear hit the combat sword that Wu Tsong had transformed into. The attack launched by the combat sword was instantly destroyed. The combat sword shook violently and finally exploded with a bang. The combat sword exploded, revealing Wu Tsong's body. His face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Everyone in the surroundings looked at this scene in disbelief. Wu Tsong was defeated. Wu Tsong was actually defeated by Lu Ming's spear. How was this possible? What was going on? Was he still a commander of the law enforcement army? How could he be so powerful? Those who had thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure almost bit off their tongues and glared at him until their eyes burst. It was too unbelievable. As for Shi Fang, he thought he was dreaming. Wasn't Ming Lu only at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm? Wasn't he just a disciple of the Black Spear sect? How could he be so strong? His body trembled in disbelief. As for Tai Xing and the others, they were completely petrified. The 3 disciples of the heavenly martial sword faction were also petrified, staring at the sky in a daze. How weak. I was wondering how strong a 2nd-grade heaven's favorite of the heavenly sword faction would be. Lu Ming pursed his lips, his face full of disdain. Wu Tsang was furious. He was so furious that he wanted to roar at the sky. In the past, he was terrifyingly talented and powerful. In the heavenly sword faction, only Wu Qingkong could beat him. Even in the battle of karmic luck, he had not lost too badly. But recently, he was first killed by Lu Shaoqing in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. If not for the life talisman, he would not have been able to keep his life. Now, he was actually defeated by a mere commander of the law enforcement army. This was a great humiliation. From now on, his name, Wu Tsang, would become a laughingstock and his reputation would be greatly reduced. How could he not be angry and hate her? If he knew that Lu Shaoqing and the commander of the law enforcement army were the same person, what would he think? Bastard, just you wait. You're dead. Wu Tsang roared and retreated. Since you're here, where do you want to go? Have a good rest with your junior brothers. Lu Ming took a step forward. His body was like a stream of light and he rushed in front of Wu Tsang in a few moments. Don't you dare! Wu Tsang roared. Lu Ming actually wanted to suppress him and let him lie there like the other disciples of the heavenly martial sword faction? How dare he? He was the 2nd Heaven's Pride expert of the heavenly sword faction. He was completely different from the other Heaven's Pride experts. Suppress! Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he stepped in the air. The power of the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps burst out. He took 7 consecutive steps toward Wu Tsang. Bang! 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 Wu Tsang's body trembled violently. He was injured and could not withstand the impact. His body shook violently and blood spurted out of his mouth. In the end, Lu Ming stepped on his face. He screamed and fell to the ground. He came into close contact with the ground and created a human-shaped pit. The elder of the heavenly sword faction takes action. Bang! Lu Ming's body fell and he stepped on Wu Tsang again, causing him to scream in pain. His cultivation was completely sealed by Lu Ming and he could not exert any strength. The crowd gasped. The commander of the law enforcement army was too ruthless. He even dared to suppress Wu Tsang. How overbearing! Lu Ming grabbed Wu Tsang and threw him to the side of the other 3 disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction. The 3 disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction looked at each other and then at Wu Tsang, who was standing at the side. Their expressions were very interesting. Initially, they were suppressed by Lu Ming and were lying on the ground like dogs eating shit. They felt extremely humiliated. However, when they saw Wu Tsang lying on the ground, they felt much better. Even a Heaven's Pride expert like Wu Tsang was suppressed and laid on the ground. It made sense that they were lying on the ground. Ah! Wu Tsang howled like a wild beast. He was so angry, especially when he saw the strange looks from the people around him. He wanted to kill himself. Of course, he was only thinking about it. How could he bear to die? He had a great future ahead of him. Where are you going? At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on a person in the sky not far away. That person was Shi Fang. When he saw that even Wu Tsang was suppressed, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He was about to sneak away when Lu Ming saw him. His face revealed a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "Minglu, what are you trying to do? What do you want? You're an Imperial Dragon Guard, but you actually brought people from the Heavenly Martial Sword sect to deal with the Law Enforcement Hall. You're a traitor, and you're colluding with foreign enemies. What do you think I'm doing?" Lu Ming sneered. His essential core exploded and he grabbed at Shi Fang in the air. What? Shi Fang was shocked. He wanted to retreat, but he felt a terrible force envelop him. He couldn't move. The next moment, a force pulled him down and he fell to the ground. "Ah, don't!" he screamed. Bang! Lu Ming lifted his leg and stomped on Shi Fang's dantian. Shi Fang arched his body like a big shrimp and let out a heart-wrenching scream. My cultivation, you've destroyed my cultivation." Shi Fang let out a desperate roar. The spirit embryo in his dantian was crushed by Lu Ming. "I'll cripple your cultivation as punishment. Get lost." With that, he kicked and Shi Fang flew out like a ball. He turned into a black dot and disappeared in the air. Lu Ming did not know how far he had flown. He could not be bothered to think about whether he would fall to his death. "Alright, not a bad harvest. What are you guys doing? Bring them all back to the law enforcement hall." Lu Ming looked at Tai Xing and the rest. Bring him back to the law enforcement hall?" Tai Xing and the others looked at each other, their expressions ugly. "Of course. Only by bringing them back will we have the capital to negotiate with them. Do you think that the Heavenly Martial Sword faction will let this matter rest if you let them go? Don't just stand there, take them away." Lu Ming waved his hand and grabbed Wuzong. He stepped into the air and headed toward the law enforcement hall. Tai Xing and the rest were helpless. They could only bring the other 3 disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction and follow Lu Ming. There's going to be a great show. This matter will definitely attract the elders of the Heavenly Martial Sword School. Let's go and take a look. This commander is indeed powerful. However, let's see how he's going to deal with the elder generation of the Heavenly Sword faction. Let's go and take a look. There were tens of thousands of people in the surrounding crowd. They followed Lu Ming from a distance and headed towards the law enforcement hall. Furthermore, the number of people was increasing. Not long after Lu Ming and the rest left, Xie Zhen and Shi Jing rushed over. When they heard that Wu Cong was suppressed by Lu Ming, the 2 of them were dumbfounded and in disbelief. Initially, they were certain that Wu Cong would beat Lu Ming to a pulp or even kill him on the spot. They did not expect that the outcome would be the complete opposite of what they had expected. To the law enforcement hall. Xie Zhen brought Shi Jing and hurried to the law enforcement hall. When Lu Ming and the rest brought Wu Cong and the rest back to the law enforcement hall, the remaining law enforcement soldiers were stunned. Then, their eyes were filled with fear. Lu Ming had actually suppressed the disciples of the Heaven Martial Sword faction and even Wu Cong. This was a huge blow to the heavens. How were they going to deal with the elders of the Heaven Martial Sword faction who would go crazy in the future? We're the law enforcement army, enforcing the law on behalf of the Sage Emperor. What are we afraid of? Follow my arrangements and get to work. Lu Ming shouted and then instructed Tai Xing and the rest. As for Lu Ming, he threw Wu Cong and the others on the ground in a row. He took out an armchair and sat there, closing his eyes to rest. The onlookers looked at each other. This commander of the law enforcement army was really bold. At this moment, he was actually so leisurely sitting on the armchair with his eyes closed. The sky above the law enforcement hall was filled with people, and as time passed, more and more people appeared. This time, it was different from the previous time. This time, it was against the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. Furthermore, a second-grade Heaven's favorite had been suppressed. This caused a huge commotion, and many people were shocked and rushed over to watch. Xie Zhen and Shi Jing had arrived. There were even second-grade Heaven's favorites from other overlord forces. Everyone saw Jing Kongling, Kong Xan, and Goddess Tan Xiang. There were also Shui Luo Zi In Bupo and so on. There were at least 7 to 8 people. The elites were shocked to see Lu Ming sitting on the armchair with his eyes closed. Wu Cong was as famous as they were, but this unassuming commander of the law enforcement army was so powerful that he could suppress Wu Cong. This shocked them. The royal family of the ancient Saint dynasty is indeed powerful. Even a commander of the law enforcement army is so powerful. Some people thought to themselves. All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their bodies. There was a chi activity that let out a terrifying roar. Under the pressure, the crowd took the initiative to open up a path. 3 old men stepped through the air with gloomy expressions. These 3 elders were all dressed in white robes and carried ancient swords on their backs. Their bodies seemed to be filled with endless sword chi, and just their auras were extremely shocking. "It's here!" Everyone's heart trembled. The elders of the heavenly martial sword faction were on the move. At this moment, Lu Ming also opened his eyes and looked at the sky. The 3 powerhouses of the heavenly martial sword faction flew over and finally stopped in the sky above the law enforcement hall. "Bastard, you're finished. You're dead. Ha, you're dead." Wu Tsang saw the arrival of the 3 old men and cried out in joy. Bang! Lu Ming got up and stomped on Wu Tsang's face, causing his face to smash heavily on the ground. He took a bite of the soil and struggled madly with his limbs. He was so aggrieved that he was about to explode. The onlookers shuddered in their hearts. Lu Ming actually dared to do this in the face of 3 seniors from the heavenly martial sword faction. He was simply lawless. The 3 elders' gazes were as sharp as swords as they landed on Lu Ming. "How audacious!" An old man shouted angrily, his eyes extremely gloomy as he rebuked, "Kid, do you know who you've captured? Aren't they just a few pieces of trash from the heavenly martial sword faction? Do you think it's a glorious thing to raise a few pieces of trash?" Lu Ming pursed his lips and said casually. He appeared to be very calm, as if he didn't care about the elders of the heavenly martial sword sect. Extorting the heavenly sword sect. Impudent. How audacious! He should be killed. The 3 elders of the heavenly sword faction shouted one after another. Their eyes were cold, and their bodies were filled with sword chi and sword power. Ha, he really brought this upon himself. This lowly thing is dead for sure. In the air, the 8th prince, Xie Zhen, sneered. "Brat, you and everyone else in the law enforcement hall should commit suicide. I'll let this matter go. Otherwise, not only you, but your family and the forces behind you will not be able to escape punishment." The old man who had spoken first continued to speak, his tone filled with superiority and unquestionable authority. His gaze swept across Tai Xing and the others, causing their hearts to turn cold and their faces to turn ashen. "Haha." Suddenly, Lu Ming laughed and stomped his foot on Wu Tsang's face, causing him to scream in pain. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he looked coldly at the old man from the heavenly sword faction. "Guilty? Not pursue the matter? What a joke! What right do you have to pursue this? We're the ones who should be held accountable." A disciple of the heavenly martial sword faction killed someone in the sacred city for no reason. We, the law enforcement army, enforce the law impartially and represent the current Saint Emperor in enforcing the law. Yet, your heavenly martial sword faction has come to the law enforcement hall to kill. Not putting the current sage emperor in his eyes? Do you really think that there's no one else in the royal family? The elder from the heavenly martial sword faction was shocked when he heard that. He looked at Wu Tsang, who was still at Lu Ming's feet, and his expression turned ugly. Lu Ming had used the royal family and the sage emperor to suppress them. Even if they really did not care about the royal family, they could not say it out loud. After all, the ancient Saint dynasty was still in charge of the world. Furthermore, they were still in the sacred city, within the core territory of the ancient Saint dynasty. No matter how arrogant the heavenly martial sword sect was, they had to be wary of them. "Brat, what do I have to do for you to let them go?" The old man who spoke first said coldly and glanced at Wu Tsang and the others. Wu Tsang, a second-class heaven's favorite, had the potential to become a martial emperor in the future. They could not afford to lose him. They planned to save Wu Tsang first. Let them go? Fine, but since they have committed a crime, they should be punished. How about this? Use raw stones to redeem them. 500,000 raw stones for each of the 3 trash. 2 million raw stones it is. Lu Ming said indifferently. As soon as he said that, the entire place burst into an uproar. Extortion! This was blatant extortion. This puny commander of the law enforcement army actually dared to extort an expert from the heavenly martial sword faction. He was simply blinded by wealth and audacious. He didn't know what death was. The three elders of the heavenly martial sword faction were also infuriated. Their eyes even turned red. Even though they had lived for thousands of years, they had never met such a bold person. To think that he would try to extort them, the heavenly martial sword faction. He was simply courting death. "Evil beast, I'll kill you." The elder who spoke first was so angry that he could not hold it in any longer. With a long howl, a terrifying sword chi condensed and slashed towards Lu Ming. Fourth level of the spiritual god realm. The old man who attacked was a fourth-level spiritual god realm expert. His combat strength was several times stronger than Wuzong's. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and a small fiery red pagoda appeared. Then it rapidly grew in size. This small pagoda was the spirit weapon that Lu Ming had obtained from the Saint Mansion's secret realm. After so many days of refinement, Lu Ming had already begun to refine it. The aura of the spirit weapon had also been completely concealed, and outsiders could not sense it at all. Lu Ming wanted to take this opportunity to test the power of the small pagoda. Anyway, there were countless tower-shaped spirit weapons in the world. Lu Ming was not afraid of being recognized. He just had to restrain his aura. Lu Ming grabbed the tower and smashed it at the sword gleam. With a loud boom, the sword gleam was destroyed. Lu Ming's body did not even move. The Emperor's spiritual weapon consumes too much true yuan. I really can't use much of its power. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He had consumed a large amount of essential core just now. Even a martial emperor would be envious of an emperor's spiritual weapon, so it was normal for him to be unable to unleash its power. He muttered as he put away the small pagoda. He was not satisfied, but the others were already shocked. Lu Ming could even block the attack of a fourth-level spiritual god realm expert. He was too powerful. At this moment, Lu Ming was simply unfathomable in everyone's eyes. Every time others thought that he had reached his limit, the strength he revealed was beyond everyone's imagination. You're just a mere law enforcement army. Your treasures are good, but let's see how many moves you can block with just your treasures? The elder from the Heavenly Martial Sword School shouted in anger, and his aura became even more astonishing. A sword light shot up 10,000 meters into the sky, and the sword power was vast and terrifying. If the tiger doesn't show its might, it'll think I'm a sick cat. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as a long spear condensed in his hand. He pierced it through one of the disciples of the Sky Martial Sword School. The disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction screamed in pain as he was pinned to the ground by Lu Ming. Lu Ming had told them in a thunderous manner that they should not think that he would not dare to kill. Give me the Ori rocks to redeem them. Otherwise, I'll kill them all. Lu Ming's voice was very cold. Lu Ming would not miss such a good opportunity to extort money. Cultivating by purely absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth was too slow. After such a long time, Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at the middle stage of the second level of the spiritual god realm. If he had a large number of origin stones to devour, his cultivation would improve rapidly. He was currently lacking resources. In half a month's time, the million-year national sacrifice would begin. The competition set by the Sage Emperor would also begin. Lu Ming's goal was to get into the top 3. The Sage Emperor could agree to one condition for the top 3. However, it wasn't that easy to get into the top 3. When Yang Patin and Tuoba Shur were in the Saint Mansion's secret realm, their cultivation had already reached the peak of the second level of the spiritual god realm. Now that a period of time had passed, it was very possible that they would make a breakthrough. If a heaven's favorite like Yang Patin had reached the third level of the spiritual god realm, it would be more troublesome for him to defeat him. Moreover, there were 5 such heaven's favorites in the central continent and also the southern underworld. It would not be easy for the heaven's favorites from the western desert to get into the top 3. However, if Lu Ming's cultivation also broke through to the third level of the spiritual god realm, he would have full confidence. How audacious! Evil creature, you're looking for death. Kill! Lu Ming's killing of a disciple from the heavenly martial sword faction had thoroughly enraged the three elders. A terrifying aura burst forth, and sword chi soared into the sky. The murderous intent was extremely cold, as if winter had arrived. The other two elders' auras were even more terrifying. They were stronger than the elder who had attacked earlier and definitely surpassed the fourth level of the spiritual god realm. If such experts wanted to join forces, their auras would be too shocking. Law enforcement flag, please. Lu Ming suddenly shouted. The law enforcement flag is here. In the law enforcement hall, Tai Xing carried a large flag and rushed out. Lu Ming took it and stuck it into the ground. It was a 10-meter-long flag with a sword and a saber embroidered on it. They were extremely sharp, as if they were real swords. However, the flag looked very old and was even covered in dust. One look and one could tell that it had not been used for a long time. But as soon as this flag appeared, the chi of the three elders from the heavenly martial sword sect in the sky suddenly stagnated. They didn't attack, but looked at the flag with uncertain expressions. If you want to kill me, kill the 8th prince first. It's the flag of law enforcement. The flag of law enforcement. The law enforcement flag created by the ancient Saint Emperor in the ancient times. The crowd began to discuss, and many people's eyes were solemn. The flag of law enforcement was created in the ancient era when the ancient Saint Emperor established the law enforcement army. It was used to enforce the law in the world. 30,000 years ago, wherever the law enforcement flag passed, no one wasn't terrified. Its deterrent force was monstrous. However, after the war 30,000 years ago, the ancient Saint dynasty was weakened and the law enforcement army was useless. The law enforcement flag lost its power, and it had been many years since anyone used the law enforcement flag. However, at this moment, the appearance of the law enforcement flag still made people's hearts tremble. Do you think you can stop us by taking out the law enforcement flag? You're really naive. You'll die today. An elder shouted and stepped forward. With every step, sword chi filled the air and cut open the space. This was an existence that surpassed the 4th level of the spiritual god realm, or even beyond the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. He was too powerful. How dare you? The flag of law enforcement is here. We are the law enforcement army. By setting up the flag of law enforcement, we represent the ancient Saint dynasty, the royal family, and the Saint Emperor. The heavenly martial sword sect is completely disrespecting the royal family and the Saint Emperor. Is the heavenly martial sword sect trying to rebel? Are you trying to destroy the royal family and replace the Xie clan? Lu Ming stood up straight and pointed the long spear in his palm at Wu Tsong's back. He shouted loudly. His words swept through the entire area like a storm, causing the three elders of the heavenly martial sword school to look extremely grim. Lu Ming had made a big mistake. He directly accused them of wanting to rebel and destroy the imperial family and the Xie family. Although the heavenly martial sword faction really had such thoughts, could they say such things out loud? Moreover, the heavenly martial sword sect didn't have the strength to do so. Tianwu sword faction, you have the ambition of a wolf. You look down on the imperial family and the imperial power. Today, the 8th prince is here, and you want to rebel in front of him, look down on the imperial power and the Xie family? How could the 8th prince tolerate you? At the end of his sentence, Lu Ming cast his gaze at Xie Zhen. Lu Ming had long discovered Xie Zhen. The other people also looked at the 8th prince. Xie Zhen's face fell and he cursed Lu Ming 1,000 times in his heart. Lu Ming was using him as a shield. But what could he do in this situation? Lu Ming took out the flag of law enforcement. The flag of law enforcement was created by the ancient sacred emperor back then. His ancestor was equivalent to the face of the royal Xie family. Lu Ming was a member of the law enforcement army, and he enforced the law on behalf of the sage emperor. If the heavenly martial sword sect were to make a move on Lu Ming, or even kill him, it would be a slap to the face of the imperial family and the Xie family. To put it more seriously, it would be a rebellion. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming had dragged him down with him again. If Xie Zhen ignored him in front of everyone, he would not be able to bear the consequences if this news spread to the royal family, the Xie family, and even the sage emperor. Moreover, there were more than a dozen princes, and they were not very harmonious. They fought openly and secretly. If he did not handle it well today and embarrassed the royal family, the other princes might use this to attack him. At the thought of this, Xie Zhen gritted his teeth. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming. Eighth Prince, am I wrong? Lu Ming continued to ask. Well said. In the end, Xie Zhen gritted his teeth and descended from the sky. He stood beside Lu Ming and faced the three elders from the Heaven Martial Sword sect. He said unwillingly, this time, Commander Ming Lu is right. This time, it was the disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword sect who committed the crime first. The law enforcement army will handle it impartially and protect the face of our imperial family. After he finished speaking, Xie Zhen's heart felt even more disgusted than if he had eaten a dead rat. He was aggrieved. He was simply too aggrieved. What was his purpose in transferring Lu Ming to the law enforcement army? Wasn't it to let Lu Ming offend the people from the big forces and be killed by the powerful people from the big forces with one slap? But now, he had achieved the initial effect, but the later stage was completely different from what he had expected. Not only was Lu Ming not killed, but he even had to step in personally to protect Lu Ming. What the hell is this? He was aggrieved. He hated Lu Ming so much that he gritted his teeth and almost broke them. The eighth prince is right. He is indeed an outstanding talent of the royal family. If you three old fogies want to kill me today, you will have to step over the eighth prince's dead body first. Come on, come at me if you have the ability. Lu Ming clamored. Xie Zhen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What did he mean by, if you want to kill him, you have to step over the eighth prince's dead body? Xie Zhen was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, he could not back down at this moment. He could only grit his teeth and stare at the three elders from the Heavenly Sword faction. In the eyes of others, Xie Zhen had a kind of righteous and fearless spirit. They did not know that it was all because he was angered by Lu Ming. The three elders from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction looked gloomy and unsightly. The eighth prince, Xie Zhen, was not like Lu Ming, who could be killed easily. Xie Zhen was the current Saint Emperor's son, and they were in the Holy City. If they really dared to kill Xie Zhen in front of everyone, it would definitely cause the imperial family's Xie clan to take revenge, and they could forget about leaving the Holy City. In the crowd, there were also many law enforcement soldiers who had come from other law enforcement halls to watch the show. At this time, their blood was boiling, and their hearts were extremely comfortable. All these years, the people of the law enforcement army had been too cowardly and aggrieved. He lived worse than a dog. When those people from the major forces committed a crime, they still had to take raw stones and treasures out to ask the other party to admit their mistakes. How were they going to live their days? Now, when they saw this scene, they really had a feeling of exaltation. It was really too good. Law enforcement army, law enforcement flag, the current Saint Emperor will enforce the law. One of the burly men roared as he stepped into the air. A large flag suddenly appeared in his hand. Law enforcement flag. At this moment, another law enforcement soldier from the law enforcement hall held a law enforcement flag and stuck it beside Lu Ming's flag. He stood beside Lu Ming. The law enforcing army is the law enforcing army on behalf of the Sage Emperor, the law enforcing army. Another group of people shouted and rushed out, standing behind the burly man. They were all from another law enforcement hall, and there were more than 100 of them. That's right, the law enforcement army. The current Saint Emperor will enforce the law. Another person laughed and rushed out. Another law enforcement flag appeared and was placed in a row with the first two. I'm here too. Law enforcement. With loud roars, law enforcement troops appeared one after another. Law enforcement flags appeared and were planted in a row. In the end, there were a total of 9 law enforcement flags, which were inserted in a row, fluttering in the wind. The law enforcement haul from all directions in the holy city had come. They took out their law enforcement flags and wanted to advance and retreat with Lu Ming and the rest. Nearly 1,000 people stood behind Lu Ming and Xie Zhen, glaring at the 3 elders from the heavenly martial sword faction in the air. Usually, they would swallow their grievances, but today, they would risk it all. The surrounding crowd looked at this scene in shock. It had been many years since the 9 law enforcement flags were raised. Today, it was happening again because of Lu Ming. Now, let's see what the heavenly martial sword faction will do. Detestable! Xie Zhen roared in his heart. However, in this situation he could only hold on. The 3 elders from the heavenly martial sword faction had gloomy expressions. They had not expected that things would develop to this stage. Right now, they were in a dilemma. Chapter 1110 Retreating dejectedly. They could neither advance nor retreat. If they advanced, they would offend the ancient Saint dynasty. If they retreated, they would lose all their face. They glared at Lu Ming coldly, their eyes filled with killing intent. They could not wait to cut Lu Ming into pieces. The reason for this situation was all because of Lu Ming. Just as the 2 sides were confronting each other, in the distance, a golden light filled the air and shot towards them. The speed was so fast that it exceeded people's reaction time. Many people had only just reacted to the golden light when it had already appeared in front of them. A dignified middle-aged man with his hands behind his back appeared in the air. He was wearing a golden dragon robe, a golden crown, and golden boots. A majestic and vast aura was released from his body, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. It was as if they were facing a human king inspecting the world. Imperial Uncle. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Xie Zhen exclaimed in shock. Everyone's hearts trembled. The imperial uncle that Xie Zhen addressed must be the younger brother of the current sage emperor. The important figures of the royal family and the Xie family had appeared. It has appeared. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Today's incident had caused such a huge commotion. Lu Ming was certain that the royal family and the Xie family would definitely send someone to protect the dignity of the royal family. After all, even though the ancient Saint dynasty was weak, it still had its foundations and was still the most powerful force in the central continent. Xie Zhen's imperial uncle looked at Xie Zhen and nodded his head. You, not bad. Then he looked at the 3 elders of the heavenly martial sword faction and said, the rules of the sacred city state that no one is allowed to kill innocent people in the sacred city. If you have any grudges, you can go up to the battle platform. No one cares about your life or death. However, if you kill someone for no reason in the sacred city, you are disregarding the dignity of the ancient Saint dynasty. The law enforcement army has the right to enforce the law. The disciples of the heavenly martial sword sect have committed a crime despite knowing the truth. A majestic voice came from Xie Zhen's imperial uncle's mouth and spread throughout the entire area. Everyone's heart trembled, but then they came to a realization. The 1,000,000-year period of the ancient Saint dynasty was drawing to a close, and the matter had been blown up to such an extent. The royal family of the Xie family had to uphold the dignity of the royal family. If they were to compromise with the Tianwu sword faction today, the royal family would be trampled on by others in the future, and they would be even weaker than before. If today's matter had not blown up and the powerhouse from the heavenly martial sword faction had slapped Lu Ming to death, then everything would have passed without a ripple. But now that the matter had blown up, the royal family and the Xie family had to support the law enforcement army. The 3 elders of the heavenly martial sword faction had ugly expressions on their faces. They knew this very well. Then what do we have to do to release him? The 3 elders of the heavenly martial sword faction looked at each other, and one of them spoke. It was obvious that he had given in. The law enforcement army naturally has its own rules. You can discuss with the commander of the law enforcement army what to do. The middle-aged royal uncle said. I've already stated my conditions. Let's do it that way. If you're guilty, you should be punished. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and smiled. The three elders of the Sky Martial Sword faction looked extremely gloomy. After pondering for a while, one of them took out a storage ring and waved it a few times before throwing it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. His face darkened and said, "Why are you missing 500,000? You don't want this guy anymore?" Lu Ming pointed at the disciple of the Sky Martial Sword faction that he had killed. "You've already killed him, and you still want to keep him?" An elder of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction said in a deep voice. "A corpse is still a human. If you don't want his corpse, I'll throw it out to feed the dogs." Lu Ming said indifferently, "Phew." The elder's eyes were filled with killing intent, but Lu Ming looked at him indifferently, without the slightest fear. In the end, the Heavenly Martial Sword faction had no choice but to give in. For the sake of their reputation, they could only take out another 500,000 Oriroks. "You trash, take them away." Lu Ming waved his hand. Wu Tsang and 3 other disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction flew into the air. An elder waved his hand and took it. He stared at Lu Ming coldly and said, "You, very good, very good. I hope you will stay in the Holy City forever, in the law enforcement army." With that, he snorted coldly, turned into 3 sword lights, and disappeared. Who? The crowd of onlookers let out a long sigh of relief. There was still a look of disbelief in their eyes. This matter had actually ended like this. The elder of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction had come with a strong force, but in the end, he had left with his tail between his legs, leaving behind a few million raw stones. No one had expected this to be the result. Everyone's gaze eventually landed on Lu Ming, this impressive commander. Before this, no one would have paid any attention to a mere commander of the law enforcement army. However, he had now attracted everyone's attention. First, he used his strong combat strength to suppress Wu Tsang. Later on, he even blocked an attack from a 4th-level spiritual god realm expert. Although Lu Ming used a treasure, it also proved his powerful combat ability. But what was more important was his courage and his mind. He dared to go up against an elder of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction alone, and was skilled at using the power of the royal family, the Xie clan, and even the ancient Saint Emperor who had created the law enforcement army to force the elder of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction to retreat in defeat. He really couldn't believe that all of this had been done by this bearded man. With such means, if he was 10 years younger, he would be able to compete with all the heroes in the world. Let's go." In the air, the middle-aged royal uncle glanced at Xie Jin, then his gaze fell on Lu Ming. "What's your name?" the middle-aged imperial uncle asked. "Bright Road." Lu Ming replied in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. "Bright Road? Good, you're very good." The middle-aged imperial uncle said, "Good," a few times, then waved his hand and left. "Malicious intent towards me." Lu Ming looked at the sky, deep in thought. The middle-aged imperial uncle said, "Good," several times. Lu Ming did not feel the slightest bit of kindness. Instead, he felt malice. After a few thoughts, Lu Ming's face revealed a cold smile. He could roughly guess why the middle-aged imperial uncle had ill intentions towards him. Right now, the ancient Saint dynasty wanted to form an alliance and work together with some of the overlords to increase their strength. However, although Lu Ming's actions today seemed to have protected the dignity of the royal family, he had also offended the Heavenly Martial Sword sect. Furthermore, he was forcing the royal family to offend the Heavenly Martial Sword sect. In the future, it would be even more difficult for the royal family to befriend the Heavenly Martial Sword sect. The middle-aged imperial uncle naturally did not have a good impression of Lu Ming. In his heart, he could not wait to kill Lu Ming, this meddlesome person, with one slap. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He didn't mind. After all, he had joined the Imperial Dragon Guards and then the law enforcement army only because he wanted to use this identity to investigate Xian Yanqing's whereabouts. Once he found Xian Yanqing, he would just leave without a word. Who would be able to find him? Mighty, mighty commander. At this time, the most excited ones were the law enforcement army. Each and every one of them was so excited that they were trembling all over, as if they had eaten a large iced watermelon in the hot summer. They were usually too aggrieved, but today, they were able to hold their heads up high. Didn't you see that even a hegemon force like the Heavenly Martial Sword sect admitted defeat in front of the law enforcement army, compensated a large number of raw stones, and left in dejection? This kind of pleasure was brought about by a sudden outburst after being suppressed for a long time. It was simply better than doing anything else. Tai Xing even shouted excitedly. The million-year sacrifice begins. The commander is invincible. The commander is mighty. The mighty Commander Ming. In the beginning, it was Tai Xing and the others who were shouting. Later on, the other law enforcement soldiers of the law enforcement hall also started to shout. Lu Ming raised his hands and everyone quieted down. Brothers of the law enforcement army, I thank you for your help this time. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, the appearance of the 9 law enforcement flags was also a form of deterrence. Commander Ming, you're too kind. It's you who let our law enforcement army hold our heads high and let out the breath of suffocation in our hearts. We should be the ones thanking you. That's right, we should thank you. The others chimed in. Everyone is too polite. Since everyone is here today, I will treat everyone. Let's have a good time. Tai Xing, bring some brothers and go buy some wine and food. Lu Ming took out some rough stones and handed them to Tai Xing. All right. Tai Xing took the raw stone and brought a few people out in a hurry. At this time, the crowd in the sky also dispersed one by one. Not long after, all of them had left. But today's events spread like a storm. This time, it wasn't the same as the Huang family's matter last time. Last time, the Huang family only attracted a few people's attention and became a topic of discussion after tea and meals. This time, it was against the Overlord faction, the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. Naturally, it caused a commotion. As for the awesome Commander Minglu, his reputation was so great that some people even judged him as the most awesome commander of the law enforcement army in 30,000 years. Soon, Tai Xing bought a large amount of food and wine. A banquet was held in the law enforcement hall, and there were more than 1,000 law enforcement soldiers drinking and chatting in the law enforcement hall. They only left late at night. Tai Xing, there are 500,000 raw stones here. Take them and share them with your brothers. After the rest of the law enforcement hall's people left, Lu Ming took out a storage ring and handed it to Tai Xing. Commander, you can't do that. You risked your life to get these. We didn't make any contributions. Tai Xing waved his hands. The others also shook their heads. Although they were poor, they were still people with principles. Take it. If you guys didn't support me from behind, the people of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction wouldn't be afraid of us. Take it and split it. Lu Ming passed the storage ring to Tai Xing and returned to his room alone. He closed the door and entered the mountain and river diagram. With a wave of his hand, a huge pile of raw gemstones appeared before his eyes. It was a total of 3 million. It's time to break through to the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. With a thought, the bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged. He opened his mouth and swallowed 100,000 raw gemstones. He began to refine them. As the raw gemstones were refined continuously, Lu Ming's cultivation level was increasing rapidly. Late-stage 2nd level spiritual god realm, peak 2nd level spiritual god realm, and he began to strive for the 3rd level spiritual god realm. 3 days passed by in a flash. After refining all 3 million ori rocks, the essential core in Lu Ming's body surged unceasingly, as if there were countless true dragons roaring in his body. It took a moment before it slowly calmed down. I've finally reached the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. However, I've also used up all 3 million raw stones. Lu Ming opened his eyes, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. The consumption was huge, but so were the gains. In just 3 short days, Lu Ming's cultivation had advanced from the middle 2nd level spiritual god realm to the early 3rd level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin. Lu Ming was more confident about the competition that would take place more than 10 days later. It's been almost 2 years since Martial Emperor Di sealed the Talisman Amulet Sect. The Talisman Amulet Sect can only hold on for 5 years. There are only a little more than 3 years left. Can I fight against Di by then? Lu Ming could not help but think of the Talisman Amulet Sect. At the thought of this, he felt very stressed. It was too difficult to reach the level where he could fight against Di in the remaining 3 years. It was almost impossible according to Lu Ming's current progress. He shook his head. It was useless to think too much. Lu Ming could only push forward with all his might and do his best. He stretched his back lazily. His bones soon vibrated and a series of crackling sounds came from his body. Lu Ming stood up and walked out. In the days that followed, Lu Ming returned to his previous calm. Other than cultivating every day, he would go around the holy city. Ever since the incident at the Heavenly Martial Sword faction, the disciples of the various overlord forces had become more obedient in the holy city, especially in the areas under Lu Ming's jurisdiction. They did not dare to attack others for no reason. Even if there were grudges, it would be on the stage to determine who was stronger. Lu Ming's days were rather carefree. Very quickly, 10 days had passed. The 1,000,000-year national ceremony of the ancient Saint dynasty was about to begin. During this period of time, the holy city was unusually lively. Lu Ming could see powerhouses from all over the world as he walked on the streets. Northern Plains martial artists were all tall and sturdy, even the females were mostly tall. The weapons they used were either maces, huge hammers, or giant axes. They were all heavy weapons with wild auras. They rode on all kinds of mounts and were easy to recognize. There were also some martial artists who had gloomy auras, either filled with ghost chi or blood chi. Anyone who passed by them would give people a cold feeling. These were all martialists from the southern underworld. There were also some monks in kasayas with bright heads. They were obviously holy monks from the western desert. On the other hand, Lu Ming did not meet many people from the East Baron. On this day, the 1,000,000-year sacrificial ceremony of the ancient Saint dynasty had finally begun. Buzz! A buzzing sound could be heard in the sky, along with intense fluctuations. Lu Ming, Tai Xing, and the rest walked out of the law enforcement hall and flew into the air to watch. In the sky above the sacred city, colorful clouds filled the air and heavenly music played. The space was constantly distorted in the colorful light. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, a huge platform appeared in the sky. This platform was neither gold nor jade. It was speckled with multicolored light, with true dragons and phoenixes dancing in the air, and divine beasts like Qilin strolling. Of course, it couldn't be real, but was formed by a formation. Then, tables and chairs appeared on the east and west sides of the platform. The tables and chairs were made of fine jade, with dragon and phoenix patterns carved on them. They were extremely luxurious, and there were a lot of them. At a glance, there were more than 10,000 of them. All of them were floating in the air above the sacred city. After the tables and chairs on the east and west sides appeared, a jade staircase appeared in the north. There were 99 steps, and they slanted upwards. At the end of the steps, a huge ancient altar appeared. The altar was ancient and heavy, as if it had gone through the vicissitudes of time. It was 10,000 meters high and disappeared into the clouds. The sage emperor has descended. Suddenly, a voice came from the palace. The voice rolled and spread throughout the entire sacred city. Heavenly music filled the palace as holy light filled the air and soared into the sky. Then a group of people stepped into the air. The man at the front was wearing a golden robe embroidered with the pattern of the human king patrolling the world. He looked to be in his 50s. He had a tall and sturdy figure, and his body was surrounded by a holy light. His eyes were full of stars, and he was full of majesty. This was Xie Qitian, the current Saint Emperor, a terrifying existence. The Gathering of Emperors. Besides Xie Qitian, there were two old men with white hair. They looked ordinary, but they exuded a terrifying aura. Lu Ming had seen that aura more than once. The aura of an emperor. The two old men besides Xie Qitian were also emperors. With Xie Qitian, the royal family had 3 emperors. It was truly terrifying. This was only on the surface. Lu Ming did not believe that there were no hidden sovereigns in the royal family. There were rumors in the world that the old sacred emperor of the ancient sacred dynasty might not be dead. The ancient Saint dynasty was indeed an ancient power that had been around for millions of years. Even though it was weak, it had a deep foundation that was not something that any other overlord power could compare to. Behind Xie Qitian and the 2 old men, there were more than 10 men and women. All of them had the looks of dragons and phoenixes, dragons among men. The older ones were already middle-aged, while the youngest looked to be in his 20s. There were a total of 15 people, and they were the children of the current sacred emperor, the princes and princesses of the ancient sacred dynasty. Thank you, Yanjuan. Lu Ming was shocked. Among the crowd, he saw a woman who looked very similar to Xian Yanqing. However, she was colder and more holy than Xian Yanqing. She was like an inviolable goddess, high and mighty, looking down on all living beings. Besides Xian Yanjuan, there was a woman in her 20s. She was in her prime and was devastatingly beautiful. Although this woman didn't look like Xian Yanjuan or Xian Yanqing, she was still a rare beauty. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This woman must be the other princess, Xian Yanling. However, he did not see Xian Yanqing. It's such an important day, but he didn't let little Qing appear. He really doesn't treat little Qing as his own child. Lu Ming clenched his fists. Other than that, he also saw Xie Zhen and the 10th prince, Xie Yan. Lu Ming had not seen the other princes before. After the princes and princesses, there were a few concubines, nobles and officials, as well as some powerful cultivators of the ancient Saint dynasty. Thousands of people stepped into the air and landed on the platform. The sage emperor has descended. Guests, please take your seats. It was the same voice again, spreading throughout the entire sacred city. The person who transmitted the voice was definitely a supreme being level figure. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud laugh was heard. Haha, is our Yin-Yang Palace the first one to arrive? A burly, white-haired old man wearing a robe with a yin-yang fish pattern walked in the air with a group of people. This old man's aura was terrifying and his might suppressed the world. Emperor, this was another emperor. The yin-yang sovereign and his disciples of the Yin-Yang Palace have arrived. The voice rang out and spread throughout the sacred city. I wonder how many big shots will be coming today. Beside Lu Ming, Tai Xing and the rest were so excited that their eyes were shining. The Yin-Yang Palace was also an overlord force in the central continent. It was as powerful as the Heavenly Sword sect. Brother Yin-Yang, please sit. Xie Qitian raised his hand. Thank you, brother. The Yin-Yang sovereign cupped his fists and led the experts of the Yin-Yang Palace to a nearby table. The demon emperor of Mount Tianyao has arrived. Soon, another big force arrived. It was the overlord force of the central continent, the Heavenly Demon Mountain. Similar to the myriad demon valley of the eastern wilderness, they were both gathering places for demonic beasts, led by a demon emperor. Martial Emperor Yuexin and her disciples from the Floating Mountains sect have arrived. Cold Blood Hall. Heavenly Sun Palace. Following that, many overlords of the central continent arrived one after another. Each overlord force was personally led by an emperor. Soon, more than a dozen emperors appeared on both sides of the platform in the sky. In the sacred city, countless people's eyes lit up as they looked at this scene in shock. The gathering of over a dozen emperors was too shocking and terrifying. How many years would it take for this to happen? It was too rare. Perhaps many sovereigns had gathered in the ancient city of Providence during the last Battle of Providence, but that had been in the ancient city of Providence, and ordinary people wouldn't have been able to see them. But now, there were over a dozen sovereigns in front of everyone. As for supreme beings, there were even more of them. However, they were completely overshadowed by the brilliance of the emperor. A dozen sovereigns. What kind of power was this? If they joined forces, they could really destroy the world. The heaven-suppressing divine army's 100-battle martial emperor has arrived. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and the entire place fell silent. Everyone looked in the same direction. There was a middle-aged man in black armor walking over. Behind him was a group of people. Every one of them was wearing armor. Their aura was wild and their fighting spirit was soaring. Each of them was filled with an incomparably strong battle intent, as if they were ready for a great battle at any moment. Hiss! The people of the heaven-suppressing divine army are here. Some people gasped and discussed in low voices. In the central continent, the heaven-suppressing divine army was the only force that was as powerful as the ancient Saint dynasty. The heaven-suppressing divine army was the force that hated the ancient Saint dynasty the most. The heaven-suppressing divine army used to be the strongest army of the ancient Saint dynasty. There were many powerful cultivators in it and they were invincible. Back then, they had helped the ancient Saint dynasty suppress the world and everyone was afraid of them. It was known as heaven suppression, so one could imagine how powerful it was. However, the heaven-suppressing divine army chose to watch the battle 30,000 years ago. In the end, the royal Xie family suffered a great loss, and the heaven-suppressing divine army announced that they would leave the Xie family and dominate the world. Some people said that if the heaven-suppressing divine legion had joined the battle, the royal family and the Xie family would not have suffered such heavy losses. They would not have lost control of the world, and the situation in the central continent would not have become like it was now. Therefore, the royal Xie family regarded the heaven-suppressing divine army as a traitor and an enemy. In the past 30,000 years, the two sides had had many terrible wars. However, the strength of the two sides was almost the same, and each side had suffered losses, so neither side could do anything to the other. Yang Patin, one of the top 5 young warriors, was from the heaven-suppressing divine army. Some people had guessed that the heaven-suppressing divine army wouldn't come today, but unexpectedly, they came, and the one leading them was a famous and unparalleled martial emperor. Xie Qitian's eyes glowed as he stared at the battle martial emperor. "Today we are guests. Please sit." "You're welcome." The 100 battles martial emperor said in a carefree manner and led his men to a seat at the side. The third underworld emperor of the southern underworld has arrived. The western desert's indestructible Buddha emperor has arrived. Northern Plains expert has arrived. The supreme from the eastern barren territories Empyrean God Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Sky Demon Valley have arrived. Then, announcements were made. In the south, an emperor of the underworld of the southern underworld was approaching with a group of experts. In the west, there was an old monk with a benevolent smile on his face. He was wearing a simple kasaya and his body was covered in golden light. A wheel of Buddhist light appeared above his head. This was a Buddha, also known as the Buddha Emperor. He was an emperor. As for Northern Plains and Eastern Barren, there were no emperors. Because Northern Plains was the same as the Eastern Barren territory, there were several large forces occupying it, they fought each other and the emperor could not leave easily, otherwise, the enemy might take advantage of the situation. Wang Xingtian, the patriarch of the Wang family, and the patriarch of the Jiang family. Lu Ming's eyes moved. Chapter 1113 Big Move. There were 2 people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace leading the group. They were the clan heads of the Wang clan and the Jiang clan respectively. The Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley each had 2 supreme martial artists leading them. Everyone took their seats, and then some smaller forces, such as the Valley of the Medicine Masters, who did not have a sovereign, also came and took their seats on both sides. Of course, those who could sit on the seats were all forces with a reputation. At the very least, they had supreme martial artists sitting on the seats. The forces that were smaller were not qualified to sit on the seats. After half an hour, all of them arrived. Let the sacrifice begin. As the voice fell, the huge altar began to glow. Endless light bloomed, covering the entire holy city. Xie Qitian stepped out and climbed the 99 stone steps to the altar. The royal family and the Xie family, as well as the nobles and ministers, all had solemn expressions as they faced the altar. As for all the powerful figures of the divine wilderness continent, they all stood up. The first offering is to offer sacrifice to the first saint emperor since ancient times. Xie Qitian spoke and bowed towards the altar. Sacrifice, not to the heavens, only to the ancestors. Martial artists were originally going against the heavens and taking lives from the heavens. Naturally, they would not offer sacrifices to the heavens. The first saint emperor since ancient times. In the royal family, all the nobles and ministers followed Xie Qitian and bowed. As for the people from the other forces, they only looked on and did not bow. If it had been 30,000 years ago, they would naturally have to pay their respects. However, at this point, the major forces no longer had any reverence in their hearts. It was already good enough that they could come. Naturally, no one would pay their respects with the royal family. Just as Xie Qitian and the others bowed, a beam of light shot up into the sky from the altar. Then a statue emerged. This statue was the first saint emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty 1,000,000 years ago. He was also the one who had founded the ancient Saint dynasty. After that, Xie Qitian paid his respects to the second saint emperor in history. At the same time, another statue appeared. This was the second saint emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty. Following that, the ritual continued. On the altar, statues appeared one after another. They were all statues of the saint emperors of the ancient Saint dynasty. A terrifying aura emanated from the altar. It was as if all the previous saint emperors had been revived. In the end, there were a total of 108 statues on the altar, representing the 108 saint emperors who had passed away. The ancient Saint dynasty had been around for 1,000,000 years, and there had been more than 100 of them. There's no statue of the previous sage emperor. Is the previous sage emperor really still alive? Someone saw through the trick. Indeed, there was no statue of the previous sacred emperor. If the previous sacred emperor had already passed away, then his statue would definitely appear here. However, the fact that it didn't appear now meant that the previous sacred emperor was still alive. Many emperors of the overlord forces had a serious look in their eyes. Although the royal Xie family had weakened and could not be compared to 30,000 years ago, they were still not to be underestimated. Their strength was astonishing. Hee, that old man is still here. The 100-battle martial emperor of the heaven-suppressing divine army sneered. The sacrifice is over. Now, give me the wine and the pills. Let's go. Xie Qitian's voice rang out. With a wave of his hand, the space cracked open, and the huge altar disappeared into the crack. Then, tables and chairs appeared where the altar had been. The royal family, the Xie family, and the ministers all sat down. Give me wine and pills. A voice reverberated through the entire area. Heavenly music began to play again, and at the same time, large cauldrons appeared in the palace. These cauldrons were as large as mountains, and beneath them were burly, naked men. Each of them was carrying a cauldron as they strolled through the air. Bang! Bang! These cauldrons seemed to be extremely heavy. With every step the burly men took, the space trembled, creating circles of space ripples. At a glance, there were a total of 108 burly men carrying 108 cauldrons that were as large as mountains. They stepped on the air and appeared in the sky above the sacred city. After the 108 burly men, there were 108 young women. They wore light veils and had graceful curves. Each of them was a beautiful woman with peerless beauty. Each of the 108 beautiful women was holding a purple gold gourd. You've been bestowed with spirit wine and spirit pills. Hurry up and snatch more. The eyes of Tai Xing and the others lit up as they stared at the sky. Pour. A voice was heard. Let's go. The brawny men shouted. They turned the cauldron and poured the wine down. Instantly, spiritual wine poured out of the cauldron. Each of the cauldrons was as big as a mountain, and it was unknown how much spirit wine they contained. At this moment, 108 cauldrons fell at the same time, as if 108 waterfalls were falling from the sky. It was a spectacular sight. Moreover, these were all spiritual wines, not ordinary wines. They were refined from spiritual herbs and were very useful for the cultivation of martial artists. Walala! The spirit wine fell from the sky, and the rich aroma of the wine filled the entire sacred city. One could be intoxicated by it with just a sniff. Ha, it's mine. I also want one. In the sacred city, countless martial artists rushed into the sky and used their means to draw the spiritual wine to their side. During this process, one could obtain the spirit wine through various means, but one could not attack or kill others. Otherwise, one would be killed without mercy. This was the rule. No one made a move on others. No one killed each other. They only used their own methods to obtain the spiritual wine. Who? Lu Ming opened his mouth and took a deep breath. There seemed to be a vortex in his mouth. The spiritual wine in the sky gathered into a stream, and he swallowed it. As the wine entered his mouth, it immediately turned into a warm current that circulated through his body, making him feel very comfortable. This spirit wine's medicinal effects are not of much use to me. Lu Ming smiled and stopped snatching. Although this spirit wine was not of much use to spirit god martial artists, it was definitely very useful to those below the spirit god realm. Moreover, the lower the cultivation, the greater the effect. Those in the spiritual ocean and king's realm would definitely be able to increase their cultivation and condense true yuan. 108 cauldrons as large as mountains were filled with an unknown amount of spiritual wine. They filled the sky as if there was an endless supply. A heavy rain of spirit wine poured down on the entire sacred city. However, not a single drop fell to the ground. All of them had been collected by someone using true qi. Very quickly, not a single drop of spirit wine was left in the sky. Bestow the pill. Then the voice sounded again. The 108 beautiful women pulled out the lids of their gourds and poured them down. Suddenly, pills poured out of the gourd and scattered all over the sacred city. While the gourds didn't seem large, their storage space was like a storage ring. Countless pills were stored in them, and they poured down to the ground in an endless stream. Countless people's eyes lit up, and they used all their strength to collect the medicinal pills. Lu Ming waved his hand and more than 10 pills were caught in his hand. Lu Ming took a glance and realized that these pills were not of much use to him. However, they were quite useful to those below the spiritual god level. There were all kinds of pills, including those for healing, true essence recovery, detoxification, and cultivation. The number of such spiritual pills was terrifying. How old are you? What a big move. Lu Ming sighed. Even though the spiritual wine and the pills were not of a high grade, there was a huge amount of them. When such a terrifying amount was added together, the value was also very huge. The royal family and the Xie clan had also put in a lot of effort and capital for this sacrificial ceremony. Obviously, the royal family had been preparing for this for a long time. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to take out such a large amount of spirit wine and spirit pills at once. In the air, the people of the major forces watched with faint smiles. Not long after, the pills in the gourds were all poured out. The strong men and women carried the cauldrons and gourds and flew back to the palace. After that, young girls carrying all kinds of delicacies and wine flew out of the palace and placed them in front of the people of the major forces. Today marks the 100,000th year since the establishment of the Holy Dynasty. Thank you all for coming here and spending this day with me. Come, let me toast you all. Xie Qitian picked up his wine cup and drank with the various major forces. Following that, Xie Qitian continued, I believe everyone has heard of it. I have the intention to choose a young man to be my daughter's husband. Furthermore, all the talents from the divine wilderness continent's 5 territories have gathered here. Let's have a competition. No matter if it's a woman or not, she can participate. The first place winner will become Nianlin's husband. Of course, if the woman wins first place, Nianlin's husband will be pushed back by 1 place. At the same time, I promise to fulfill one of the conditions of the second and third place winners. As long as it's within my means, I'll do anything I can. In addition, I'll be allowed to enter the Saint Emperor's ancient hall to meditate and cultivate. Those ranked 4th to 10th will also be able to enter the ancient Saint Emperor hall. They're here. As soon as Xie Qitian said that, many people's eyes lit up. The most anticipated segment of the day had finally arrived. Xie Qitian's offer was too tempting, and not many people could resist it. Today, all of the divine wilderness continent's elites were gathered together. There would definitely be an exciting battle. The Battle of Providence had taken place in the ancient city of Providence, and not many people had seen it. As such, not many people knew how exciting it was. But today he could see it. Moreover, not only were the Heaven's favorites from Central Continent here today, the Heaven's favorites from Southern Nether, Western Desert, Northern Plains and Eastern Barren were all gathered here, and there would be an even more brilliant spark. Most importantly, many of the top geniuses had entered the spiritual god realm and were about to fight for the most powerful position in the spiritual god realm. This was undoubtedly something that everyone looked forward to. Especially many young Heaven's favorites, they were all rubbing their fists, ready to show off their skills. Brother Xie, how should we compete? The Yin-Yang Emperor of the Yin-Yang Palace asked. There are too many Heaven's favorites here today. We can't compete with them one by one. First of all, they have to be below 30 years old. Then, they have to pass a round of selection. Only those who pass the selection can enter the official competition. Let's go, Xie Qitian said. With a wave of his hand, 18 paths formed by rainbow light appeared in the south of the platform. They spread out in a fan shape and were hundreds of miles long. To the north of the platform, there were tables and chairs on the east and west sides, and they were all filled with people. Only the south side of the platform had always been empty. Xie Qitian must have had his plans in mind. The selection is very simple. Everyone who passes this path will be considered to have passed. Xie Qitian said. Passing through this path is considered a pass. The hearts of many moved as they looked at the 18 paths with grave expressions. Since it was a selection, it definitely wouldn't be that simple. There would definitely be obstacles on the way. Those who want to participate enter through that door. With a wave of Xie Qitian's hand, a huge door appeared at the end of the 18 paths. From the imperial family's side, experts flew towards the door and stood guard on both sides. Only by entering that door could one participate in the selection. Let's go. I'm going. Instantly, young figures flew out from the major forces. There were also young figures flying out of the sacred city towards the door. This commander is leaving. Lu Ming smiled at Tai Xing and the rest. You're going too? Commander, the sage emperor said that only those below 30 years old can participate. How old are you? Tai Xing and the rest looked at Lu Ming with suspicion. Lu Ming had a full beard. No matter how one looked at him, he did not look like he was below 30 years old. He was at least close to 40 years old. Furthermore, martial artists aged very slowly. Lu Ming's actual age could be hundreds of years old. Lu Ming actually wanted to participate. If he was caught making up the numbers, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Hey, what's with your expressions? I'm not even 30 years old. Lu Ming looked at Tai Xing and the rest in disdain. Then he strode towards the big door. No. Not even 30 years old? Tai Xing and the dozens of law enforcement soldiers all had their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open. Their jaws were almost dislocated, and it was simply unbelievable. Lu Ming swaggered to the main entrance. At this moment, there was already a long line at the gate. Lu Ming stood in line at the back. Who was that? That big bearded man. He's already so old, but he's still going to line up? Isn't that the overpowered commander? What was he doing? Didn't you hear the sage emperor say that only those under 30 can participate? This weird commander is really audacious. Just wait and see. He'll definitely be chased away later. Some people noticed Lu Ming and immediately started to discuss. Lu Ming could not be bothered with the gazes from the surroundings. He lined up leisurely. Very soon, it was Lu Ming's turn. Stop, what are you doing here? Hurry up and run. A burly man who was guarding the door stopped Lu Ming. What are you doing? I'm here to take part in the competition. Lu Ming glared at him. A competition? The Sage Emperor has ordered that no one above 30 is allowed to participate. How old are you? How dare you ignore the Sage Emperor's orders? You're courting death. The burly man shouted angrily, his aura overbearing. This weird commander is finished. He dares to ignore the Sage Emperor's order. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. Nonsense. Which eye of yours saw that I'm over 30 years old? Let me tell you, I'm not even 30 yet. I'm just a little older. Don't judge a book by its cover. Lu Ming said casually. This stunned many people, and then they burst into laughter. Lu Ming did not look like he was under 30 years old. He was definitely over 30 years old. This guy was clearly trying to sneak in. Many people thought so. You, get out of my way. Don't block the way. A cold voice came from behind Lu Ming. It was a woman's voice. It was pleasant to the ears, but it was cold and arrogant. Lu Ming turned around and saw a devastatingly beautiful woman. She was tall and slender, and her beauty was unparalleled. She was not inferior to deity Tan Xiang, Jing Kongling, and the others. That's Lu Yusin, one of the 5 great beauties of Central Continent. Some people were discussing and looking at Lu Yusin excitedly. So it's Lu Yusin, one of the 5 great beauties of Central Continent. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he could not help but take a few more glances. Lu Yusin was indeed very beautiful. She was devastatingly beautiful, like a dream. Just from her appearance, she was not inferior to the likes of goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling. Chapter 1115 Kneeling Down to Eat Dirt. Around Lu Yusin, there were 3 or 4 young men. They were clearly Lu Yusin's flower guardians. Standing in the middle of the 3 flower guardians, Lu Yusin was like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. She was extremely cold and arrogant. She glanced at Lu Ming indifferently, her eyes revealing a slight disdain, like a proud white swan. Big Beard, what are you looking at? Are you even looking at Yusin? Why don't you take a piss and look into the mirror? You're already so old, yet you still want to sneak in and compete. Don't tell me you still want to marry Princess Nianlin? You're really a toad lusting after a swan's meat. Hurry up and get lost. Beside Lu Yusin, a few young men chided her one after another, acting all high and mighty. These few people had obviously come to the holy city later and did not know about Lu Ming's impressive achievements. Where did these wild dogs come from? Don't they know the rules and keep barking? I'm here first, so I haven't entered yet. You guys line up for me, understand? Lu Ming glanced at the few of them indifferently, his eyes filled with contempt. What did you just say? You're looking for death. Trash. The young men's faces were ghastly pale. They berated him one after another. If not for the fact that they could not fight here, they would have killed Lu Ming long ago. Lu Yusin's expression was very ugly and gloomy. Clearly, Lu Ming's words just now had included her in his scolding. This piece of trash doesn't respect the Sage Emperor's orders. He's clearly older than the Emperor, but he still wants to sneak in. I suggest that we kill him immediately as a warning to others. A red-robed young man was the most arrogant. What if I'm not older than him? Lu Ming gave him a sidelong glance. If you're not over 30 years old, I'll immediately kneel down and eat dirt. The red-robed young man shouted. He took a closer look at Lu Ming and was even more certain that Lu Ming's age could not be lower than 30. All right, I request to test my bone age. Lu Ming shouted loudly, his voice spreading far and wide. Approved, let him take the test. A dignified voice was heard. It was Xie Qitian. The sovereigns had naturally seen everything that had happened here. Yes. An old man flew out from beside Xie Qitian. With a wave of his hand, a mirror appeared. This is the bone measuring mirror. It can measure the age of your bones. The old man explained. Then, a beam of light shot out from the bone measuring mirror and enveloped Lu Ming. At that moment, almost all eyes were on Lu Ming. Could it be that Lu Ming was really not even 30 years old? That's impossible. He looks almost 40, but his actual age must be even older. Buzz! At this moment, the bone measuring mirror trembled and 25 round wheels appeared. They shone with a golden light and filled the sky. This was a bone wheel, and one wheel represented 1 year. On the bone measuring mirror, a round wheel of 25 appeared, representing Lu Ming's age. He was only 25. Moreover, the 25th wheel was not very bright. This meant that Lu Ming was still a little away from turning 25. The scene quieted down at once. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in bewilderment, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Nest, he's not even 25 years old. This awesome commander is actually not even 25 years old. How is this possible? He looks like he's almost 40. He's growing too fast. It's really painful to the eyes. He's not even 25 years old. Doesn't that mean he belongs to the younger generation? He suppressed Wu Tsang before. The scene was in an uproar, but after the last sentence, the scene suddenly fell silent. That's right, he was less than 25 years old and belonged to the younger generation. The key was that he had suppressed Wu Tsang. If Lu Ming was in his 30s or 40s, or even older, and he had suppressed Wu Tsang, it would not be a big deal. After all, he had been cultivating for many years. However, Lu Ming was in his 20s and was younger than Wu Tsang. It was a different story. This meant that this overpowered commander was a rare heaven's favorite, one that was even stronger than Wu Tsang. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This awesome commander was too awesome and really exceeded everyone's expectations. It was not that no one had thought that Lu Ming was someone else in disguise. However, if he wanted to join the law enforcement army, he had to go through an identity check. He could change his appearance, but could his aura be changed too? This damned guy. Inside the door, Wu Tsang naturally saw this scene. He immediately gritted his teeth and wanted to bite Lu Ming. Some people from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction also had ugly expressions on their faces. They had suffered a great loss at the hands of this commander. Some of the sovereigns' eyes sparkled as they sized Lu Ming up curiously. Nest the commander? He's only 25 years old? Tai Xing and the others were completely stunned. If the bone measuring mirror had not measured Lu Ming's bone age, they would still find it hard to believe. Behind Lu Ming, Lu Yusin and the other young men's eyes almost popped out. The red-robed young man in particular almost bit his tongue off. Can I go in now? Lu Ming looked at the burly man who was guarding the door. You can enter, ha. The burly man guarding the door smiled awkwardly. And you, what did you say just now? If I'm not even 30 years old, you'll have to kneel and eat dirt. Let's start now. Lu Ming's gaze fell on the red-robed young man as he said coldly. That I was just casually saying it. The red-robed young man's face turned red in embarrassment. Your mother's fart. Lu Ming roared and glared at the young man. The beard on his face stood up and a powerful aura burst out, enveloping the young man in red. He scolded, "What do you think this place is? All the emperors are here, and the sage emperor is on your seat. You actually dare to speak so casually in front of all the sage emperors? What do you take all the emperors for? Is this the person you're joking with? I think you want to die." Lu Ming's every word was like a huge hammer pounding on the red-robed young man's heart, causing his face to turn pale and bloodless. No, I didn't. You're talking nonsense. I didn't disrespect the emperors. The red-robed young man shook his head repeatedly, cold sweat dripping down his face. You're still denying it? Then do as you say. If you don't do it, I'll teach you. Lu Ming shouted. He moved and appeared in front of the red-robed young man all of a sudden. He pressed his big hand on the red-robed young man's shoulder. This red-robed youth was a third-grade heaven's favorite with a cultivation of great circle spirit embryo. He was worlds apart from Lu Ming and had no power to resist at all. Lu Ming pressed him down and he fell to the ground. Bang! After landing on the ground, the red-robed young man knelt down. Following that, Lu Ming pressed his head down on the ground. With a bang, the red-robed man's face smashed into the ground, causing it to shatter and his mouth to be full of dirt. Gulu! Many people in the surroundings suddenly swallowed their saliva and stared at Lu Ming with wide eyes. This awesome commander was really too overbearing. He really made the red-robed young man eat dirt. He really meant what he said. Impudent! On the west side of the platform, an old man from a large force slammed the table and shouted angrily. This force was Cold Blood Hall, and the young man in red was one of its elites. Many Cold Blood Hall members glared at Lu Ming. Don't be impatient. Standing at the front of Cold Blood Hall was the Hall Master, Blood Emperor. He spoke indifferently. Too difficult. Just now, it was indeed the red-robed young man who said that if Lu Ming was below 30 years old, he would have to kneel and eat dirt. Everyone heard it, including the many emperors. Lu Ming had directly used the emperors to suppress the red-robed young man and then attacked him. It would not be good for Cold Blood Hall to stand up for the red-robed young man. Interesting. It's indeed interesting. You're very bold. Around the platform, some sovereigns spoke indifferently and looked at Lu Ming with interest. What a good appetite. He doesn't eat exotic food, but likes to eat dirt. This is the first time I've seen this. Lu Ming muttered to himself. He stepped into the air again and went to the main entrance. His words almost made the Cold Blood Hall people vomit blood. Lu Yusin gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Ming with an ugly expression. The other young men beside Lu Yusin looked at Lu Ming with fear. The red-robed young man could not fight back at all in Lu Ming's hands, which shocked them. Little girl, why are you staring at me? Lu Ming's eyes swept across Lu Yusin's body. Then he laughed and walked through the door. Lu Yusin's eyes were red. She swore in her heart that if there was a chance, she would definitely make Lu Ming regret it. Lu Ming walked past the main door and came to the front of the 18 roads. Some of the elites sized him up curiously. They were all very curious. When did such a heaven's favorite appear? Slowly, more and more people crossed the gate and arrived in front of the 18 paths. In the end, there were no less than 500 people, all of whom were top heaven's favorites. All right, let's begin. Remember, if you fly out or fall down this path, you'll fail. Xie Qitian's voice was heard. Buzz. Bush. Immediately, there were people who rushed up. There was one person on each road. When they rushed onto the path formed by the rainbow light, a figure appeared on the road and attacked the heaven's favorites on the road. The palm print blasted out, and on the 18 paths, the 18 young men all roared angrily and were sent flying out of the range of the rainbow light path. Failed. In an instant, all 18 young men had failed. That's the strength of the spiritual God. It's actually the strength of the spiritual God. There's a spiritual God blocking the way. How can we rush over? This is too difficult. Many people's expressions changed and became very ugly. There was actually a spirit God blocking the way. How could those youths in the spirit embryo realm possibly charge past? It seems that the screening part will eliminate many people. That's true. With the spiritual God in the way, how many people can break through? That's normal. The Sage Emperor also said that only the top 10 can enter the Sage Emperor's ancient palace. What can those spirit embryo realm prodigies do if they rush over? It's just to make up the numbers, so it's better to be eliminated earlier. Many people in the surroundings were in a heated discussion. On every path of rainbow light, there was a figure standing with his hands behind his back. Although they weren't real, they still gave off a powerful aura. As long as I rush over, I might have a chance, he thought. Someone's eyes flickered as he began to plan. Buzz. Bush. Then, another 18 people rushed up. Boom. Boom. The 18 of them struck out with their palms at the same time. The power of their palms was like a stormy sea, continuous and endless. 17 of them were directly sent flying by the palm force and were eliminated. However, there was one person who was a third-class heaven's favorite. Moreover, he was a powerful figure among third-class heaven's favorites. His cultivation was infinitely close to that of a spiritual god. He took the palm strike head-on but was not sent flying. Instead, he seized the opportunity and aimed at an opening. He used a powerful movement technique and rushed over. He rushed past the figure's obstruction. I've made it. I've succeeded. The young man was ecstatic and ran forward. However, before he could feel happy, 3 more figures formed in front of him. Each of the 3 figures was at the first level of the spiritual god realm. 3 powerful palm forces rushed toward the young man. You can't play like this. The young man shouted and was sent flying by the powerful palm force. 3 spiritual gods, 3 spiritual gods, how are we going to pass this? Many people sighed. It was already very difficult to pass even one, and now, there were 3 more on the road ahead. How could they possibly pass? It's almost impossible to pass without reaching the spiritual god stage. Someone shook his head. However, there were still people who didn't give up and wanted to try. The facts proved that every path was the same. At the start, there was a first-level spiritual god realm figure, and behind it, there were 3 first-level spiritual god realm figures. Of course, the strength of these figures was considered ordinary among the first-level spiritual god realm. Many people failed. Lu Ming saw that Blood Sword 1, Corpse Warrior, Dongfang Yu of the Ditian Divine Palace, AO2 and Feng Xian of the Heavenly Demon Valley had all failed one by one. Although their talents were considered top-notch in the Eastern Wilderness, they were considered ordinary in the vast Divine Wilderness. The first few batches of people did not succeed. In the 6th batch, a second-grade Heaven's favorite made his move. This person was Lu Ming's old acquaintance, Blood Luozi. Shui Luozi sent the first spiritual god flying with a single strike. He then charged forward and faced the 3 spiritual gods. However, it did not cause much trouble for Shui Luozi. He struck 3 times with his palms and forced the 3 spiritual gods back. Then he charged forward. What was shocking was that before Blood Luozi reached the finish line, more figures appeared on the road. This time, there were 9 figures. 9 first-level spiritual god realm experts. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 figures struck out with their palms at the same time. The 9 palms were connected, one after another, and the power of the palms was like an avalanche. Shui Luozi's face turned serious. Blood light burst out and condensed into a blood-red saber. He struck out continuously, breaking the 9 palm forces one by one. However, after one palm strike, the 9 figures struck out another palm. 9 palm prints gathered together again, erupting with terrible power. The 9 figures seemed to be connected to each other, and their cooperation was flawless. With a shrill cry, Shui Luozi performed the bloodline fusion and turned into a blood-winged bat. It made a terrible sound wave and broke the palm force. Then, its wings were like heavenly blades, cutting a figure in half. It rushed through the gap and flew forward. After passing through the 9 figures, there were no more obstacles behind him. His journey was smooth, and Blood Luozi became the first person to reach the platform. Even so, it still made many people feel dejected. The difficulty was too great. With 9 first-level spiritual god realm existences joining forces, their powers stacked together and were too powerful. Apart from those who had broken through to the spiritual god realm, Who else below the spiritual god realm could charge through? However, among the younger generation, other than the second-grade geniuses, no one had broken through to the third grade. Sigh, forget it. I don't have any hope. The difference is too big. Some people shook their heads and sighed, planning to give up. Indeed, there's no need to. There's no hope at all. There's no need to humiliate yourself. That's right. This time, I'll just be a spectator. Many people spoke up and gave up. What a waste of time. At this moment, a cold snort sounded, and a young man stepped out. This person was dressed in a black robe, his eyes were sinister, and his entire body was covered in black mist. He was abnormally cold, and the people standing beside him could not help but shiver. So many powerful heaven's favorites. Southern Nether, dark child. Someone said in a low voice, looking at this person with fear. Dark child was said to be an existence equivalent to the 5 big shots of Central Continent. However, he had never fought with the people of the 5 big shots, so many people were skeptical. Each of the 5 overlords of the Central Continent was an era-suppressing genius. Not everyone could reach that level. Who would believe it without seeing it with their own eyes? Boom! Suddenly, Dark Child's aura skyrocketed, and a terrifying pressure filled the air. Then whoosh! Dark Child turned into a beam of light and rushed forward at a terrifying speed. In the first stage, the figure had just struck out with a palm force when Dark Child rushed past it. His body exploded immediately, not causing any hindrance to Dark Child. In the second round, the 3 figures attacked at the same time. Their palm prints were mighty, but the result was the same as the previous figure. Dark Child rushed through them and the 3 figures exploded. Dark Child's speed wasn't affected at all. It was as if the 3 spirit god powerhouses were air. Dark Child's figure was like a stream of light. In the third stage, the 9 figures couldn't stop Dark Child's figure at all. He was also rushed through, and all 9 figures exploded. Buzz! Dark Child's figure appeared on the platform. CSI! Gasps could be heard at the scene. It was too powerful and terrifying. An ordinary first-level spiritual god realm expert was like an empty shell in front of Dark Child. He rushed past them. In the eyes of many people, Dark Child had just turned into a black stream of light. In a flash, he had arrived on the opposite side in a shockingly short time. It's too terrifying. This kind of strength far exceeds ordinary second-grade heaven's favorites. He's definitely at the level of the 5 magnates. That's right. We'll watch this. The heaven's favorites from the other territories will clash with the 5 magnates. It'll be very exciting. Dark Child's strength shocked everyone. Then I'll also set off. With a loud laugh, a young man in a golden robe stepped out. This person was dressed in gold, golden hair, golden clothes, and golden battle boots. His body emitted golden rays of light, like a small golden sun. Lion City, one of the 5 giants. Someone recognized the young man. The Lion City came from the overlord, the Lion Tiger Hall. It was a demon race, and it was rumored that its true form was a golden lion. It had 90% of the bloodline of the divine beast, the divine sun lion, and was extremely powerful. Almost 90% of his bloodline had become a pureblood sun divine lion. However, in the divine wilderness continent, there were almost no connate pure-blooded divine beasts. Those demon sovereigns only became pure-blooded after they broke through to the sovereign realm and underwent a transformation. However, this was a postnatal cultivation. There was still a huge difference between them and connate pure-blooded divine beasts. Lion capital, let's go together. As soon as Sherdu walked out, another young man in a 5-colored feather coat also stepped out. Everyone's heart jolted as they recognized this young man. Kong Lin, the supreme talent of the Overlord Force and the Myriad Demon Mountain. It was said that he had 90% of the bloodline of the divine beast 5 elements peacock and was extremely powerful. They were also 2 of the 5 giants of Central Continent. Of the 5 giants of Central Continent, 3 were humans and 2 were demons. Kong Lin. Shirdu looked at Kong Lin and grinned. The two of them looked at each other and moved almost at the same time. A five-colored ray of light and a golden ray of light each charged towards a path. Whoosh! Whoosh! Without any pause, a light flashed past. Just like Dark Child, the spirit god existences blocking their way were directly blasted apart. They didn't stop them in the slightest. In an instant, the two of them appeared on the opposite platform. The five magnates are really amazing. Many people sighed. This was the strength of the five magnates. Compared to them, ordinary Heaven's favorites were far too weak. Even many of the second-grade Heaven's favorites felt powerless. I'm coming. A Buddhist name that Lu Ming was very familiar with rang out. A baby-faced monk, who had been smiling all along, stepped out. This unscrupulous monk. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Amitabha. A clear Buddhist chant sounded. A petite figure in white clothes stepped forward and came to the road beside the unscrupulous monk. A female bodhisattva. What a beautiful female bodhisattva. Many people's eyes lit up. It was actually a nun. She was petite and dainty, wearing a pure white kasaya. Her body was filled with holy Buddhist light, like a female bodhisattva who had walked out of a painting. She was very beautiful. Even without her long black hair, she was still unparalleled and holy. People couldn't move their eyes away from her after one look. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman, no less beautiful than the five great beauties, is actually a female bodhisattva. Sigh. Many people sighed with regret. Hee, the two bald donkeys of the western desert are about to attack. Let me accompany you. With a sneer, a black-robed young man covered in black flames stepped out and appeared on the other road. Someone recognized him as one of the southern netherworld's chosen. Bang! Bang! On the other side, two tall figures stepped out at the same time, attracting everyone's attention. Yang Patian and Tuoba Ashur of Northern Plains. Ha! It's really lively. I'll go then. The monk laughed as Buddhist light emanated from his body. With a flash of light he charged forward. At the same time, the others also moved. They turned into rays of light and rushed forward. On the way, the figures of the spiritual gods were practically non-existent. In the next moment, on the opposite platform, Yang Patian, Tuoba Ashur, the unscrupulous monk, the female bodhisattva, and the young man covered in black flames all arrived at the same time. Almost everyone was shocked. How was this possible? There are so many Heaven's favorites from the five magnates? Many people gasped and stuttered in disbelief. Yang Patian had long been one of the five giants of the central continent. No one was surprised by this. As for Tuoba Ashur, he had fought with Yang Patian several times and his name had long spread throughout the central continent. As for the unscrupulous monk, his performance in the secret realm of the Sage Mansion of the World College had also spread, and everyone also regarded him as a Heaven's pride on the level of the five giants. These three people were as expected. However, the female bodhisattva and the young man covered in black flames were also so powerful. It was shocking. Don't tell me these two people also have the strength of the Big Five. How can we compete then? The top 10 spots are almost taken up. Many people sighed. First, it was Dark Child, then Lion Capital, Kong Lin, and this time, there were 5 people. With such unfathomable existences, there were a total of 8 people. There were not many spots left. Then, many second-grade Heaven's favorites started to step out. Now, almost all of the second-grade geniuses had stepped into the spiritual god realm. This test was naturally not difficult for them. The second-grade Heaven's favorites all passed by. Lu Ming saw Goddess Tan Xiang, Jing Kongling, Kong Exin, Jun Yu, Divine Emperor, and some others that he did not recognize. This time, most of the Divine Wilderness Continent's elites were here. Other than a few Heaven's Pride experts from the Imperial family and the Xie family, most of the Heaven's Pride experts had participated. The 40 people who passed. At this moment, an ordinary-looking young man stepped out. This young man was really ordinary. His appearance was ordinary, and his body was also ordinary. He had a medium build, and his face was very calm. He didn't have an overbearing arrogance, nor did he have the noble and overbearing aura of a king. He was just like an ordinary young man. However, the moment this young man walked out, he attracted everyone's attention. Even the sovereigns turned their gazes over. That was because the young man was Long Chen. Long Chen was a well-known name in the Central Continent. He was the overlord of the Central Continent's younger generation. No one could defeat him. All along the way, he had never tasted defeat among his peers. During the Battle of Providence, he had already entered the spiritual god realm, leading the other 4 magnates by a large margin. He was known as a heaven's favorite that only appeared once in 100,000 years in Central Continent. No one said anything. Everyone's eyes were on Long Chen, waiting to see how he would react. Bang! Long Chen took a step forward. That's right, it was just an ordinary step and then another. Just like that, he took 1 step at a time and walked forward step by step. 1 step covered several miles. His speed wasn't fast. Let alone Yang Padian and the others, he wasn't even as fast as a second-grade heaven's favorite. He took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the first figure. The figure struck out with his palm, and Long Chen did the same. With a bang, the figure exploded. Then, Long Chen continued to move forward. Very quickly, they arrived at the second stage. In front of the 3 figures, he also struck out with his palm, and the 3 figures exploded. Then he continued to step forward and came to the third stage. He waved his palm again and the 9 figures exploded at the same time. It seemed very easy, like the clouds and the wind. Then he stepped onto the platform. The speed of his stride wasn't fast, but the speed at which he passed the level was very fast. Those figures couldn't stop him at all. Therefore, in general, he had surpassed most of the second-grade heaven's favorites. This person is unfathomable. Lu Ming stared at Long Chen and realized that he could not see through him at all. I'll go too. Lu Ming smiled and stepped out. He randomly chose a path and rushed forward. Lu Ming's performance was not too amazing. Although he also cleared the level at an extremely fast speed, his speed was only average among the second-grade prodigies and he did not cause too much of a shock. As Lu Ming could suppress Wu Song previously, it was normal for him to have such a result. The others were not surprised. After Lu Ming, a few other second-grade geniuses followed. After the second-grade heaven's favorites finished, no one else tried. The remaining third-grade heaven's favorites, and even the weaker ones, all shook their heads. They didn't need to try, because it was impossible for them to pass. All right, the selection is over. Let's go, Xie Qigin said. With a wave of his hand, the 18 rainbow paths disappeared. At the scene, everyone's eyes fell on the platform. On the platform, there were a total of 40 people. In other words, there were only 40 people who passed the selection. Nan Ming is really powerful. He has 2 people who are suspected to be on the same level as the 5 magnates and 3 second-grade heaven's favorites. Northern Plains is also very powerful. Other than to Obashur, there are also 3 second-grade heaven's favorites. I feel that the Western Desert is the most unfathomable. There are 2 people who are suspected to be big shots, but not a single second-grade heaven's favorite. That's not realistic. I think even the second-grade heaven's favorites aren't here, so I can't see their depths at all. Indeed, the Western Desert has always been unfathomable and has a long history. No one knows how many years ago the Western Desert Saint Monk appeared. Speaking of which, the East Continent is really embarrassed. Only one Emperor God passed the handsome selection. Ha! Many people were discussing it. Lu Ming looked around and it was true. Without a doubt, the Central Continent had the most people. Apart from him, there were 27 people. 5 from Southern Nether, 4 from Northern Plains, and 2 from Western Desert, but the 2 from Western Desert had unfathomable strength. In the East Baron, There was only the Emperor God. The Eastern Barren Territory? Li Lai is the weakest in the Forsaken Land, so how can there be any prodigies? It's already good enough that they have an Emperor God. I heard that there's also a person called Lu Ming who's above the Emperor God realm, but he didn't come. No, he didn't. I'm afraid he has declined, so he doesn't dare to come. He used to be stronger than an Emperor God, but now he's probably even weaker than an Emperor God. You're right, let's not talk about the East Continent. The crowd discussed and expressed their opinions, but when the Eastern Barren Territory was mentioned, they all looked contemptuous. In the crowd, Xue Jinyi, Ao2, Dongfang Yu, and the others gritted their teeth as they listened. But in his heart he felt helpless. The Eastern Barren Territory was indeed the weakest. This was an indisputable fact. They used to be the top figures in the East Continent. They were confident that they could make a name for themselves in the Central Continent. But ever since he came to Central Continent, he had suffered a huge blow. There were too many people in the Central Continent who were stronger than them. Even the Emperor God was only a second-grade heaven's favorite. This made them feel dejected. I wonder what kind of reputation Lu Ming will make if he comes to the Central Continent. I guess he'll only be suppressed and won't be able to cause much trouble. At that moment, Blood Sword 1, Dongfang Yu, Ao2, and the rest remembered Lu Ming. However, they felt that even if Lu Ming were to come, he would not be as good as an Emperor God. The Supreme Emperor had comprehended the will of space and was extremely powerful. In the Battle of Providence, the Supreme Emperor's will of space was still weak, but it would become stronger and stronger as time went on. They believed that the current Emperor God had already surpassed Lu Ming. All right, a total of 40 people. Let's begin the first round of competition. The rules of the first round are very simple. I've recorded the time you took to pass the selection. Now, I'll divide you into two groups according to the time you took to clear the trial. The shorter the time, the better the results. The top 20 will be in one batch and the last 20 will be in another. The rule of the first round is that the last 20 will challenge the top 20. If they succeed, they will advance directly. If they fail, they will be eliminated. Furthermore, everyone can only challenge once. The one being challenged can only accept one challenge. Xie Qitian announced. What? The bottom 20 will challenge the top 20? Many people's expressions changed. Without a doubt, Yang Padian, Shirdu, and the others took the shortest amount of time. The challenged could only accept one challenge. This meant that there was definitely someone who wanted to challenge Yang Padian. In that case, wouldn't Shirdu and the others lose for sure? Now, I'll announce the names of the last 20 people. Wu Tsong Blood Luo Zi. Xie Qitian announced the names of the last 20, and the people who were called had rather unsightly expressions. At the same time, they began to size up the 20 people who had not been named. I didn't expect to enter the top 20. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Other than him, the second-grade geniuses that Lu Ming knew, such as the Sandalwood Fairy, Jing Kongling, Di Shen, and Wu Chengkong, had all entered the top 20. On the other hand, Kong Xian, Jun Yu, and the others were in the last 20. Lu Yusin was also in the last 20, and her expression was rather unsightly. The 20 at the back were sizing up the 20 at the front and choosing their opponents. Chapter 1119 Battling Lu Yusin. Yang Padian, Shirdu, Kong Lin, and Long Chen were directly ignored by them. He also ignored people like Tuobashir and the unscrupulous monk. Challenging them would be no different from admitting defeat. In addition, emperor gods who have grasped the concept of space are also excluded. Wu Chengkong, who had always been at the top of the second-grade heaven's favorites, was also excluded. There were also a few other people who were unfathomable. There were also the two magnificently beautiful goddesses, Tan Xiang Fairy and Jing Kongling. They were the targets of many people's pursuit. Of course, no one would challenge them. There were only a few people left. Many people's gazes swept between Lu Ming and the other two. Although Lu Ming had defeated Wu Tsong before, Wu Tsong was considered weak among the second-grade talents. Moreover, Lu Ming had used a treasure to block the attack of a fourth-level spiritual god previously. However, in such a situation, he would naturally not let you use a treasure to win. You would still have to rely on your own strength. Therefore, Lu Ming was undoubtedly one of the best targets to challenge. Before we start, I'll make 2 points. First, this is only a competition, so you can't kill your opponent. Second, you can't rely too much on external objects. You have to rely on your own strength. Xie Qitian announced. You, Big Beard, I challenge you. What are you doing? That big-bearded man is mine. All of you get lost. He's mine. As soon as Xie Qitian finished his sentence, a few people had their eyes on Lu Ming, wanting to challenge him. Nest, do you all think I'm easy to bully? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with ferocity as he swept his gaze over the few of them. Wait a minute. It's too chaotic to challenge like this. Let's do it according to the results. Those with good results in the last 20 can have the priority to challenge. Xie Qitian's voice was heard, and the entire place fell silent. Then, an old man walked out and reported the names of the last 20 people. The more they reported, the uglier their expressions became. Those with good results could challenge first, so they would definitely challenge the weaker ones. In other words, the one who stayed until the end would definitely be the strongest. For example, who would challenge Long Qin, Yang Padian, and the others? Those who were ranked lower would definitely encounter Yang Padian and the others. How could their expressions be good? Now, let's begin. Xie Qitian announced after the ranking was announced. I'll go first. Lu Yusin stepped out. Her result was the best among the last 20 people. She had almost charged into the top 20. She swept her gaze across the room and eventually landed on Lu Ming. A cold glint flashed across her eyes as she said, Big Beard, I challenge you. Previously, Lu Ming did not give her any face and even suppressed the Cold Blood Hall's talent in front of everyone. In Lu Yusin's opinion, this was a slap to her face. She had long wanted to teach Lu Ming a lesson. Now that she had such a chance, how could she miss it? Little girl, you want to challenge me? Just like I said before, be careful or I'll beat you up. Lu Ming grinned, his gaze sweeping across a certain part of Lu Yusin. You're looking for death. Lu Yusin's expression was ugly. This guy is really looking for death. One of the big 5, Lion Capital, emitted a cold light and killing intent from his eyes, causing the people standing beside him to shiver. In the central continent, everyone knew that the Lion Capital had always been Lu Yusin's pursuer. Since Lu Ming dared to tease Lu Yusin like this, it was obvious that the Lion Capital had its eyes on him. Lu Yusin challenged Lu Ming. The others retreated and stood at the edge of the platform. Only Lu Ming and Lu Yusin were standing opposite each other on the platform. If I don't beat you up until you beg for mercy, my name isn't Lu Yusin. Lu Yusin's beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. She had enough confidence to defeat Lu Ming. This was because she hadn't used her full strength when she was screening. Buzz! All of a sudden, Lu Yusin moved and pounced toward Lu Ming. The strange thing was that as Lu Yusin rushed out, her figure actually increased in number. 1 split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the end, the platform was filled with Lu Yusin's silhouettes. There were hundreds of them, and they were densely packed, surrounding Lu Yusin. This is the illusionary demon movement technique of the illusionary sect. Lu Yusin has actually cultivated it to this level. It's truly shocking. At the edge of the platform, a second-grade Heaven's favorite recognized this movement technique and revealed a serious expression. How could they resist when hundreds of figures appeared all at once? Lu Yusin's combat strength was considered to be in the upper tier even among the second-grade Heaven's favorites. Illusionary Demon Finger. With a delicate shout, the hundreds of figures stretched out their hands at the same time. Her slender fingers were more powerful than divine weapons. They pierced through the void and tried to kill Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! From all directions, the finger force was aimed at Lu Ming's vital points. A black long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. Minglu was from the Black Spear sect, so he had bought a black spear, a medium lever 8 spiritual weapon, some time ago. Buzz. Whoosh. The long spear shook, and a black spear flower condensed in the air and flew toward the finger force. Bang. Bang. A wave of dense collision sounds rang out, and the spear flowers and finger forces disappeared one after another. Buzz. Then, the black spear's radiance expanded and swept out with the momentum of sweeping away thousands of troops. However, Lu Yusen's movement technique was indeed impressive. In the face of such an attack, hundreds of figures floated on the platform, flashing and avoiding Lu Ming's long spear. Let's see how many shots you can dodge. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and continuously swept it out. The spear's gleam was like a black dragon, surging violently on the huge platform and enveloping the entire platform. Although Lu Yusen's movement technique was strong, on such a platform, its power was greatly reduced. Soon she couldn't avoid it. One by one, her figure was hit by the spear light and dissipated. Umph. Lu Yusen snorted coldly. She didn't retreat, but advanced instead. Her figure flickered non-stop, and she was incredibly fast. Lu Ming's spear was like a dragon, but he could not hit him. As she neared Lu Ming, a cloud of gray fog appeared above Lu Yusen's head. On the gray fog, there were 8 golden chakras. This was Lu Yusen's bloodline. Great dream of spring and autumn. At that moment, Lu Yusen turned into a cloud of gray mist. The gray mist expanded rapidly and enveloped Lu Ming. When Lu Ming was enveloped by the gray fog, the surrounding world suddenly changed. Boom! The earth shook violently. Lu Ming saw that a brutal battle was taking place in front of him. Talisman Amulet Sect. Lu Ming was greatly shocked. In front of them was the Talisman Amulet Sect. At this moment, the yin and yang formation of the Talisman Amulet Sect had been broken. The army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was swarming in and killing their way into the yin and yang mountain. At this moment, both sides were engaged in a bloody battle. He saw Yen Kuangtu, the 9 Sons Supreme, being killed by Martial Emperor by Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others had died at the hands of the supreme martial artists of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. His parents, his disciples, and his friends had all been turned into ashes in the bloody battle. Illusion, illusion, this is an illusion. Lu Ming took a deep breath, his eyes glimmering. In the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, he had once entered an illusion created by a being that surpassed the emperor level and almost lost himself. Compared to that illusion, this one was too fake. How could it confuse Lu Ming? Lu Ming slowly closed his eyes. Red eyes from envy. At this moment, the paragons, the emperors, supremes, and many other powerful cultivators, including those in the air and in the sacred city, were all staring at the platform. He looked at Lu Ming's figure, which was shrouded in gray fog. It's Lu Yusen's great dream of spring and autumn. That guy called Minglu is finished. He's been enveloped by the great dream of spring and autumn. The outcome has been decided. That's right. Once Lu Yusen's great dream of spring and autumn is used, the only thing one can do is to retreat. Once enveloped, one will fall into an endless illusion. Even the top 5 young warriors will be in danger. Lu Yusen has won. A few of the second-grade Heaven's favorites were discussing. They knew how terrifying Lu Yusen's dream was. This was Lu Yusen's bloodline's secret technique, which was very mysterious and unpredictable. After that, no one said anything. They just waited quietly. In the gray fog, Lu Ming's eyes were tightly shut. However, it was only 2 minutes before he suddenly opened his eyes. Let's end this. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. He shouted softly, and the scene of the Talisman Sect's battle in front of him suddenly froze. Then, it shattered like a mirror and turned into nothingness. Lu Ming was still standing on the platform. The gray fog surrounded him. Break! Lu Ming's palm was like a sword. The 5-colored will burst forth, and he struck down. Boom! The earth shook and the gray fog rolled. It was constantly being destroyed by Lu Ming's essential core. In the next moment, Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed in one direction. He grabbed with his claws and a terrifying force suddenly exploded. In this direction, the gray fog was obliterated and Lu Yusin's figure appeared. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were wide open and her small mouth was open. Her face was full of disbelief. His vital essence condensed into a huge hand and grabbed Lu Yusin. Vital essence poured in and sealed all the major acupuncture points in Lu Yusin's body, making her unable to circulate her vital essence. As Lu Yusin was caught by Lu Ming, the surrounding gray fog dissipated. When the crowd saw this scene, they were stunned. Lu Yusin was defeated and captured. What happened? Earlier on, the gray fog had shrouded them. Many people did not see what had happened clearly and thought that Lu Ming would definitely lose. However, they did not expect to see this scene after waiting for 2 minutes and the fog had dissipated. Some of the emperors and supreme martial artists' eyes flickered, but they didn't say anything. They had obviously noticed something. Let me go. Lu Yusin struggled with all her might in the Zhenyuan hand, but with his Zhenyuan sealed, how could he struggle with just his physical strength? Let you go? Hehe, did I forget what I just said? Lu Ming grinned, his eyes darting around Lu Yusin's body. Lu Yusin shivered. She glared at Lu Ming and said, "What are you trying to do?" "Of course I'm going to beat you up." Lu Ming's mouth cracked into a smile and his beard trembled. "Don't you dare." Lu Yusin glared at Lu Ming. Her threat was obvious. "You still dare to threaten me? You're looking for a beating." With a thought, he controlled his Zhenyuan and grabbed Lu Yusin. Then, he slapped a certain part of Lu Yusin's body. Pa! A crisp sound reverberated throughout the entire area. Lu Ming's palm smacked heavily on it. Silence! The scene fell into a dead silence. Countless people stared at the scene with their mouths wide open. He hit Lu Yusin's taxi. After a long time, someone finally stammered, but after a long time, he couldn't continue. They couldn't believe it. The unparalleled beauty, Lu Yusin, had actually been beaten in public. This was simply unbelievable. How could this Ming Lu have such courage? Lu Yusin was one of the 5 most beautiful women in the Central Continent. Of course, there were even more people who were envious, regardless of whether they were young or old. Some people were so envious that their eyes turned red. She was one of the 5 great beauties of the Central Continent. They wanted to give her a slap and have a taste of her, but they didn't dare to. You're looking for death. Kill. A loud roar was heard as a terrifying killing intent burst forth. A golden light shot up into the sky. Shirdu looked at Lu Ming with killing intent, wishing he could tear Lu Ming into pieces. As everyone knew, all the lions had been pursuing Lu Yusin. Since Lu Ming dared to treat Lu Yusin like this, he naturally wanted to kill Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Yusin was stunned. She widened her eyes and stared at Lu Ming in a daze. After a long while, she let out an earth-shattering scream. She was actually by Lu Ming in front of everyone. This way. She wished there was a crack in the ground and she could bury her head in it. You're dead. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Lu Yusin screamed and struggled with all her might. What are you shouting for? You dare to threaten me, hit me again. Lu Ming berated him and slapped him again. The crisp sound reverberated throughout the entire area. All the onlookers' eyes were about to explode, especially the men. They were so envious that their eyes turned red. Some of them were so excited that they were trembling. It was as if they had replaced Lu Ming to teach Lu Yusin a lesson. Commander! The commander! Tai Xing and the law enforcement army were completely speechless. They knew that Lu Ming was impressive, but this was too impressive. Even some of the emperors and supreme beings at the table felt their eyelids twitch and their hearts stir. Impudent! One of the supreme beings from the Tranquil Illusion sect couldn't take it anymore. He shouted, and the might of a supreme being filled the air. However, they were immediately stopped by the emperor of the Yohuan sect. Today was the million-year sacrificial ceremony of the ancient Saint dynasty, and all the powerful cultivators had gathered. Moreover, Lu Ming and Lu Yusin were having a fair battle on the battle stage. It was not appropriate for them to interfere. Ming, you're dead. The golden light on Lion City's body grew brighter and a terrifying killing intent enveloped Lu Ming. What are you shouting for? Shut up. Shut up. Lu Ming looked at Shirdu coldly and shouted. This made Shirdu furious and he almost rushed out to kill Lu Ming. In the end, he held back. With all the emperors gathered here, he did not dare to break the rules. You still dare to threaten me? Lu Ming's gaze turned to Lu Yusin again. I'm going to kill you. Lu Yusin screamed. Pa! Another slap landed, and Lu Yusin's screams came to an abrupt end. As for the people who were watching, they were already numb. This overpowered commander was simply too overpowered and heaven-defying. He was completely lawless and audacious. I've never heard of this Minglu before. He appeared out of nowhere. First, he suppressed Wu Cong. Now, he's treating Lu Yusin like this. To be honest, I'm impressed. Said a heaven's favorite. He looked simple and honest. Everyone recognized him as a heaven's favorite from the Soldier King's residence. My hair is white, I am a little monk. I'm so envious. A Buddhist proclamation sounded. Everyone was stunned, because the person who said that he was envious was an unscrupulous monk. However, he was a monk. What was there to be envious of? Did he want to give it a try? Many people were speechless. Amitabha. The Buddha of the Western Desert called out the name of Buddha, seemingly embarrassed. Chapter 1121 Melee. Are you still threatening me? Lu Ming continued to look at Lu Yusin. Lu Yusin bit her lips tightly. This time, she didn't dare to say anything. That's right. I've warned you twice before, but you didn't listen. You're just a little girl. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Don't hold a grudge. I'm doing this for your own good. Lu Ming spoke with conviction, like an elder disciplining a junior. In addition to his long beard, he looked like he was almost 40 years old. He really did have that kind of taste. Lu Yusin could only glare at Lu Ming hatefully. She did not dare to say a word, but she could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 1,000 pieces. She hated it. In the future, when people saw her, they would definitely think of this big bearded man. Alright, that's all for today. Be more obedient in the future and don't be so arrogant. With that, Lu Ming waved his hand and Lu Yusin flew out. When she flew out of the platform, Lu Ming had already released the quintessential essence that was sealed in her body. Lu Yusin's body was filled with quintessential essence. She glanced at Lu Ming with killing intent, then flew toward the illusionary sect's seat without saying a word. Ming Lu wins this battle. An elder from the royal Xie family announced. Lu Ming grinned and walked to the side of the platform. This big brother is amazing. This little monk is impressed. At the side, the unscrupulous monk put his hands together in front of his chest, his face full of admiration. This made the people around him feel extremely despondent. Was this monk really a holy monk from the Western Desert? Master, you're too kind. Lu Ming said casually, but he did not dare to look down on this unscrupulous monk. He felt that this monk was unfathomable. Next, the competition continued. One of the southern underworld's geniuses stepped forward. His ranking was only second to Lu Yusin. This person chose a heaven's favorite who was slightly weaker. Unfortunately, he still failed and followed in Lu Yusin's footsteps. Next, the challenges continued one by one. The two people who came out later were both very powerful, and they both won. However, from the fifth challenge onwards, the challengers began to lose consecutively. Kong Xan had challenged Wu Qingkong and was defeated. Wu Qingkong's cultivation had reached the second level of the spiritual god realm. He must have made another breakthrough during this period. Two people challenged goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling, but they both failed. Fairy Tan Xiang had used her body to inscribe the formation. The killing formation within her body erupted and was extremely powerful. In addition to his pill refining and weapon transformation technique, his combat strength was astonishing. The pure sky spirit had comprehended 3 intents, and the fusion of the 3 intents was mysterious and unpredictable. Its combat power was also very strong, so it wouldn't be very difficult to defeat an opponent. Then, someone challenged the Emperor God. Space Will was indeed the king of will. The more he cultivated, the more powerful it became. In the end, Emperor God also defeated his opponent and kept his place in the top 20. Soon, only Long Chen, Yang Padian, and the Heartless Monk were left. The remaining 9 people who had not challenged him had extremely ugly expressions. Some people were really unwilling to give up, and after picking and choosing, they finally chose the unscrupulous monk. This guy doesn't look reliable, maybe his combat strength isn't strong. Then, the second-grade Heaven's favorite who issued the challenge was sent flying off the platform by the unscrupulous monk. Winning in one move, the difference was too great. The remaining 8 sighed. They knew that there was no point in challenging him, so they all admitted defeat. The first round ended. There were 20 people left. The crowd turned to look at Xie Qitian, curious to know the rules of the next round. Was it going to be a one-on-one battle again? Let's decide the winner in the second round and the ranking in one fell swoop. The 20 of you will fight in a free-for-all on the platform. You can fight however you like, and the results will be calculated based on the time you stay on the platform. The longer you stay on the platform, the better the results will be. The top 10 and top 3 will be decided in the end. Xie Qitian said. Chaotic battle? Everyone was shocked. Xie Qitian had actually decided to use a free-for-all method, allowing the 20 supreme talents on the field to decide the winner in a free-for-all. The situation had become complicated. A chaotic battle was not a one-on-one battle. One could join forces or form an alliance. The situation was ever-changing. Now, let's begin. Xie Qitian's voice reverberated throughout the entire area. Buzz. Whoosh. As soon as Xie Qitian's voice fell, a figure flashed on the platform away from the people around him and stared at the others cautiously. Because, other than yourself, everyone else is an enemy, and you can't be sure who will suddenly attack you. Only Long Chen was calm and indifferent. He stood there casually, looking straight ahead as if he didn't care at all. On the platform, everyone looked at each other, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Yang Padian, let's continue our battle. We must determine the winner today. A loud roar broke the silence. Tuoba Ashur charged towards Yang Padian with his mace in hand. That's just what I want. I'll defeat you today. The heavenly halberd appeared in Yang Potion's hand. He took a step forward and charged towards Tuoba Ashur. Boom! The Heaven Scorcher halberd and the Wolf-Tooth Club collided heavily. The space was directly torn apart, and a terrifying force swept in all directions. Third level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Yang Padian and Tuoba Ashur's cultivation had indeed broken through to the third level of the spiritual god realm. They were even more powerful than when they were in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. This kind of heaven's favorite was truly terrifying. Not only was his combat strength shocking, but his cultivation speed was also terrifyingly fast. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them exchanged over a dozen moves in a row, and the entire world seemed to be trembling. So strong. The second-grade heaven's favorites were shocked when they saw this. Was this the strength of a young big shot? He was too strong. How could they compete with him? Bald donkeys of Western Desert, let's see if you have made any progress in your strength after not making a move for a while. Nan Ming, the young man covered in black flames, stared at the monk and the female bodhisattva. Little fire dog, this little monk will grant you your wish. The heartless monk stepped forward with a dignified expression. His entire body was covered in golden light as he struck out a golden palm towards the young man who was covered in black flames. The black flames on the young man's body started to burn. It was extremely terrifying, as if it was the flames from hell. Boom! Boom! The unscrupulous monk and the young man with black flames exchanged a few blows. The flames and golden light split the world into two, and the people around them retreated far away. Fortunately, the platform was large enough and sturdy. Otherwise, the others would not have a place to stand. The commotion caused by the battle between the two of them was no less than that caused by Yang Patian and Tuobashir. Amitabha. The female bodhisattva of the western desert chanted the name of Buddha, and the light of Buddha filled the air as she stepped out. With every step she took, a golden lotus would appear under her feet. It was holy and beautiful. Her target was Dark Child. The western desert and the southern nether had been enemies since ancient times. One was Buddha, the other evil. The heavens' favorites from the two territories had known each other for a long time and had fought many times in the past. Now that they met here, they would naturally fight each other. Without a doubt, Dark Child and the female bodhisattva were also powerful figures. The battle between the two was extremely shocking. Chapter 1122 Looking for Abuse. As soon as the competition began, the supreme geniuses of the western desert and southern underworld began to fight each other, while Yang Patian and Tuobashir fought. The six heavens' favorites were fighting intensely, but no one else moved. Long Chun stood there calmly, his face calm and his aura calm. He didn't look like anything special, but since everyone had taken the initiative to keep a distance from him, no one would go up and attack him. The heavens' favorites of the big shot level were still Lion Capital and Kong Lin. The two of them scanned the second-grade heavens' favorites with cold eyes. This was especially so for Shirdu. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent as he swept his gaze across Lu Ming from time to time. The remaining second-grade heavens' favorites were all on guard against each other, pulling apart the distance. Brother Lion, Brother Kong, I have a suggestion. Why don't we join forces and take down all these people? Then, there will only be 10 of us left on the field. Wu Qingkong suggested as he walked toward the Lion City. Then he swept his gaze across all the second-grade geniuses, including Lu Ming. The second-grade heavens' favorites' expressions changed. There were 9 heavens' favorites at the top level. Including Wu Qingkong, there were 10 of them. Wu Qingkong's intention was obvious. He would sweep everyone off the platform and secure a spot in the top 10. Shirdu's and Kong Lin's gazes flickered, and they also swept across everyone. All right, we'll do as you say, Shirdu said. The Lion Tiger Hall had a good relationship with the Heavenly Sword faction, and the Lion City had a good relationship with Wu Qingkong. That was why he agreed to Wu Qingkong's suggestion. There was also another reason. It was also beneficial for them to have 10 people left on the field earlier. The heavens' favorites of the big shots would definitely start a competition. However, if they fought now and one of them was defeated, wouldn't they fall out of the top 10 and be taken advantage of by the second-grade heavens' favorites? If they were able to secure a spot in the top 10, they would be able to fight to their heart's content. Even if they were defeated, they could still enter the ancient hall to comprehend. Kong Lin clearly thought of this point too. His gaze flickered and he said, I also agree. All right, Kong Lin, then let's join forces first and clear up these trash. Shirdu sneered, his eyes cold. The second-grade heavens' favorites all had ugly expressions. Wu Qingkong, you're despicable. Damn it. Everyone, I suggest that we join forces. Otherwise, we will all be defeated. Alright, I agree. Let's join forces. A few second-class heavens' favorites spoke one after another. With a flash, 6 second-class heavens' favorites gathered together. They planned to fight Shirdu, Kong Lin, and Wu Qingkong together. However, Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling didn't go with them. The two peerless goddesses gathered together and retreated to the side. In addition, the Emperor God didn't join them. He moved back in a flash. Of course, it was impossible for Lu Ming to gather with them. You guys, why aren't you coming over? Do you want to be defeated by them one by one? A young man glanced at Di Xin and Lu Ming and shouted coldly. I don't need you to worry about me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You're so stubborn. You think you have some strength and you're so proud. Let's see how you lose. The young man berated Lu Ming. He was rather unhappy that Lu Ming did not join them. Do it. Du spoke and stared at Lu Ming first. Brother Lion, you don't need to attack this guy. I'll take him down. Wu Qinkong said, his eyes fixed on Lu Ming. But the Sage Emperor just said that we can't kill him, but that's only what we can't do. You know what to do, right? Du pondered for a moment and nodded. Don't worry, I'll break all his limbs and bones. I'll make sure he won't be able to get out of bed for half a year. Wu Qinkong smiled hideously. Now that he had broken through to the second level of the spiritual god realm, his combat strength had greatly increased. He was full of confidence and did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. Bang! Bang! He took a few steps forward and the sword chi around him whistled as he approached Lu Ming. How dare you hurt the hero of my heavenly sword faction? I'll let you know the consequences. Wu Qinkong's voice was cold. His eyes were sharp like swords. Scumbag of the heavenly sword faction, it seems that you have not learned your lesson. This time, I will make sure you learn your lesson. Lu Ming's eyes glinted coldly. He took a step forward and threw a palm at Wu Qinkong. Buzz! The sword chi let out a long cry. Wu Qinkong unsheathed his sword and the sharp sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. His cultivation had broken through to the second level of the spiritual god realm, and his combat strength was much stronger than when he was in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. The sword chi cut through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's palm struck Wu Qinkong's sword chi and destroyed it. At the same time, he continued to attack. Clang! The palm landed on the sword, and a loud boom was heard. The sword kept shaking. Wu Qinkong felt as if he had been hit by an ancient mountain. He felt a terrible force surging toward him, forcing him to retreat. How is that possible? Wu Qinkong roared. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He was actually forced back by Lu Ming's palm. He was already at the top among the second-grade prodigies. Now, he was ahead of the other second-grade prodigies and was the first to enter the second level of the spiritual god realm. His combat strength was so strong that he was almost unrivaled under the big shots. However, he was forced back by Lu Ming's palm. This was unacceptable to him. The surrounding spectators were also shocked. The bearded commander's combat power was beyond expectations. Could he really rival or even defeat Wu Qinkong? Boom! Boom! At this time, Du and Kong Lin had already made their move. The two of them displayed terrifying combat power and launched a storm of attacks on those 6 second-grade Heavens favorites. Although the 6 second-grade Heavens favorites tried their best to defend, they were still at a disadvantage. This showed how powerful a Heavens favorite is. Thump! Lu Ming took a step forward and the entire platform rumbled. His essential core surged and he used the prison suppressing heaven technique. His every move contained terrifying power. He appeared in front of Wu Qinkong in an instant. He turned his palm into a fist and threw a few punches. The punch carried boundless power. The sky shook and groaned as if it could not withstand Lu Ming's punch. How can he be so strong? Wu Qinkong was terrified. He exerted all his strength and slashed out shocking sword chi continuously. However, all of them were suppressed and crushed by Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming's momentum was unstoppable. Wu Qinkong kept retreating. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Burst! Burst! As Wu Qinkong retreated, he activated his bloodline power and transformed into a sword. However, it was useless. Lu Ming's fist was too brutal and suppressed everything. Clang! 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 After 7 punches, Wu Qinkong's sword exploded. His body reappeared, spitting blood and looking pale. He had lost. Wu Qinkong had lost. This result was beyond the expectations of many people. Although Lu Ming had defeated Wu Cong previously, Wu Cong was considered weak among the second-grade geniuses. Wu Chengkong, on the other hand, was a top second-grade genius and had already broken through to the second level of the spiritual god realm. His combat strength was much stronger than Wu Cong's. In the beginning, no one thought that Lu Ming could be a match for Wu Chengkong. This commander of the law enforcement army is really unexpected. Some of the older generation sighed. As for Tai Xing and the others, the corners of their mouths twitched, and they were already numb. Fighting against the geniuses of the big shots. Pa! Lu Ming rushed over and slapped Wu Chengkong's face. Wu Chengkong screamed and smashed his body on the platform. His head hit the platform like an iron hammer. Wu Chengkong's head was buzzing. He was completely dumbfounded. Gotcha! Then, a heart-piercing pain came from his left leg, which woke him up. My leg! He screamed. Lu Ming stepped on one of his legs, completely breaking the bones. Gotcha! Then, Lu Ming stepped on his right leg and broke it. Wu Chengkong screamed and broke out in a cold sweat. What are you shouting for? Didn't you just say that you were going to break my limbs and all my bones? Since that's the case, why don't you try it yourself? Lu Ming shouted. A long spear was condensed in his hand. He swept it across Wu Chengkong's arms, breaking the bones in his arms. This was not an ordinary breaking of bones. It contained Lu Ming's terrifying vital essence. The vibration of the vital essence shattered the bones in Wu Chengkong's entire arm. Even with Wu Chengkong's powerful cultivation and physical strength, he would need at least a few months to recover. In the stands, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Martial Sword School had unsightly expressions on their faces. Some people could not wait to rush forward and cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. However, in such an occasion, they could only endure it. That's fucking unpleasant to hear. It's like a pig being slaughtered. Get lost. Finally, Lu Ming gave Wu Chengkong a kick, sending him flying off the platform. Of course, the last kick had shattered Wu Chengkong's bones. It would take him at least half a year to recover. Geniuses fought against each other. Wu Chengkong would probably be caught up or even surpassed by other geniuses in the same realm within half a year. A disciple of the Sky Martial Sword faction flew out and caught Wu Chengkong. He was carried to the stands, and an elder of the Sky Martial Sword faction fed him a healing pill. That little thief is so ruthless. The elder of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction gritted his teeth in hatred. Lu Ming was too ruthless. He had really shattered Wu Chengkong's bones and armor. Not a single piece was intact. It was really difficult to recover in a short time. At this moment, the battle on the platform was even more intense. Lu Ming had defeated Wu Chengkong, and Shirdu and Kong Lin were about to win. One of the 6 second-grade Heaven's favorites had already been knocked off the platform. That good for nothing. You're courting death. Shirdu shouted when he saw Wu Chengkong being defeated. Then, he howled and his body glowed with golden light. The next moment, Shirdu transformed into his true form. It was a golden lion that was 5 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. It was covered in golden fur, and there were even golden flames dancing on its fur. The Sun Divine Lion. The lion capital possessed 90% of the Sun Divine Lion's bloodline and was on the verge of becoming a pure-blooded Sun Divine Lion. As long as he could break through to the Emperor realm and undergo a transformation, he would become a true Sun Divine Lion. Roar! Even the lion roared loudly. He was even more terrifying in his true form. His roar shook the world and the clouds in the sky were scattered. The huge claw slapped out and a second-grade Heaven's favorite was sent flying off the platform, blood spurting out of his mouth. The difference was too great, and he was seriously injured in one move. The second-grade Heaven's Pride experts who were able to enter the top 20 were the strongest among the second-grade Heaven's Pride experts. However, they were still no match for Shirdu. Even the lion roared. Golden flames were boiling, and his combat strength was violent. He continued to burst out, and another 2 geniuses were sent flying. The remaining 2 were sent flying by Kong Lin's 2 slaps. The 6 second-grade heaven's favorites were all defeated. Including Wu Qingkong, who was kicked away by Lu Ming, there were a total of 7 people who were defeated. There were only 13 people left on the platform. As long as he could take down 3 more people, the top 10 would be born. Even the lion's cold gaze landed on Lu Ming first. On the other side, Kong Lin's gaze first swept across Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling, then landed on the Emperor God. Lion capital, I'll take care of this Emperor God and you'll take care of Ming Lu. How about one for each of us? Kong Lin said. This is just what I want. Shirdu said. And at this time, Kong Lin's gaze landed on Fairy Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling again, and he said with a smile, Goddess Tan Xiang, after we take care of the Divine Emperor and Ming Lu, there will only be 11 people left on the stage. At that time, Miss Kongling will have to go down. In this way, you can also enter the top 10. Kong Lin was a suitor of Fairy Tan Xiang. At this time, he naturally had to seize the opportunity to court her favor. Oh really? Was young Master Kong that confident? Don't be unable to do it, okay? Fairy Tan Xiang narrowed her eyes and smiled. Haha, you can't do it? Other than the heaven's favorites of the big shots, no one can escape from my hands. Kong Lin smiled and moved suddenly. With a flash of 5-colored light, he pounced toward the Emperor God at a terrifying speed. Kong Lin's true form was a type of peacock. He had 90% of the bloodline of the 5 elements peacock, and his speed was unparalleled in the world. However, he had encountered an Emperor God. Spatial Intent, the King of Intents, was also skilled in speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Emperor God didn't fight with Kong Lin. Instead, he used Instant Step to avoid Kong Lin's attack. The 2 of them, one chasing and the other escaping, were both shockingly fast, constantly flashing on the platform. For a moment, it was difficult to determine the winner. Second level of the spiritual God realm. The Emperor God has also broken through to the second level of the spiritual God realm. Someone exclaimed as he saw the cultivation of the Emperor God. There's finally a decent heaven's favorite in the East Continent. Although he's not as good as the big shots, he's one of the best among the second-grade heaven's favorites. Someone commented. The Emperor God had comprehended the space will and his cultivation had broken through the second level of the spiritual God realm. He was already at the peak of the second-class heaven's favorites. Wu Qingkong might not be his match. Roar! The lion roared and pounced on Lu Ming. The golden claw radiance was like a golden heavenly blade that tore the space apart. Dragon power! With a single thought, the 7 dragon energies in his body instantly exploded. Lu Ming's body glowed with purple light. However, there were no scales on his body. Therefore, the masters of the Wang and Jiang families could not recognize him. The dragon power burst forth, and Lu Ming's strength was even more shocking. At the same time, a 5-colored will spread out as he threw a punch. At this moment, everyone was shocked. This Ming Lu actually wants to fight against Lion City head-on. He's overestimating himself. That's right. His combat strength is indeed very strong, but there's still a big gap between him and the heaven's favorites. It's not wise to fight him head-on. Many people had thought that Lu Ming would learn from the Emperor God and use all his strength to dodge and stall for time. As long as the Western Desert and Southern Nether, or Yangpadian and Tuoba sure had a winner, he would be able to enter the top 10. He had never expected that Lu Ming would choose to fight against Lion City head-on. Wasn't it courting death to fight against a powerful heaven's favorite head-on? 5-colored will. This person has comprehended 5 types of will. In the stands, the masters of the Wang and Jiang families were shocked. Previously, they had seen Lu Ming comprehend 4 types of concepts. That was the highest number of concepts that they had ever seen someone comprehend. However, they were surprised to see that someone had comprehended 5 concepts. They did not think of Lu Ming as the better option. First, they had clearly seen Lu Ming outside the Talisman Amulet sect. It was impossible for him to be in the Central Continent. Secondly, Lu Ming had only comprehended 4 concepts during the Battle of Providence. At such a high cultivation level, it was impossible for him to continue to comprehend new concepts. It was too difficult. They could only sigh. Central Continent was indeed full of geniuses. There was actually someone who could comprehend 5 intents. Be my mount. Boom! Lu Ming's fist and the lion's golden claws collided heavily. Instantly, the 5-colored light and the golden light burst out, forming a 6-colored light pillar that shot into the sky. A terrifying blast of air spread out in all directions. Bang! Bang! The 2 figures retreated 100 meters away from each other and stood opposite each other. A draw. This move was a draw. This made many people dumbfounded. This Minglu could actually block Shi Du's move. Although he was forced back, he also forced Shi Du back. Wasn't he too strong? Could it be that Minglu was also a heaven's favorite of the big shots? Everyone's heart twitched. Since when were powerful beings so worthless? Shi Du himself was also very shocked, but this aroused his ferocity even more. Die! Arg! Shi Du roared as the golden flames on his body jumped dozens of meters high. The terrifying heat seemed to be able to melt everything. It twisted the space and even burned through it, revealing a dark space. His aura also became more violent and shocking. In his body, the sun god lion's bloodline started to boil as if it was about to turn into a golden sun. The peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. Shi Du's cultivation was at the peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. Minglu were both at the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. I'll let you understand the difference between us. Shi Du said coldly, looking at Lu Ming with an extremely cold gaze. The cultivation that Lu Ming had just revealed was at the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. Who said that my cultivation is at the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm? Lu Ming smiled faintly. The next moment, boom! A violent aura burst out from Lu Ming's body and spread in all directions. 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. At this moment, the cultivation that Lu Ming revealed was at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. What? This Minglu's cultivation is at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. How is that possible? Whoa, he's too strong. This guy has been hiding his strength all this time. This is too abnormal. Lu Ming's cultivation erupted, causing an uproar in the surroundings. Lu Ming's cultivation had actually reached the terrifying 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. When he tested his bone age earlier, he was clearly not even 25 years old. To rush to the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm before the age of 25 was too shocking and terrifying. Even the sovereigns in the stands were shocked. Saint Emperor, I didn't think that the imperial family would have such a talented genius hidden within. I really admire him. One of the emperors spoke. Xie Qitian's eyes were filled with surprise. There was actually such a heaven's favorite in the law enforcement army, and he had not noticed it before. As for the 8th prince, Xie Zhen, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never dreamed that this Ming Lu, who had been demoted to a lowly ant in the law enforcement army, was actually so terrifying. If this person had wanted to kill him before, he would have been dead long ago. In the crowd, Shi Zheng and Shi Fang, whose cultivation had been crippled, were pale. Lu Ming's outburst of cultivation shocked the other talents on the platform. Yang Patin, Tuoba Shi, Ming Zi, and the other paragons who were in the middle of a battle felt Lu Ming's powerful aura and their eyes turned grave. As for Lion City himself, he was even more shocked. 3rd level of the spiritual god realm? How is that possible? Even the lion roared. Lion Capital, I heard that you're ranked 5th among the 5 giants of the central continent. Although you're a little lacking, your looks aren't bad. You're about the same as my little gold. I'll force myself to take you as my mount. Lu Ming stepped forward, his aura was wild. The little gold he was talking about was King Kong, the golden tiger that Lu Ming had taken down in the Battle of Providence. Everyone was shocked. This awesome commander actually wanted to take Liandu as his mount? It was simply whimsical, arrogant, and ignorant. You're courting death. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because your cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. The lion was furious and his lungs were about to explode. Lion City was destined to become an emperor in the future. This big-bearded man actually wanted to take him as a mount. He deserved to die. So what if they were at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm? It was common for Lion City to fight those of a higher realm. The sun god lion's blood boiled. It was as if the lion had completely transformed into a golden sun, pressing down on Lu Ming. Boom! The true essence of the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm in his body boiled and gushed out like a tsunami. He activated the prison's suppressing heaven technique, and with the support of his intent and dragon power, he blasted toward the golden sun. With an earth-shattering explosion, everyone was shocked to find that the golden sun had been sent flying. However, Lu Ming's body only swayed a little. Kill! Then, Lu Ming shouted and rushed toward Lion City, launching a storm of attacks. The lion roared, shaking the sky and the space around it. Blood Rascal also knew the sound wave technique, but compared to Lion City, he was not even worthy to carry his shoes. Lu Ming punched out with both fists continuously, breaking Shirdiyu's sound wave technique. The force of his punches landed heavily on Shirdiyu's body. Thump! Thump! The Lion City's body was as hard as diamond and it emitted a terrifying heat. However, under Lu Ming's fist, it was still wailing in pain. The crowd gasped. The lion capital was actually at a disadvantage. I forgot to tell you that I've never been defeated in a battle of the same level. Not to mention that you're 1 level lower than me. Lu Ming's voice was full of confidence. On the side of the platform, the eyes of Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling flickered. Why do I feel that this style is very familiar? Fairy Tan Xiang muttered. I also find it familiar. There's a kind of invincible confidence, just like Lu Shaoqing's. The pure spatial spirit said. Lu Shaoqing seems to be very good at disguising himself. Could this person be Lu Shaoqing? Fairy Tan Xiang seemed to have thought of something as she covered her mouth and whispered. Jing Kongling didn't say anything and just looked at the battle. The sun is endless. The lion was suppressed by Lu Ming and felt extremely aggrieved. It roared madly, displaying its terrifying strength to the fullest. It had to be said that the lion capital was indeed very strong. They possessed 90% of the divine sun lion's bloodline, which was equivalent to a human martial artist awakening a 9th level divine level bloodline. Their battle prowess was extremely terrifying, and killing enemies who were several levels above them was as easy as eating and drinking. If it were an ordinary peak 2nd level spiritual god realm martial artist or demonic beast, Lu Ming could kill them with a single slap. However, Lu Ming's burst of 3rd level spiritual god realm vital essence, in addition to the 7 streams of dragon energy and the support of the concept, could only gain the upper hand. It would take some effort to defeat him. Lu Ming was shocked. It was so powerful with only 90% of the divine beast's bloodline. How terrifying would it be if a pure-blooded divine beast came? A 90% bloodline and a pure-blood divine beast were fundamentally different. The difference was huge. According to the ancient legends, there had once been a pure-blooded divine beast in the divine wilderness continent. A natural divine beast was invincible the moment it was born. No one in its generation was its match, and it could overpower its opponents. Even if he was a supreme talent who had awakened a 9th level divine bloodline, he was still far from being a match for him and would be suppressed. It was said that a pure-blood divine beast would be able to step into the emperor realm with just a little bit of cultivation. Its talent was simply too strong. However, in the divine wilderness continent, it had been many years since a natural-born pure-blooded divine beast was seen. Chapter 1125 Defeating a Big Shot. What are you shouting for? Fight. Lu Ming raised his fist and punched at Shirdu continuously. Shirdu roared in anger and tried his best, but it was useless. He was defeated by Lu Ming's fist and landed heavily on his body. The lion's huge body shook like a drum, and its soft golden fur was beaten into a mess. In the end, it was broken and flew on the platform, making the platform golden. I can't waste it. Lu Ming waved his sleeve and kept the golden fur that had fallen from Shirdu's body. This was an incredible treasure. If it was woven into a robe, it would have a strong defensive ability and would be impervious to fire and water. Some people in the crowd were envious. This golden fur was a rare treasure. Roar! Shirdu looked up at the sky in shame and anger, wishing he could bite Lu Ming to death. Unfortunately, he could not do it and was even forced to retreat by Lu Ming. In the end, Lu Ming simply rode on the lion capital and swung his fists wildly. The lion capital roared in anger and sorrow. It even rolled on the ground, but it was useless. It could not shake off Lu Ming. Every punch of Lu Ming's was terrifyingly powerful and suppressed everything. It kept smashing on the lion capital's body. With every punch, the lion capital felt that its bones were about to break and blood kept flowing out of its mouth. A demonic beast's body was extremely strong, especially a demonic beast like him who had 90% of the divine beast's bloodline. His body was even stronger. However, he still could not withstand Lu Ming's iron fist. Bang! In the end, the lion fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. Even the lion was defeated. This thought flashed through everyone's mind. Before this battle, no one would have thought that the Lion City would be defeated by this strange commander of the law enforcement army. This was like a fantasy story, but it was the truth. Although the Lion Capital was ranked last among the 5 giants of the central continent, no one dared to underestimate its strength. Those second-grade heavens favorites would only be crushed by the Lion Capital. But now, he was no match for the commander of the law enforcement army. How is it? Are you convinced now? Be my mount. Lu Ming stepped on the lion capital and looked down at him. Roar! The lion howled madly and soared into the sky, rushing out of the platform. Even if he were to lose, he would drag Lu Ming down with him. Nest, come at me. Forget it, I'll spare you this time. Lu Ming's figure moved and his body flew backward. He kicked Shirdu's buttocks and sent him flying far away, landing outside the platform. Lion City, defeated. Shirdu let out a long roar as if he wanted to vent the depression in his heart. After a dozen roars, he transformed into his human form and sat on the seat of the Lion Tiger Hall with an extremely gloomy expression. He had actually been eliminated before he could make it into the top 10. The main reason was that he had to deal with Lu Ming, which led to him being eliminated early. At this moment, there were only Tulavir people left on the platform. Kong Lin was still chasing after Emperor God, but the Emperor God used the space mentality and dodged with all his might instead of fighting Kong Lin. With the Emperor God's cultivation and the mystery of space mentality, it was still difficult for Kong Lin to catch up with the Emperor God even though he was very fast. Buzz! At this moment, Kong Lin stopped. He did not continue to pursue the Emperor God. Instead, he looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. It was completely beyond his expectations that Shirdu did not manage to take down Lu Ming and was instead defeated by him. At this moment, the situation was in a stalemate again. Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling stood on the side of the platform together. Long Chen had not moved since the battle began. Kong Lin could not catch up with the Emperor God and he was afraid of Lu Ming. He was also a suitor of the Sandalwood Fairy. Naturally, he would not attack the Sandalwood Fairy and the Jingkongaling. As for the Emperor God, it was obvious that he intended to use the advantage of the space will to delay as much as possible and enter the top 10 when the others were defeated. Therefore, he would not launch an attack first. Yang Padian and Tuoba Ashur were still engaged in an intense battle. The battle between the Western Desert and the Southern Nether was even more intense. At this point in the battle, the difference in strength had already been revealed. The unscrupulous monk was fighting the young man covered in black flames. At this time, the young man in black flames had transformed into his true form. He was also a demonic beast. He looked almost the same as the legendary three-headed hellhound. The youth in black flames had 90% of the three-headed hellhound's bloodline and was extremely powerful. Each of the three heads could launch a different attack. Black flames filled the air, but they were not hot at all. Instead, they gave off an extremely cold feeling. It was as if this flame could freeze the soul. This was the infernal flames. The three-headed hellhound was strong, but the unscrupulous monk was even stronger. The monk was solemn, and his body was covered in golden light. A golden Buddha floated above his head, and the Buddha's light suppressed the three-headed hellhound. The three-headed hellhound was completely suppressed by the golden Buddhist light. Phenomena appeared all around it, and it was in an extremely sorry state. On the other side, the battle between Dark Child and the female Bodhisattva was also extremely intense. However, the Dark Child was indeed very powerful. He was the strongest in the southern underworld's generation, even stronger than the Cerberus. His dark chi soared to the sky and suppressed the female Bodhisattva. However, the Buddhist martial techniques were extremely profound and could attack and defend. The female Bodhisattva performed the blood fusion and transformed into a true female Buddha. The Buddha light spread out and formed many Buddha walls. Although she was at a disadvantage, she could still barely resist. They're so powerful. Each of them is above Lion City and is at the third level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd and could tell their cultivation. Like Yang Patin and Tuobashir, the four great prodigies of the Western Desert and the Southern Underworld were all at the third level of the spiritual god realm. Each of their combat strength was above that of Lion City. Stinky dog lose. The unscrupulous monk became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. His combat strength was unfathomable, and he completely suppressed the three-headed hellhound. The three-headed hellhound tried its best to block while scanning the entire area with its spiritual sense. I can't go on like this. There are still Tulavir people left on the field. If this continues, I'll be defeated by this bald monk and won't even be able to enter the top 10. Those two women are weak. I'll take care of them first. Even if I'm defeated, I can still enter the top 10. The three-headed hellhound's mind raced as it made a decision. Then he used all his strength to block the monk's attack. His body flashed and he turned into a black light, rushing toward Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling. It was as fast as lightning and arrived in an instant. Block! Fairy Tan Xiang's reaction was extremely fast. With a light step, dense runes appeared on the ground, forming a few formations. A few shields appeared in front of her. At the same time, the pure space spirit moved as well. A river appeared, and within the river, ancient trees grew. The branches stretched out and blocked the way. Boom! Boom! With a violent boom, the inferno spread and burned the shield and the ancient trees. However, after this block, the follow-up moves of Goddess Tan Xiang and the pure spatial spirit also exploded out. Fairy Tan Xiang's body glowed as she activated the killing formation she had carved. At the same time, she waved her hand, and 36 pills flew out, turning into 36 divine weapons. Together with the pure spatial spirit's attack, they attacked the three-headed hellhound. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.